Chapter 454. In the Void. Lin Chen, who was standing proudly on the head of the Azure Dragon, looked down at the many geniuses and descendants of the Ning family, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. Even the once arrogant prodigies, saints, and saintesses of the Ning family could only crawl in front of him now. Previously, he was also afraid of this colossal existence. Now, it seems that the Ning family's scenery is not so mysterious, and it doesn't have the conflicting feeling that I imagined. The youth smiled, and an unprecedented earthquake began to faintly rise within the Ning family. This is the Ning family. So powerful, to be able to build such a huge plane and world out of thin air and maintain it so stable. Han Yizhi was amazed. This kind of work was worthy of being one of the top ancient families. It was many times stronger than the Han family. I wonder how big sister Ning Qingxian is. I hope we can save her this time. Liu Lin closed her eyes and prayed. That's right. She is destined to be married off to whoever she is born to. It's like treating people like goods. Fortunately, our Yu family doesn't do this kind of thing. Otherwise, I would have torn down the house long ago. Yu Linlin angrily stomped his feet. Lin Chen told everyone the purpose of this trip to the Ning family, including part of Ning Qingshuan's background. Everyone sympathized with this girl who seemed to be the center of attention but was actually living like a puppet. They were very supportive of Lin Chen entering the Ning family this time. Lin Lang, I hope we can save Miss Ning Qingxian this time. As a girl, she is really too pitiful. Yun Manqing couldn't bear it. She held Lin Chen's hand and stared at him pleadingly. Although you and Miss Qingxian haven't met many times, you are probably the only friend she has contacted. Don't make me look down on you. Leng Yueqi smiled sweetly. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Of course. This time, the vice principal is helping us. If they don't hand her over, I don't mind snatching her. When the vice principal heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This little guy was really fearless. Lin Chen of Heavenly Song Academy, and everyone from Heavenly Song Academy, welcome to the Ning clan. At this moment, two white-haired old men appeared out of thin air, holding crutches. One of them had even met Lin Chen in the waste region of the 24 domains. Who would have thought that the brat who was only in the Heavenly Dipper realm could reach such a height in just 3 years? Ordinary people could spend tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years, but they might not be able to achieve even a tenth of what he had done. Grandmaster Alchemist, Grandmaster Blacksmith, top-notch fortune teller. Any one of these identities would be treated as an honored guest of the Ning clan. Hihi, so it's old man Yao. Meng Qianmo curled her lips and rolled her eyes, which made the other white-haired elder's eyelids twitch. It was this little devil girl who came to their Ning clan. He. Everyone, the head of the Ning clan would like to invite everyone down for a chat. He has already been waiting for everyone in the main hall of the Ning clan. The two old men gestured for Lin Chen to enter. His purple-gold eyes flashed and Lin Chen could vaguely sense that these two old men were 8th-level Yuan venerates. In the Ning family, they would be considered high-ranking elders. I didn't expect the legendary head of the Ning clan to appear. Lin Chen smiled and waved his hand, sending the 10,000-year black-green dragon flying at a low altitude. Hey, Lin Chen, I wonder if you can keep your green dragon. It's not in line with the rules of the Ning clan. Elder Yarrow rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed mockingly. Sorry, I like to have my green dragon follow me. I don't feel safe without it. After all, I'm only a 3rd-level Yuan venerate. I'm pitiful, weak, and helpless. Besides being handsome, I have nothing. Lin Chen's words seemed like a joke. However, they were actually soft and firm, which made the two elders' expressions change slightly. In the end, Lin Chen whistled and the 10,000-year black-green dragon's size increased by 30%. This action was basically telling the Ning clan that Lin Chen had no intention of following their rules when he came to propose marriage. The main hall of the Ning clan stood on top of the Cloud Mountain. The 10,000-year black-green dragon landed on the peak of the Cloud Mountain. Lin Chen walked into the main hall of the Cloud Mountain with everyone following closely behind. The main hall was quiet and sparsely populated. Clearly, they had been dismissed. Only 5 elders and a middle-aged man in green robes were left. He. What a rare guest. The legendary 4-time champion of the Heavenly Spirit List meet, Lin Chen. What brings you to the Ning clan? The middle-aged man stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. However, the 5 elders in the main hall didn't move at all. TSK, it's just 5 half-step combat emperors. What are they putting on airs for? Meng Qianmo muttered to herself in disdain. 2 of the elders suddenly opened their eyes and a glint flashed across their eyes. Where did this little kid come from? How dare he be so rude? Great Aunt Meng Qianmo, why don't you come out and fight if you don't like it? Just don't say that I bullied the elders after this. Meng Qianmo also had a bad temper. She waved her fists and laughed disdainfully. She was once the only purple merit warrior of her generation in the Heavenly Song Academy. Even though she was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuan Venerate realm, she wasn't afraid of facing a half-step combat emperor. Oh, so it's Miss Meng Qianmo. Please don't take offense. The elders of the Ning clan have been in seclusion for many years and their eccentricity has become a habit. Please forgive them. The man in green robes nodded slightly and smiled politely. Meng Qianmo didn't push her luck. Instead, she sized up the man in front of her seriously. He was the current head of the Ning clan, Ning Yuntian. He was a genuine combat emperor. This person was already a peerless genius in the spiritual state thousands of years ago. In order to step into the War Emperor realm, one must have the boldness to destroy both jade and common stone. Back then, the head of the Ning family dared to shatter 9 battle chi natal palaces at a young age. When he was in his prime, he dared to carry out the self-destructive cultivation and breakthrough. He dared to fight for that 1 in 1,000 chance of success. Just this boldness alone was admirable. My knowledge is shallow. May I know who this lady is? Ning Yuntian cupped his fists at the vice principal. He couldn't detect the background and cultivation of this lady. It was as if she was just a mortal standing there quietly. However, as a combat emperor, he couldn't detect the background of this person. This showed how terrifying this lady's background was. You must be the head of the Ning clan, right? This is the vice principal of our academy. When she heard that I was here to propose marriage, she came over to check with me. She also thought that the Ning clan's scenery is unique and she hopes to see it again next time. Lin Chen cupped his fists in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The corners of his lips curled up as he emphasized the words hope and next time. The vice principal of the Sky Song Academy. This title made the 5 half-step combat emperors stand up in shock. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this kind of person was unparalleled in the 9 state. She actually came to the Ning clan personally. Ning Yuntian's hands trembled a few times and his pupils quivered. He nodded and smiled. So it's the vice principal who came personally. Yuntian is blind. I will immediately arrange a banquet of the highest level to entertain all of you. Chapter 455. Let's put the banquet aside for now. Master Ning, I don't like to beat around the bush. I'll just say one thing. I'm here to propose marriage to Miss Ning Qingxian of your Ning family. I hope that Master Ning can fulfill my wish. Of course, I've already prepared the betrothal gift. It's on the back of the azure dragon outside. Lin Chen's request made Ning Yuntian frown, but he still smiled. Well, Ning Qingxian is a little special. It's not convenient for her to accept any marriage request. How about Lin Chen change it? With your identity and potential, any saintess of the Ning family can accept your request except for Ning Qingxian. What if I say I want her? Lin Chen smiled innocently. The whole hall fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere in the hall faintly felt like a crossbow was about to break out. Ning family, Clear Moon Palace. Sister, he's here. Lin Chen actually came to our Ning family. In the palace, the little girl in the green veil jumped up and down, shouting excitedly. Another beauty in the palace who was still in the state of cultivation slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes, which had no spiritual aura before, were filled with ripples and fluctuations. He's here. Ning Qingxian suddenly stood up. Her green eyes became extremely clear and pure, like a child chasing a red dragonfly, yearning for the blue sea and the blue sky. I'm going to find him. I'm going to find him. Ning Qingxian ran out of the palace like crazy. When she was about to fly into the sky, a shadow appeared and blocked her way. Miss Ning Qingxian, where are you going? It was a rather handsome young man in red. He had phoenix eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and a jade-like face with delicate facial features. I'm going to find him. Ning Qingxian clenched her teeth and moved lightly. Using her body movement, she rushed towards the hall of the Ning family. The red-clothed young man clenched his fist and 3 battle aura halos appeared out of thin air, binding Ning Qingxian tightly. You only belong to the Supreme God, and no one can touch you. You must offer it to the gods in its entirety. Other than that, I will help you get rid of any difficulties. The red-clothed youth was expressionless. With a wave of his hand, Ning Qingxian was knocked back into the palace. No, no. Ning Qingxuan's eyes glistened with tears. She struggled with all her might to escape, but she was trapped within the palace. It seems that something unexpected has happened. It seems that I have to go and take a look myself. The red-clothed young man stood with his sword on his back. He took a step forward and turned into a wisp of smoke, flying towards the hall. In the hall, the atmosphere was tense, and the pressure was unusually heavy. I'm afraid that won't do. Ning Yuntian shook his head in denial. Although his tone was not harsh, his stance was very firm. In other words, we have nothing to talk about, right? With the 5 dragons' imperial spear in his hand, Lin Chen's lips curved into a cold smile. His action startled the 5 half-step combat emperors and the 3 higher-ups of the Heavenly Song Academy. Facing the head of the Ning family, he showed no fear and directly showed his claws and teeth. This had nothing to do with the vice principal. He was like a lone wolf who had walked into a dead end. He dared to bite off a piece of meat from anyone who came to him. He had made up his mind. No matter what, he would bring Ning Qingxian with him today. Meng Qianmo and the other 3 higher-ups immediately protected everyone and Lin Chen. The vice principal slowly stepped forward, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. With her strength, she dared not say that she could destroy all the combat emperors of the Ning family and their hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. However, if she wanted to turn this place upside down and try to take away a girl, there was a high chance that she could do it. For Lin Chen, the vice principal would even go to war with the Ning family. Because Lin Chen was in the history of the Heavenly Song Academy. He was also the last proof that she had guarded the academy for so many years. Propose marriage? Just because of a lowly mortal like you? A cold sneer came from outside the hall. A red-clothed young man with a sword on his back slowly walked into the hall. Lord Ling, you are here. When the 5 half-step combat emperors saw the young man, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to welcome him. Lord. Ning Yuntian cupped his fists. Just as he was about to speak, the young man raised his hand. Mortal, don't think that you can cause trouble here just because you brought a slightly stronger combat emperor. No matter how strong a combat emperor is, he is like an ant in front of a god. The red-clothed young man said arrogantly. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and sneered. What? From your tone, why do you sound like you're a god? Of course I am not a god, but I am the servant of the Lord God, Ling Yushi. I was fortunate enough to meet a god. A mortal like you who doesn't respect the god is a cancer to the human race in the 9 continent. Clang. The sword was unsheathed, and the wind howled. The wind howled, and the sword energy soared into the sky. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. In the memories he saw in the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda, the so-called god regarded those who didn't worship the god as abnormal and malignant tumors. However, Lin Chen at least knew that the guardians of the 9 continents were not the so-called god, but the 100 saints of the human race. Without the protection of the 100 saints, the 9 continents would have fallen into the hands of the demon race. I only need one move to deal with an ant like you. If you can take one move from me, I will no longer care about Miss Ning Qingxian. The red-clothed young man said indifferently. The sword in his hand, spirit illusion, emitted a faint light. This person's cultivation level was actually at the late stage of the 7th level. Judging from his age, he was at most 300 years old, but he had already reached the late stage of the 7th level of the Yuan Venerate realm. This talent and cultivation level might not be unprecedented in the history of the spirit state, but it was at least at a level that could be recorded in the history book. His late stage of the 7th level was completely different from Yun Tsunghai, who Lin Chen had fought in the Four-Minister Pavilion. This person's cultivation technique should be at the purple level, and the pressure he gave Lin Chen had completely surpassed that of Yun Tsunghai and the Battle Pagoda puppet. However, Lin Chen already had 8 types of tribulation battle bodies, and his cultivation level had officially reached the early stage of the 3rd level. He had a strong foundation and dared to fight with an early stage of the 8th level of the Yuan Venerate realm. Are you proud to be a dog of the so-called god? Lin Chen gripped the 5 Dragons' imperial spear tightly and stepped forward. His silver robe billowed as the two of them stared at each other. Mortals are ants, but a god servant is much stronger than an ant. Even being a dog of a god is a blessing cultivated by 8 lifetimes. Chen Lingxi glanced at Lin Chen disdainfully and continued, "How about it? If you don't dare to accept, then take your men and scram immediately. Don't mention Miss Ning Qingxian again." The upper echelons of the Ning family were basically on the side of Chen Lingxi, the god's servant. Lin Chen's talent was outstanding, but no matter how outstanding he was, who could guarantee that he could really step into the War Emperor realm, where he had to face death to have a chance of survival? Even if he stepped into the War Emperor realm, what about the Saint realm? Above the Saint realm was the God realm. Even if Lin Chen became a saint, he could not be compared to a god. Therefore, the answer was obvious. No matter what Lin Chen's attitude was today, the Ning family would not give up this opportunity to curry favor with a god, let alone offend a god. One move it is. If you can still stand after one move, I will do a handstand. Chapter 456. The Ning family's 100 Mystery Arena. Usually, only the highest level of Heaven's Pride tournament was open to the public today. The Ning family was in an uproar as countless people gathered around the 100 Mystery Arena to watch. Here's Lin Chen. Oh my god, he's even younger than the rumors. I heard that he came to propose marriage today. Who is he proposing marriage to? It can't be me, right? You're dreaming. He's here to look for Miss Ning Qingxian. Ning Qingxian? No wonder he's fighting with the servant of God. I wonder who will win this battle. The younger generation of the Ning family had gathered here, all of them discussing heatedly. This battle was thousands of times more exciting than any other battle between the Ning family's geniuses. One of them was a peerless genius from the spirit state. He was an alchemist who knew everything. He was the only person who won 4 consecutive championships in the Heavenly Spirit Ranking Tournament. He was also the only person who reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower. The other was an extremely mysterious servant of a deity. He was a peerless genius who was stationed in the Ning family to wait for Ning Qingxian. It was said that he was sent over from the divine prefecture. His cultivation and talent made even the high-level elders fear him. What would the result be if the two of them fought? Everyone knew what kind of existence a god was. A person who could become a servant of God wouldn't have high-level techniques. At least, purple-level techniques wouldn't be too rare for them. Even some of the elders who were usually in closed-door training came out because of this. Among them, there were a few grand elders who were at the Battle Emperor level who were secretly watching. Everyone from Class 66 sat on the other side of the 100 Mystery Arena, cheering for Lin Chen. The vice principal sat in the back row, facing the Battle Emperor level high-level elders of the Ning family. She had already seen through Lin Chen's murderous intent earlier. According to his character, this so-called move had already triggered his murderous intent. This was no longer a matter of victory or defeat, but of life and death. Once the Ning family detected any abnormalities, they would definitely take action immediately. Hey, Qingyuan, it would be great if you could be here. Perhaps you would be able to witness our academy students defeat the servants of those fake gods with your own eyes. There was a momentary trance in the vice president's eyes, and then a gratified smile appeared on his face. The 100 Mystical Arena was surrounded by spatial barriers and isolated from the outside world. The manifold profound azure dragon turned into a beam of dragon light and entered Lin Chen's body. He had used 50 points of intermediate rune energy and half of his battle force had been drawn out. A shadow clone appeared beside him. "Oh, is this the doppelganger technique that you're so proud of? It does have some tricks up its sleeve." Chen Lingxi was slightly surprised. The moment Lin Chen's illusion doppelganger appeared, he slowly bent down and drew his saber. Although there was no saber in his hand, for some unknown reason, a peerless sharpness began to faintly brew within him. 5 transformations. Lin Chen unleashed the 5 transformations of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation in one breath. His aura stopped at the 5th level Yuan Venerate realm, and his 5th illusory battle force natal palace was already 4/5 formed. He was just a step away from entering the initial 5th level. Lin Chen's doppelganger also received the boost of the 5 transformations, and its cultivation rose to the peak of the 4th level. However, Lin Chen swallowed a mid-grade Tier 6 purple spirit source gathering elixir and frantically circulated his cultivation technique to absorb the spirit chi. His talent points were depleted by 2,000 points. Ultimate moment. This time, Lin Chen and his doppelganger were surrounded by a faint green glow. He had even used the ultimate moment on his doppelganger. This time, Lin Chen and his doppelganger used the ultimate moment at the same time. Since the other party wanted to go all out, Lin Chen would use his full strength in this move. What a terrifying consumption of battle force. If I use this battle technique at full strength, my battle force will be depleted within a few moves, let alone 2 minutes. I still have to rely on elixirs to barely keep up with the consumption. Lin Chen was secretly shocked. Although the trump card, the ultimate moment, was strong, the consumption of battle force was too shocking. The doppelganger's doppelganger also consumed a huge amount of battle force. Using these 2 moves together, even the 9 calamities of creation would not be able to handle it. Rumble. A scroll of sword chi rolled out from the top of Chen Lingxi's head, and as it spread out, there were actually a myriad of strands of sword chi surging in the sky. They converged into numerous rivers of sword chi, and they emanated a sword move that covered the sky and covered the moon. The sword aura divided the crystal walls of space, splitting heaven and earth. It was as if the shocking sword chi of the primordial era was brewing in the river of stars. The entire 100 mystery arena was on the verge of collapse. Who would have thought that this so-called agreement of one move would actually make these 2 reveal their full strength? Chen Lingxi had already sensed Lin Chen's extraordinariness midway. At first, he was disdainful, then astonished, and finally solemn. He had already completely regarded Lin Chen as an opponent on the same level. He could not be careless. The quasi-grade 7 sword, Extreme Spirit Illusion Fault, was like a vortex, gathering all the sword aura above his head. Tens of thousands of sword chi surged, condensing into the sword. Sword Falling Galaxy Extreme Day. Chen Lingxi suddenly shouted coldly, raising the Extreme Spirit Illusion Fault with both hands and chopping down vertically. Sword cutting the void. Sudden descent of the galaxy. In this world, an extremely bright aurora of day seemed to appear from the void. It was like a rotating crescent moon, furiously chopping down, illuminating the entire sky. Die for me. Lin Chen's shoulders suddenly shook, and his aura soared into the sky. The 8 heavenly tribulation battle bodies were all activated, and his aura looked down on the world. Brilliant demon worships the heavens. The brilliant demon, who had transformed into dark flames, appeared in the world again. His hands furiously stabbed out, and the 5-colored dragon light condensed into a blazing dark spear light that spun and stabbed out. At this moment, Lin Chen's rune energy showed an unprecedented drop. It actually decreased by 1,000 points in one breath. Charge, penetration, slow, and illusion rune, the 4 trump card runes were activated at the same time. The moment the dark flame's spinning spear lightstorm was about to collide with the sword light of day, Chen Lingxi's pupils trembled with fear. He clearly saw that the moment Lin Chen's main body stabbed out, his illusion doppelganger swung his saber. 10,000 soul slash. The saber was unsheathed, and it was like an eternal night had descended. It was faint and dark, as if it wanted to silently annihilate everything in the world. The saber cut through the void, and the saber mark left behind was like the reincarnation of the night. He could not be wrong about this saber strike. It was even more impossible for him to forget. It's young master Hun Morbai's eternal night saber and soul-slaying slash. How could young Master Hun Morbai's saber technique and saber be on this brat? Just as he was filled with doubts, Lin Chen's 10,000 soul slash and brilliant demon worships the heavens surged forward. It shook the clouds and created a purple-black energy storm, and the explosion wreaked havoc on the entire stage. No, not good. My sword technique can't withstand his attack. Just as Chen Lingxi was shocked and panicked, his entire body's battle aura surged, and a spatial jade slip flashed out of his spirit storage ring. He wanted to activate the spatial jade slip to escape from the void, but a grey talisman shot out. The space within 10,000 feet of Chen Lingxi became stagnant, and even the flow of spirit energy became as slow as a turtle. The threat of death quietly gripped Chen Lingxi's heart. Chapter 457. The dark flame spear light destroyed the Star River sword chi, and the sword chi's remaining charm was cut into nothingness by the dark saber mark. The saber mark faced Chen Lingxi, who was suppressed by the slowing rune, and disappeared in a flash, annihilating all things in silence. Chen Lingxi's neck, head, and whole body were covered with faint black cracks. The moment before the two's battle skills collided, all the battle emperors in the arena could see the difference between 1 and 4. The two battle emperors of the Ning family and Ning Yuntian wanted to force their way into the arena and protect Chen Lingxi. However, other than the space enchantment set up by the Ning family, there was also a mysterious space distortion that suppressed all the battle emperors who wanted to enter the arena. Is it you, Vice Principal of the Heavenly Song Academy? Ning Yuntian frowned and turned to look at the Vice Principal. At this moment, she had a faint smile on her face. If Chen Lingxi died here, the Ning family would be in trouble. Inside the void arena, the speed at which Lin Chen's doppelganger unsheathed his blade was extremely fast. Other than a few combat emperors, no one noticed his eternal night battle blade. Those who had the ability to notice it were all focused on Chen Lingxi. When the blade marks covered Chen Lingxi's body, blood spurted out. Before he died, he was filled with disbelief and fear. How could a human possess such terrifying strength? What made him unable to rest in peace was why young Master Hun Morbai's blade appeared in the hands of this mortal. Don't tell me, he made young Master. Before he could finish his words, Chen Lingxi's head was separated from his body. He died, and a large number of attribute light balls rolled out. Host has killed a strong enemy. A special reward system has been triggered. 1 purple crystal treasure chest has been obtained. A purple light pillar appeared out of nowhere, and a purple light-filled treasure chest was rotating inside the light pillar. All the battle emperors of the Ning family and below were filled with fear and disbelief. One move was enough to determine life and death. And Lin Chen, as a mortal, actually killed Chen Lingxi, who was a servant of God. Lin Chen quickly removed the 5-layer transformation and ultimate moment. He was panting, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be suppressed. The previous move could already be considered Lin Chen's full strength. 9 brilliance transformations, 5 transformations, 2 ultimate moments, penetration, delay, charge, and phantom rune. He also used the 2 purple tier battle skills, the Eternal Night Saber and the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear. Chen Lingxi's escape was sealed by the rune of deceleration before he died. With his foundation and battle chi, it was impossible for him to withstand 20% of the penetrative power of the brilliant demon worships the heavens, as well as the power of the 10,000 soul slash, which was almost perfectly preserved by his clone. Instant kill. There was no doubt that no one below the 8th level of the Yuan Venerate realm could withstand Lin Chen's ultimate moment head-on. Even an 8th level Yuan Venerate might pay a fatal price. Even a late-stage 8th level Yuan Venerate elder looked at Lin Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. This kid's strength was too dangerous. Many members of the Ning family felt their scalps go numb when they thought about how this young man was only 20 years old. No wonder this person could become a person who changed the history of the spiritual state. He deserved his reputation. Forget it. We'll just push Chen Lingxi's matter to the Sky Song Academy and Lin Chen in the future. The problem is how to get these people to leave. The deputy dean doesn't seem to have any intention of changing her stance. Doesn't she know the consequences of offending a deity? Ning Yuntian gritted his teeth. The deputy dean's attitude was the most important thing. Once she got angry, The entire Ning family would have to use all their resources to stop her. Lin Chen put away the Eternal Night Saber at lightning speed and picked up all the attribute light balls and treasure chests. Host has received 2,320 Battle Chi Essence, 2 points of Mind Power, 900 points of Blood Essence, 100 points of Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 500 points of Heaven Path Value, 400 points of Talent Points. Host has received a special attribute light ball. After absorbing it, Host will receive a low-level purple-level Cultivation Technique, Myriad Star Sword Technique. The Battle Chi Essence from killing Chen Lingxi had improved Lin Chen's cultivation slightly. However, he had not broken through yet. The accumulation required to break through to the 3rd level Yuan Venerate realm was far greater than when he was at the 2nd level. When Lin Chen took Chen Lingxi's Spirit Receiving Ring and Spirit Illusion Sword and opened the purple crystal treasure chest, he was completely stunned. Host has opened the purple crystal treasure chest. Host has received a talent fragment, Godslayer Fragment, 3/3. The Godslayer talent fragment has been collected. It has been automatically integrated into a complete talent and has been stored in the talent column. Please check behind you. The integration of the Godslayer talent was completed. The last Godslayer fragment was in his hands. This was the weakest talent in the history of the system update. However, as long as the conditions were met, it could be the strongest active talent. I actually got the Godslayer talent. Damn it. Ha ha ha. Ning family, it seems like I have no choice but to leave with Qing Xian this time. If all the powerhouses of the Ning family are alarmed and I activate the Godslayer and join forces with the Deputy Dean, let's see who in the Ning family will be able to stop me. When the complete version of the Godslayer talent was recorded in his mind and spiritual memory, Lin Chen's heart was in turmoil. His eyes were blooming with an even more domineering and invincible lofty flame. The calculation method of the Godslayer talent was based on the number and quality of the enemies. One enemy could increase the host's strength by 1-fold. If the enemy's cultivation base was higher than the host's by more than 2 cultivation bases, the actual cultivation base would be used to calculate the increase in strength. If there were 3 enemies, the host's combat strength would increase by 6 times. If there were 10 enemies, the host's strength would increase by 50 times. If there were 50 enemies, the host's strength would increase by 600 times. The more enemies the host had, the more heaven-defying the host's cultivation base would be. This was only the increase in numbers. If there was a huge gap between the host's and the enemy's cultivation base, the host's strength would also increase by a considerable amount. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in Lin Chen's heart. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and spoke slowly as he looked at Ning Yuntian. Now that the number 1 hindrance is gone, Ning family head, I will ask you one last time. Are you going to hand him over or not? Lin Chen looked at Ning Yuntian with a calm and deep gaze. His tone was even more steady and reserved. In a way, Lin Chen could threaten a late-stage 9th level Yuan Venerate in a one-on-one fight. However, in a group fight, he wasn't even afraid of a war emperor now. Lin Chen might not be able to defeat a late-stage 9th level Yuan Venerate, but if he were to face a group of late-stage 9th level Yuan Venerates, he would beat them all to death. From this kid's expression, I can see that he has a faint desire to fight me. What's going on? This is completely different from before. Ning Yuntian was shocked. Lin Chen's calm gaze no longer showed signs of going berserk like before. Instead, it was more of a change in his state of mind. This change couldn't have come so suddenly. He definitely had something to rely on. It seems like this kid has had a new fortuitous encounter. The Deputy Dean was meticulous and meticulous. He naturally noticed the change in Lin Chen's state of mind and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Chen no longer used the excuse of a marriage proposal. He had already gotten straight to the point and asked Ning Yuntian to hand him over. His stance was very clear. If Ning Yuntian didn't hand him over, he would fight. The expressions of the Ning family elites instantly became solemn. Hundreds of Yuan Venerates floated in the air, and more than 20 of them were 8th level Yuan Venerates. Chapter 458. While Lin Chen was stirring up a storm in the Ning family, on the other side, the Yang family was experiencing an even more horrifying chain. Tens of thousands of miles away from the Ning family, at the border of the spiritual state. There was an empty space crystal wall, and inside it was an independent spaceplane. The spiritual energy was dense, and the vast spiritual mountains were covered by clouds and mist. The pavilions were like palaces in the sky, and it was as beautiful as a fairyland. This was the spaceplane created by the Yang family, and it was the exclusive space territory of the Yang family. Boom! Suddenly, blood clouds rolled in the spiritual mountains, and blood thunder filled the sky. It was as if a catastrophe was coming. All the masters of the Yang family woke up from their secluded cultivation. What's going on? Is this the sign of death? Did a master of the Yang family die? The heaven and earth trembled, and blood rain fell. This is the sign of the death of a battle emperor. Many masters came out of their secluded cultivation and gathered in the 1,000 calculation pavilion of the Yang family. Many masters gathered in the pavilion, and some of them were battle emperors. It's Elder Yang Ming. He passed away on the star platform. Elder Yang Ming died from overexertion. He died. He only left a note before he died. At this moment, 2 figures came in through the door, and one of them was Yang Chenyun. What note? Take it out. Some masters urged. Yang Chenyun opened the note in her hand, and there were only a few incomplete words written in blood. The catastrophe is ahead of schedule. 20 years turned into 2 days. 2 days later, the Yang family will be annihilated. We must migrate. The only way to protect ourselves is the Heavenly Song Academy. Seeing the words on the note, all the masters in the hall were shocked. This is more than 20 years earlier than the predetermined time of the catastrophe. Did that thing come out so soon? Migration? How can we migrate like this? How can the heritage of our Yang family be transferred in 2 days? This is a matter of King life and death. Why are you guys still thinking about such nonsense? You know nothing. Those are the inheritances of the fortune tellers left by our ancestors, and our clan is the only one left in the spiritual state. If they are destroyed here, we will have no descendant. The experts in the hall immediately fell into chaos. This news came too suddenly, and no one was prepared to deal with it. Enough. What hasn't my Yang family experienced before? Look at your current appearances. Do you still look like the ancient families of the past? At this moment, the 2 old men sitting at the head of the hall berated, and the entire hall fell silent. Chen Yun, what do you think? One of the green-robed old men asked while stroking his beard. His gaze shifted to Yang Chenyun. Yang Chenyun's expression was solemn when she sensed the gazes of the many elders in the hall. Use 2 hours to bring away the inheritance of the Yang family. Bring as much as you can. At the same time, the Battle Emperor level elders will be responsible for the transfer of the people. If you can't bring anything with you, destroy it and don't leave it to the enemy. Our opponent this time is unimaginable. We must be prepared to give up everything. Destroy our Yang family's guardian formation as well. Yang Chenyun's words were shocking. Before the experts could object, the 2 old men in the hall immediately said in a deep voice. From now on, follow Chen Yun's instructions. Anyone who disobeys will be blocking the last hope of the Yang family's survival. Logically speaking, those who violate the Yang family's rules will be punished with the highest punishment. This old man will personally execute the punishment on the spot. Once the 2 old men's orders were given, many of the Yang family's experts gritted their teeth and turned into streams of light to teleport away. At the same time, in the 100 mystery arena of the Ning family, Lin Chen, the Ning family welcomes you as a friend. However, the Ning family is also not afraid of you as an enemy. Even if you have the protection of the Deputy Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in the Ning family. Ning Yuntian finally tore off his gentlemanly disguise. His expression was cold and indifferent. The battle chi in his palm was already aimed at Lin Chen. Today, unless the Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy comes personally, no one can take away Ning Qingxian. 2 streams of light streaked across the sky. It was another 2 Battle Emperor level powerhouses of the Ning family. Seeing the figures floating in the sky, everyone in Class 66 was shocked and dignified. This was the foundation of an ancient family. Normally, the Supreme Battle Emperors would appear one after another, and there were more than 100 yuan venerate. It seems that we have nothing to talk about. Lin Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Just as he was about to go all out, a woman's shout stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Ning Qingxian. Ever since Lin Chen killed Chen Lingxi with one move, the battle chi seal he left in the palace had disappeared. Why are you so silly? Didn't I tell you not to interfere in my business? Ning Qingxian hurriedly stepped into the air and flew to the 100 mystery arena. Although she was touched, she was more worried. I never change my mind easily. I came here this time only to take you away. Lin Chen grabbed Ning Qingxuan's fair arm with a serious expression. The Battle Emperor level elder wanted to take action but was temporarily stopped by Ning Yuntian. Hearing Lin Chen's reply, Ning Qingxuan's heart warmed and her tone was gentle. Lin Chen, I'm really happy that you came, but it's not good to start a conflict now. If we fight, it will affect countless people of the Ning family. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. I don't care so much. I'm not a saint. Right now, I just want to take you away from this hell. Hearing Lin Chen's reply, Ning Qingxuan's beautiful eyes became clearer and brighter. She gritted her teeth and said, Then have you thought about my family? You can save me, but my parents are still under house arrest in the family. If anything happens to them because of me, I'd rather give up my life. Lin Chen frowned. Ning Qingxian grabbed his palm. 2 lines of tears flowed down, but her smile was bright. There are still at least 10 years before the gods send someone to pick me up. I believe in you. You are far more outstanding than we imagined. For me and for yourself, don't be impulsive. I'm willing to wait for you to pick me up next time. At that time, you won't need to use this method again. The two's conversation was transmitted using battle chi, so no one outside the arena could hear it. In the end, Lin Chen agreed to Ning Qingxuan's request. However, he had a condition. That was to let Ning Qingxian carry his jade tablet with the battle chi imprint of the heavenly tribulation. If anything happened, she just had to crush the jade tablet and he would be able to receive it immediately and rush to the Ning family. Seeing the two's reunion and her sister's happy smile, Ning Qing who was not far away, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After a quarter of an hour, when many experts were ready to wait no longer, Ning Qingxian reluctantly stepped aside and Lin Chen floated in the air. Everyone, it's time for us to go. Although the Ning family's scenery is beautiful, they don't welcome us. Chapter 459. Hearing that Lin Chen was about to leave, Ning Yuntian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if they didn't fight. If they did, the Ning family would suffer the most. Gazing at the direction where Lin Chen and the others left, the elders were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. This kid killed the servant of God stationed in the Ning family, and he could still leave safely. Looking at the backs of Lin Chen and the others, a few battle emperors shook their heads and sighed. It must be Qing Xian who convinced him. It must be. It seems that controlling Ning Qingxuan's parents and other family members was a wise choice. This child is too smart, but there is a kind of naivety in her bones. It is hard to be ruthless. Although controlling her with her family members wasn't a good plan, the effect was the most direct. Sacrificing one Ning Qingxian in exchange for the whole Ning family ascending is completely worth it. Compensating her family afterwards shouldn't be a big problem. What a terrifying young man. In time, he might really reach the height of our Ning family's ancestor. Even if he has the power of our ancestor, it is nothing in front of the gods. Outside the Thousand Suns mountain range, the group was flying in the air. The atmosphere wasn't good. After all, they couldn't take Ning Qingxian away. Thinking that she would have to stay in that kind of environment that couldn't be considered human made everyone feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the vice principal's delicate hand flashed. She was holding a space jade slip that was flashing with light. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. It seems that there is an urgent matter at the institute. I have to return to the institute first. Do you want to leave with me? Lin Chen and the others looked at each other, then smiled and said, This place is quite close to the Han clan. I plan to make a trip to the Han clan first before going back. Taking the best alchemy handprint from their clan for no reason, I don't want to owe them anything. In that case, the three of you will follow this group of little guys. The vice principal told Meng Qianmo and the other two higher-ups. Her beautiful figure trembled slightly, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. With Han Ziyun and Han Yizhi leading the way, Lin Chen's group headed to the Han residence first. At this moment, an unprecedented change quietly unfolded, and the history of the spiritual state turned to a new page. One day later, a large-scale battle broke out in the northwest area of the spiritual state without any warning, and countless lives were lost. Within the ancient Yi family, a large number of experts were fighting amongst themselves. However, they were quickly suppressed by one side. Apart from this, there were also some hidden old monsters who noticed traces of the Bai clan in the Yi clan's territory. It was extremely strange. North region, Ling family territory. Rumble. Numerous mountain ranges were flattened by the battle chi that flashed past in an instant. A battle emperor of the Ling family was shaken to the point of spitting out blood and retreating, his eyes filled with disbelief. Sky Dragon, Ming Wei, are you two old fellows crazy? You actually helped the Bai family attack me? Two majestic silhouettes appeared in the air. They were also combat emperors. Ha ha ha. We are not working for the Bai family. We are working for the great new god. The two combat emperors laughed wildly. Their laughter shook the wind and thunder, and the clouds within hundreds of thousands of miles changed color. The people were so shocked that they could only crawl on the ground and tremble, thinking that a large-scale disaster was about to befall the world. Those respected Yuan venerables trembled in fear and didn't dare to act rashly. They didn't even dare to fly to the outside world to see what was going on. Damn it, I want to see what kind of *T this new god is. The Battle Emperor's shoulders shook as battle chi filled the air and turned into a rolling river in his palm. He was about to fight again when he suddenly froze on the spot. High up in the sky, at the top of the clouds, 16 figures appeared faintly. Every single figure that stepped forward was like a primordial being that covered the heavens and the earth, and it shook the space to the point of ceaselessly shaking and tearing apart. Even the heavens and earth were trembling. The person in the lead fluttered like an immortal as she slowly descended. Strong winds danced as her veil fluttered in the wind. She was as beautiful as a profound immortal that had descended to the mortal world. The beautiful woman's jade-green eyes flickered as her pupils flashed with the flames of creation and destruction. 15 Battle Emperors. The Battle Emperor of the Ling family sucked in a breath of cold air. In the entire spiritual state, there were no more than 3 ancient families that could bring out such a lineup. Rumble tilde tilde rumble tilde tilde. The 15 battle emperors above the clouds attacked at the same time. Their battle chi merged into one as if it was connected to the heavens and earth. Their palms pressed down together, crushing the void and shattering the heaven and earth. An earth-shattering battle chi reversed and suppressed the battle emperor of the Ling family, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. His eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. His palms turned into crystal-like battle chi and pushed forward, shattering the void within thousands of miles. He was fighting back against the 15 battle emperors with his own strength. You are really tenacious. But, die. The other 2 battle emperors of the Ling family sneered. They put their palms together and their fingertips turned into a sword that could split the heaven and earth, cutting off the battle emperor's attack. The moment his attack was cut off, the battle emperor of the Ling family was killed by the combined attacks of the 15 battle emperors and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Woo tilde woo tilde woo tilde. The chilly wind filled the sky and the blood clouds rolled. Endless blood rain fell from the sky and the blood clouds covered thousands of miles. Countless mournful cries could be heard from the heavens and earth. This represented the fall of an emperor. My lord, the Ling family has been suppressed. The other 2 battle emperors of the Ling family turned around and cupped their fists respectfully. Yes, with our current strength, we can take down the Lung family and the Xie family along the way. I think we should be able to eliminate one of our biggest threats, the Yang family. The beauty in the white dress smiled faintly. She flicked her sleeves and asked, other than the Yang family, which other forces have not absorbed my seed? One of the battle emperors hesitated for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, My lord, even the powerful Heavenly Song Academy has absorbed your seed. If we really want to count, there is only the Han family left. However, the Han family is no longer an ancient family. They have not touched the sacred flame for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps there is still a battle emperor and a few Yuan venerables in the family. Oh! If the entire family has not absorbed the sacred flame seed, they will not be able to coordinate with the outside. This is a bit tricky. You will personally lead a team of 100 Yuan venerables and destroy the Han family. After that, we will gather our strength and destroy the Yang family. After that, we will gather at the Heavenly Song Academy and unify the spiritual state. The beauty in the white dress said coldly. One of the battle emperors immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fists to accept the order. More than 10 battle emperors followed the beauty in the white dress and headed towards the Yang family. What was even more frightening was that after the battle emperors, thousands of Yuan venerables appeared in the Ling family and suppressed all the forces of the Ling family. If there was anyone who resisted, they would be killed on the spot. An unprecedented storm began to sweep across the entire spiritual state like a plague since the ancient times. Almost 90% of the ancient families were not spared and were involved in this unprecedented storm. At this moment, the blood clouds of the fallen emperors began to spread across the spiritual state. The entire spiritual state was plunged into fear and despair at an unimaginable speed. Chapter 460. 1 day ago, before the spiritual state was in chaos, at the Han family after Lin Chen arrived at the Han family, he changed the complicated process of many high-level elixir recipes for the Han family, making their elixir recipes simpler and easier to make. He even gave the Han family several precious level 6 elixir recipes that he had personally engraved. This was the style and value of an alchemy grandmaster. Even if he didn't make elixirs, Lin Chen's experience and knowledge were the value of an alchemy grandmaster. He only needed to teach others, pass on his experience, and change the elixir recipes, and many people would be obsessed with him. This was the value and power of an alchemy grandmaster. The reason why a level 6 alchemy grandmaster could enjoy the high-end treatment of ancient families was that even if they couldn't make rare level 7 elixirs on their own, they were qualified to assist level 7 alchemists. With the help of an assistant alchemist, the chances of making level 7 elixirs would increase. Without a doubt, with Lin Chen's current alchemy skills, he would be treated very well wherever he went in the 9 states. Inside the secret chamber of the Han family, Lin Chen closed the ancient book in his hand. With his current status, the Han family, he had long been the hope of the Han family, went to the Sutra Pavilion on the highest floor of the Han family and obtained many secrets of the past. Firstly, after the 9 states continent was divided into 9 continents, they were the blood state, underworld state, heaven state, spirit state, cloud state, Danju, barren state, Ming state, and the godly land. The blood state was one of the most chaotic states, and it was full of killing and cruelty. Except for a few areas that lived in peace, it was full of killing and looting. Strength was king, and the law of the jungle was the law of the jungle. It was a state with the fewest human civilians. The underworld state had the most ancient ruins, and it was a paradise for netherworld explorers, but it was also a hell. The Han family, there was a record of an injured Saint Realm warrior hiding in the underworld state in ancient times. The heaven state was a place where martial arts inheritances flourished, second only to the godly land. It was the most peaceful place where emperors settled troubled times. The spirit state was the weakest in the 9 states, but the number of ancient families in the 9 states was second only to the godly land. It was said that some powerful ancient families had moved here. The Cloud Province was popular in the 9 provinces, and it was one of the provinces with the most outstanding and most number of weapon-forging masters. It was rich in all kinds of top-notch treasures and weapons, and it was a paradise for many large merchant groups that crossed provinces. The Pill Province, as its name suggested, was a great province that had been passed down since the Primeval times. It possessed many secret pill refinement inheritances and the best pill refinement hand seals in the 9 provinces. It was said that there were even 1 or 2 high-level purple rank pill refinement hand seals that had been passed down since the Primeval times in the Pill Province. The barren state was a paradise for ferocious beasts. The most terrifying and powerful ferocious beast forces existed in the 9 states continent. It used to be the great barren region of the 9 states continent. It was also the most vast of the 9 states continent. There were relatively few human forces there. The Ming Prefecture was a large prefecture like the Sky Prefecture. It was relatively peaceful and had the inheritance of ancient fortune-tellers. It was the only prefecture with many fortune-tellers. Fortune-tellers from the Ming Prefecture would be treated as VIPs in the other 8 prefectures. The Divine Prefecture was the central region of the 9 states continent. It was the most prosperous and top-notch existence in all aspects. It was also the only prefecture in the 9 provinces that had descendants of gods. The number of experts was several times that of the other prefectures, and there were many historical relics of the human race. The above was the information that Lin Chen obtained from the Han family. As a former top-notch ancient family in alchemy, the Han family's information was not even available in the Heavenly Song Academy. It seems that my strength is still far from enough to go to the Divine Prefecture. I have to hurry up and improve my strength. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, opened the system, and clicked on the fusion function. System, I want to fuse all the skills that I have now. The host has 17 top-notch blue rank battle skills, 5 half-purple rank battle skills, 2 incomplete purple rank battle skills, 1 low-level purple rank mental cultivation method. If all of them are fused, 9,000 Heaven's Path points will be consumed. The skills that come out of the fusion are completely random. Does the host confirm the fusion? Confirm. Boom tilde tilde ding tilde. The crisp sound shook Lin Chen's spirit. A brand new skill was born, and the system screen opened. Low-level purple rank supreme grade, support type skill, wood spirit essence skill, battle chi essence, vitality absorption, wood spirit essence, endless vitality, tenacious and indomitable. It can help the cultivator recover from injuries quickly. External injuries are secondary, and internal injuries are best. After reading a little about this skill, Lin Chen immediately glowed with a different spirit. What a powerful skill! I already have the true water origin scripture as a recovery technique. With the water calamity battle body, the true water origin scripture's recovery ability is still extremely strong, but its main use is to heal external injuries. However, this technique is mainly used to heal internal injuries, and it can also condense the inside of my body to become even tougher. When the time comes, I'll have 2 great skills, one external and one internal. The division of labor is clear, and I won't be tired, ha ha ha. Overjoyed, Lin Chen tapped on the system and consumed 780 intermediate technique soul essences to proceed with the inheritance of the technique. After his spiritual power reached the mid-level of Transcendence realm, Lin Chen's speed of inheriting the skill from the system became much faster. Lin Chen would never complain about having too many skills that could strengthen his vitality. Who would complain about having too many auxiliary skills that could save one's life? After a night, Lin Chen perfectly inherited the wood spirit essence skill. When he opened his eyes, there was a hint of green between his eyebrows. It was as if 10,000 trees were welcoming the warm day of spring, and they were reborn. Lin Chen's battle chi natal palace and internal organs were all covered with a layer of light green film that was overflowing with spring, protecting the inside of Lin Chen's body. This skill actually has a special effect. It can allow an old tree to be reborn after being broken, and it can erupt with a terrifying vitality to rebuild the body. In the face of danger, this skill could even give Lin Chen a certain opportunity. It was indeed a supreme grade skill among the low-level purple rank skills. This fusion was very worthwhile. In the courtyard of the Han family, Lin Chen left the secluded secret room. At this time, Meng Qianmo and the others had been waiting for him for a long time. How is it? Have you finished what you wanted to do? We received an urgent message from the vice principal to bring you back to the academy immediately. Suddenly, Meng Qianmo and the other 2 high-level elders said seriously. What's going on? Lin Chen was confused. What's going on? I don't know, but from the reaction of the space jade slip, it should be a very urgent message. We have never seen the vice principal use this kind of space jade slip before. The 3 of them looked very serious. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll go back first. Have you gathered everyone? Yes. They are all in the hall. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated throughout the Han family's territory. Both the Han family's elders and civilians looked around in shock. Han family, your alchemy skills are still useful. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist, die. Mixed with the energy fluctuation that enveloped the sky, the cold voice resounded throughout the Han family's territory. Chapter 461. Wung tilde. Following the cold shout was the sound of space being sealed. Within the Han family's territory, everything within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had been sealed. Not good. Powerhouses are attacking. Meng Qianmo and the two elders were shocked. Lin Chen immediately flew into the sky with the other three following closely behind. High up in the sky, thousands of li away, a group of people slowly descended. From the looks of it, there were at least 150 of them. What's going on? Who dares to mobilize so many powerhouses to attack the Han family? More than 150 Yuan venerates. All of them are at least at the 5th level Yuan venerate, 30 of them are at the 8th level Yuan venerate, and 20 of them are at the 9th level Yuan venerate. Meng Qianmo had a rare look of horror on his face. Even the Sky Song Academy would have to think twice before facing such a force. Something's not right. The space has been completely sealed. We can't get out. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Using his purple-gold eyes, he saw that the space within the Han family had been completely sealed. Judging from the strength of the space boundary, it was not at the level of a Yuan venerate. It was at the War Emperor level. Only a War Emperor level powerhouse could achieve such a level of space sealing. Oh no, the space has been completely sealed. Even if we use the space jade slip, it will be useless. Meng Qianmo's face was grave. This time, they might really be in big trouble. Who dares to offend the Han family? Do you really think there's no one in the Han family? Angry shouts echoed from all directions of the Han family. Streaks of battle aura shot into the sky and crossed the sky. Dozens of figures stepped into the sky. They were all Yuan venerate elders of the Han family. However, they paled in comparison to the 150 people in the sky. There were less than 4 9th level Yuan venerates and only 10 8th level Yuan venerates. Most of them were at the 4th or lower Yuan venerate level. Big brother, what's going on? It seems like the Han family has been surrounded. Everyone from Class 66 flew into the sky. The Su sisters were worried. After all, the Han family still had some of the ancient family's foundations. Even ordinary ancient families would not dare to exterminate them. If the Han family retaliated, the price they would pay would not be small. Everyone, don't leave. Things don't seem to be as simple as they seem. Lin Chen had a solemn expression on his face. He had suddenly discovered that half of these Yuan venerates were from the Bai family. Other than that, when Lin Chen activated his Eyes of 9 Tribulations to spy on them, he discovered that all of these experts had one thing in common, and that was that they had all absorbed the seed of Saint Fire. The people who could be tempered by the seed of Holy Fire were at least at the level of Saint Sons and Saintesses. Even if they weren't, they would be elders with high positions in the spiritual state. To be able to gather people from different ancient families and launch such a meticulous attack, this was definitely not a coincidence. Is your Bai clan treating my Han clan like clay? Rumble. The old man's cold shout shattered the spatial crystal walls within thousands of miles. The Yuan venerates were forced to retreat again and again with grave expressions on their faces. A yellow-robed old man slowly stepped out of the shattered spatial crystal wall and stood in front of the many powerhouses of the Han family. His hands were clasped behind his back as he scanned every Yuan venerate present. Patriarch Han Shuzi has come out of seclusion. Welcome, Patriarch. Many elders knelt on one knee either on the ground or in the void. The yellow-robed old man raised his hand and looked into the dark void. Old fogey of the Bai clan, I have already shown myself. It's about time for you to show yourself. Cough, cough, cough. As expected, the Han family still has a war emperor after losing the seed of Saint Fire for so many years. What a troublesome family. A hoarse voice coughed a few times as an illusory figure holding a walking stick appeared out of thin air without any warning. It was as if he had always existed in that void. His 2 coughs caused some of the elders of the Han family with lower cultivation bases to feel their eardrums hurt. They were shocked by the strength of this old man. "Old fogey Bai Yu, what is your Bai clan up to? Who gave you the guts to provoke a dispute between ancient families? Aren't you afraid of the Yang family's punishment?" The Han family patriarch, Han Shuzi, questioned sternly. He. The Yang family? The Yang family can't even protect itself now. Under the master's control, the entire spiritual state will be unified. You are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bai Yu's hoarse voice made Han Shuzi's heart skip a beat. The Yang family had stood in the spiritual state for more than 100,000 years. Did the Bai clan have the power to touch the Yang family? Is there a big change in the outside world of the spiritual state? Just as Han Shuzi had this thought, Bai Yu flicked his finger, and a fiery light floated in the void, illuminating the entire Han family. It was the light of the Saint Fire. Well, no one has gotten the Saint Fire. Under the light of this fiery light, 3 people's bodies emitted light. They were Han Ziyun, Han Yizhi, and Lin Chen. Among them, Lin Chen's light was dozens of times brighter than the other 2. The saint marks on their foreheads were even more dazzling, like the stars in the aurora. 9 saint marks. Bai Yu's old and withered eyes widened for the first time. When he stared at Lin Chen, he revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and laughed eerily. "I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. You're Lin Chen, the most famous person in the Heavenly Spirit List conference, right? Strange, the 3 of you didn't receive the call of the Master's Saint Fire. After absorbing so many Saint Fire seeds, you can still maintain your sanity." Meng Qianmo's petite body suddenly blocked in front of Lin Chen, and the other 2 high-level elders did the same. They knew very well what Lin Chen meant to the Heavenly Song Academy. "Come here for this old man. If I offer your body to the master, I'm sure this old man will be rewarded handsomely." Bai Yu's withered hand gently grasped the void, and a giant palm made of ghost energy covered the sky and covered the sun. With endless howling chilly winds, it suddenly grabbed at Lin Chen. "Ancestral master!" Several grand elders cried out in alarm. Lin Chen was their savior, and they couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. Han Shuzi flicked his sleeves and shattered the ghost energy palm. He shouted, "With this old man here, don't even think about touching the young people of my Han family." Han Shuzi, since we dared to attack your Han family, we naturally have absolute confidence. At this moment, another icy cold voice slowly descended, causing the expressions of many top experts present to change drastically. Han Shuzi's gaze was fixed on the space behind Bai Yu, and his voice was trembling. "Late 2nd level War Emperor?" A green-robed figure slowly appeared with a sword on his back. His expression was cold and arrogant, and a disdainful sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. He scanned everyone present and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Feeling this person's gaze, Lin Chen's entire body faintly felt a piercing pain, as if 10,000 swords were pointing at him. Even if they were 10,000 miles away, they could still suppress him. 2 War Emperors. Chapter 462. 2 War Emperors, 1 late-stage 2nd-level War Emperor, and over 150 Yuan venerates. They had an absolute advantage over the Han family. Despair and helplessness shrouded the hearts of every member of the Han family. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope for the Han family's revival, but they had actually suffered such a fatal blow. Could it be that the heavens really want the Han family to die? Even an expert of the 2nd level of the War Emperor has appeared. Is the Han family really going to be unable to escape this calamity? Some Heaven Star Realm and Earth Fiend Realm members of the Han family knelt on the ground in despair. There was no doubt that they were going to die today. As long as a huge battle broke out, the aftermath of the battle would cover the entire Han family. Heaven Star Realm cultivators like them would have nowhere to run. "Sir still thinks highly of you. After all, if a faction with a War Emperor who has yet to absorb the sacred flame gathers together, it will be quite troublesome." The green-robed man with a sword on his back sneered. He glanced at Lin Chen and shouted coldly, "It's you, you little bastard. How dare you kill my son, Bai Tianqi? Die." The green-robed man gripped the void and thousands of sharp swordlights appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Lin Chen from all directions. Bang! 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 The sword pressure that could shatter the galaxy caused the three higher-ups guarding Lin Chen to retreat with heavy injuries. Han Shuzi was about to move, but Bai Yu immediately blocked his path and struck out with his palm. The surrounding void collapsed and Han Shuzi was forced to defend himself. Bai Yu smiled sinisterly. "Old man, your opponent is me. Don't think about getting distracted." Damn it. While Han Shuzi was blocking his attack, he could only watch as Lin Chen was grabbed by the green-robed man through the air. Class monitor. Big brother Lin Chen. Lin Lang. No. The beauties turned pale as they cried out in alarm. However, they could not stop the War Emperor's control. Lin Chen was grabbed and tied up on the spot, unable to move. The bones in his body creaked as they were squeezed, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. "When I see a little bastard like you, I can't wait to make you beg for death." The green-robed swordsman's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Beside him, Bai Yu coldly shouted, "Don't play this kid to death." Since he was able to absorb the 9 holy fire seeds without being controlled, there must be a huge secret on him. If we can offer it to the Lord, the two of us might have a chance encounter. Lin Chen had been captured, and everyone's hearts were hanging in suspense at this moment. However, he was incomparably calm, and even forced himself to grin. "What? Your Bai family only has a little over 100 yuan venerates and 2 battle emperors? With this little bit of strength, our Heavenly Song Academy can annihilate you in a matter of minute." Hearing this, the green-robed swordsman looked at Lin Chen with extreme disdain. "Haha, do you think that our Bai family will rely on this little bit of power to start a war? Your Heavenly Song Academy can't even protect itself when the time comes. After dealing with the Yang family, the next step will be your Heavenly Song Academy. Haha, I don't believe it. You probably rely on the wills inside the holy fire seeds to forcefully control other powerhouses." Lin Chen smiled strangely. The green-robed swordsman was slightly surprised and sneered. "You actually know? You do have some skills. No wonder you can do well in the spiritual state. If I offer you to the Lord, not only will you beg for death, but you will also be able to sacrifice my son's soul in heaven. If you have the guts, call more people over. Who do you think you can scare with this little bit of combat power? When my Heavenly Song Academy's army arrives, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay back." Lin Chen's fearless appearance made the green-robed swordsman look up to the sky and laugh as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When he thought of how arrogant this kid was and how desperate he would be when he found out the truth, the green-robed swordsman couldn't help but feel excited and expectant. "Ha ha ha, it seems like your brain has been flooded with water. Ling Qing and Ling Xiao are also nearby. Call them over and let us show you our strength." The green-robed swordsman, Bai Yunsheng, crushed the spatial jade slip in his hand. A mysterious spatial fluctuation was transmitted out and flew towards the endless void. "The Fengju dual emperors of the Ling family, Ling Qing and Ling Xiao? You have even recruited the Ling family?" Han Shuzi, who was in the middle of a fight, was shocked and lost his voice. All the members of the Han family felt their scalps tingle. Did they call 2 more combat emperors just because of Lin Chen? Crazy. Lin Chen must be crazy. The situation was already so serious, and he still wanted to add fuel to the fire. Should we kill them and self-detonate to see if we can save Lin Chen? What should we do? If 2 more combat emperors come, we won't even have a 1 in a million chance. The 2 higher-ups who were injured by Yunsheng struggled to say. For Lin Chen, they were willing to self-detonate to get him back. Don't act rashly. The strength of a late second-level combat emperor is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the most important thing is that this little fellow seems to have a plan. Meng Qianmo wiped the blood off her red lips and raised her hand to stop them. "I also think that our class monitor might have a plan. He never acts according to common sense." Everyone in Class 66 looked at each other with determination. Leng Yueqi unconsciously clenched her fists. Yun Manqing, who was beside her, held her hand. The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled encouragingly. Their beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. At this moment, a soft voice secretly entered Han Shuzi's ears. "Senior Han Shuzi, please lead the Han family to surrender. Don't fight a meaningless battle." This voice transmission stunned Han Shuzi slightly. He glanced at Lin Chen in disbelief. Could a Yuan venerate like him have a way to turn the situation around? But the problem was, if he had a way, he should use it now. Should he wait for the other two combat emperors to arrive? Was there something wrong with his brain? Rumble tilde tilde. The surrounding battle chi rushed to the sky. The many Yuan venerate elders of the Han family were already prepared to fight to the death. If they waited for the other 4 combat emperors to arrive, they would not even have the chance to drag the enemy down with them. What should I do? Should I trust this kid? He has saved the Han family many times, and he is the champion of the Heavenly Spiritless tournament 4 times in a row. Any of his achievements are unparalleled. In a split second, Han Shuzi broke out in cold sweat. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he made up his mind. Everyone of the Han family, listen to my order. Do not act rashly. Protect the last trace of the Han family's bloodline. Han Shuzi suddenly transmitted his voice as he was retreating. All the elders of the Han family thought that they had heard wrongly. What? The old ancestor wants us to surrender. Since when did the old ancestor become someone who is afraid of death? We were once an ancient family. How can the pride in our bloodline bow to others? We would rather die than submit. The elders were extremely unwilling. Han Shuzi shouted again. I will say it again. This is an order. Do not resist. Han Shuzi's heart trembled as he muttered to himself. Lin Chen, kid, I am entrusting the fate of the entire Han family to you. Don't make me unable to face the ancestors of the Han family after I die. Chapter 463. Oh! Bai Yu and Bai Yunsheng looked at each other in surprise when they saw that Han Shuzi, the most stubborn member of the Han family, had actually surrendered. Had they really thought it through? However, given the Han family's alchemy heritage, it would be a great help if they could make them submit. Could they be plotting something? That's not very likely. Their strength has been completely suppressed. We have also informed Ling Xiao and the others. Suppressing the Han family is a must. The 2 war emperors communicated privately. When Bai Yunsheng looked at Lin Chen's confident expression again, he found it hilarious. He could not wait to see the look of despair on that little bastard's face. Just as all the Yuan venerate elders of the Han family were hesitating whether to surrender, the void rippled slowly. 2 figures with blood-red battle chis appeared in the void. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? We just finished suppressing the target force. Why did you summon us? Hey! Is the Han family surrendering? 2 middle-aged men with sharp eyes and sharp eyebrows questioned the 2 of them. When the aura of the war emperors descended once again, the situation in the Han family changed again. Following closely behind the 2 war emperors was another group of Yuan venerates. There were at least 100 people, and 90% of them were 4th-level Yuan venerates and above. There were also 10 9th-level Yuan venerates. There were also 2 half-step emperors. Including the original 150 people, there were now more than 250 mid-level and high-level Yuan venerate. All the Han family members felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was over. They had lost their last chance to fight. They could only become slaves and be humiliated by others. Even Han Shuzi could not help but tremble. He was questioning himself. Had he made the wrong decision? 4 war emperors and 1 late-stage 2nd-level Yuan venerate. Even Han Shuzi could only be suppressed by such a lineup. It's fine. We called you here because this kid wants to see how strong we are. This is a big fish. Lin Chen, the 4-time champion of the Heavenly Spiritless. Bai Yu sneered. The other 2 war emperors looked at Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, it's actually you. At that moment, the Yuan venerate crowd burst into hysterical laughter. It was a cold and sinister young man. However, one of his arms was already broken. It was Ling Tian, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Ling Tian, after more than a year, he had also become a Yuan venerate and become a member of the army controlled by the Ling family. Just when everyone was interested in Lin Chen, and Bai Yunsheng wanted to see his expression turn into one of despair, Lin Chen actually smiled casually. Oh, it's you, you useless dog. You managed to escape the last time when the holy fire level tried to rob me, but I'm not sure what will happen this time." Seeing how calm he was, the 4 battle emperors were all stunned. Could it be that this kid didn't see the situation in front of him clearly? "Don't tell me you still think that the people from Heavenly Song Academy will come to save you? Ha ha ha. Even if the Heavenly Song Academy has the ability to kill us, we 4 battle emperors are enough to kill you, Lin Chen. They can't do anything to us if we retreat." Bai Yun Sheng laughed maniacally. His only son, Bai Tianqi, had died in the hands of Lin Chen. He could not wait to kill him. If it was not for the fact that he had to offer his body to that person, he would have already broken Lin Chen's arms and legs to let him enjoy himself. "No, no, no, I believe in the strength of everyone here and I believe in your words." At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly nodded and said seriously. What happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Chen was so excited that he was trembling. He swallowed his saliva and asked Bai Yun Sheng excitedly, his eyes sparkling. "Do you still have any of your men?" The 4 battle emperors were stunned. The hundreds of Yuan venerates were also stunned. The Han family was also stunned. Everyone in Class 66 was also stunned. Did he think that he was calling for a chicken? Or cooking? Did he want to cook one dish after another? This kid is crazy. Ling Xiao, the late first-level battle emperor of the Ling family, sneered. "Hehe, this little brother must have been scared silly. However, we only have so many people in this area. It's more than enough to suppress all of you." Ling Qing shook his head and laughed. Why were the young people nowadays getting weirder and weirder the more talented they were? "No more." Lin Mao sighed in disappointment, which made the corners of the mouths of many warriors twitch. "You think 4 combat emperors are too few?" Han Shuzi did not dare to act rashly. He was sweating profusely and his palms were sweaty. The 2 battle emperors of the Ling family did not look like the helpers Lin Chen had called for. Could it be that he had lost his mind temporarily? "It seems that this little guy thinks that we don't dare to touch him. Looks like this old man will have to teach him the price of arrogance." Bai Yu smiled sinisterly. A ball of distorted mind energy was spinning in his palm. Just as he was about to shoot it towards Lin Chen's forehead, the vision changed. At this moment, besides the calmness on that youthful face, there was also a raging battle intent that could overturn the heavens burning in the depths of his pupil. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed wildly, which was abrupt and strange. "What are you laughing at?" Bai Yun Sheng shouted angrily. Lin Chen's blood-stained mouth was trembling because of his extreme excitement. His voice was trembling. "I'm laughing at the fact that you sent yourselves to be killed. It would be great if a few more battle emperors came. Then I could kill all of you." Looking at Lin Chen's arrogant and sinister smile, everyone felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. Kill all of them? Was he crazy or stupid? Could it be that he did not understand the current situation? There were more than 200 powerful Yuan venerables and 4 battle emperors. One of them was even at the late stage of the 2nd-level battle emperor realm. Under such circumstances, a Yuan venerate like him was not worth mentioning at all. He would not be able to cause any trouble. However, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of lingering fear. The eyes of a few elites trembled slightly. They could vaguely feel that this kid was not joking. There are still 2 half-step battle emperors maintaining the spatial boundary over there, right? Lin Chen's gaze swept towards the southeast direction of the spatial boundary and he smiled sinisterly. "Interesting. I would like to see how you are going to kill all of us today." The green-robed swordsman, Bai Yunsheng, was so angry that he laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The difference between a Yuan venerate and a battle emperor was like heaven and earth. Not to mention a 2nd-level battle emperor. A 2nd-level battle emperor's strength could turn the most outstanding genius of the Yuan venerate realm into ashes with just a flick of his finger. It did not matter if it was a 9th-level Yuan venerate or a 1st-level Yuan venerate. Lin Chen looked at all the enemies. There were 250 Yuan venerables and 4 battle emperors. There was only one way to break out of this predicament. Similarly, there was no better opportunity than this. Lin Chen roared towards the sky. "Come out! Godslayer!" Chapter 464. An unprecedented wave of battle chi gushed out from Lin Chen's body. It was as if the universe was about to explode, and time and space were about to be flipped upside down. Bang tilde tilde, crack, crack. Lin Chen's body glowed with a crimson glow. The terrifying wave of battle chi had completely destroyed the battle chi binding by Yunsheng on Lin Chen and forced him to retreat. Even the other 3 battle emperors were thrown off balance by the sudden burst of battle chi. They had to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth were roaring, and the earth was shaking. The wind and clouds suddenly turned into an energy vortex that spun around Lin Chen. What happened? Something's not right. This brat's aura has suddenly skyrocketed. How is that possible? No matter how powerful a cultivation technique is, it can't close the gap between a Yuan Venerate and a battle emperor. Many of the elites exclaimed in shock. In just half a breath's time, Lin Chen's battle chi had skyrocketed and his aura was unparalleled. Unparalleled in the 9 prefectures. He had broken through the bottleneck of the Battle Emperor realm from the 3rd level Yuan Venerate realm. Lin Chen's short hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were as vast as the universe, as if the sun and the moon were rotating. His strength increased 10-fold, 100-fold, 500-fold, 1,000-fold, 1,000-fold, 2,000-fold, 3,000-fold. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Chen's aura had gone from the 3rd level Yuan Venerate realm to the peak of the Yuan Venerate realm, and then to the Battle Emperor realm. Throughout the history of the 9 prefectures, such a heaven-defying thing had never happened before. This was not King realm that mortals could touch. Was this the descent of a god? But it seemed like even a god did not have the power to make a Yuan Venerate realm cultivator become a Battle Emperor realm cultivator. Everyone's knowledge, common sense, beliefs, and worldview had all collapsed. It was as if an ant that was no threat to you had suddenly transformed into a giant dragon at an extremely fast speed and was facing you face to face. Lin Chen's battle chi natal palaces rose from 3 to 9 at lightning speed. Then, the 9 battle chi natal palaces shattered and transformed into endless torrential battle chi that fused into his body, creating the unparalleled battle emperor physique. His psyche was like the vast starry sky, like the stars that stretched for thousands of miles. Countless psyche seeds grew rapidly. 100 seeds, 500 seeds, 1,000 seeds. The psyche above his head that was rising steadily turned into a psyche virtual image that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It soared into the sky like billions of galaxies, shining through the ages. A slight mental wave could shatter a plane of existence. His dragon power transformed into millions of giant dragons that covered the sky. They emitted streams of dragon-shaped energy that galloped in all directions and hovered in the void. They moved unhindered in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and only they were supreme. Earth crawl. The entire territory trembled. The laws rumbled. Heaven and earth inverted. The sky trembled. The sun and moon lost their light. When the wind and clouds returned to silence, a destructive aura that could shake the sky overflowed in the void, instantly shattering the crystal walls of the space into a boundless vacuum zone. Lin Chen was somewhat intoxicated by the battle chi and pure power in his body that was several times stronger than a Yuan Venerate. Even his psyche had far surpassed a perfected law characteristic. He could see tens of thousands of miles away with a single thought. So much so that a single thought from him could instantly crush mountains tens of thousands of miles away into dust, shatter natal palaces, and transform into heaven and earth. This was the power of a battle emperor. Regardless of whether it was battle chi or pure power, Lin Chen could feel that every move he made had the power to destroy a small continent. System notification. While the Godslayer innate skill is active, any enemies killed by the host will not drop attribute light balls with growth values. The drop of attribute light balls with consumption values will also be reduced. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. However, the most important thing now was not to obtain attribute light balls, but to break through this hurdle. Everyone in the Han family stared blankly at the young man in the void. What kind of scene was that? As he walked over slowly, the wind whistled, the mountains and rivers shook, the void trembled, and his robes fluttered. The 5-colored dragon spear in his hand glowed with an unprecedented sharpness. Streaks of lightning streaked across the Han family like electric dragons, and the fire tribulation turned into an apocalyptic catastrophe that fell like a meteor shower, bombarding the sealed space boundary. The wind tribulation turned into a raging tornado, and the boundless water tribulation converged into a roaring ocean. The metal tribulation turned into a sacred sun that floated behind the young man. In the dark void, where the dark tribulation surged, the energy of the earth tribulation burst out of the ground with every step he took, protecting everyone in the Han family. Streams of wood intent overflowed and surged into the bodies of the Han family members. Bang! The sealed space boundary shattered on the spot under the power of the heavenly tribulation battle chi. Everyone in the Han family, retreat to the Sky Song Academy as quickly as possible. This is not a place where you can stay. Lin Chen smiled faintly, causing everyone in the Han family to cheer excitedly and flee. Want to run? It's not that easy. With a furious roar, Baiyu reached out with his old hand. His 5 fingers shattered the howling ghost god battle chi and condensed it into a ghostly green palm that smashed down furiously. Rumble tilde tilde. Lin Chen raised his hand and punched out. Wherever the fist wind reached, the void within 10,000 miles turned into a vacuum. He shattered Baiyu's huge green energy palm with one punch. With a pale face and a horrified expression, he retreated more than 100 steps with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. After he stabilized himself, he said in disbelief, "1 million dragon energy points. You're a body-tempering battle emperor? Lin Chen, I'll help you." Han Shuzi was about to dash to Lin Chen when he raised his hand. "Senior, leave this place to me. You go and cover everyone's retreat. I've sensed that the entire spiritual state is in chaos. Although I've protected everyone with my battle chi, it can only last for a while. We still need cover. But you..." Han Shuzi was a bit hesitant. "To the current me, they are just a bunch of rabble." Whoosh! Flowers fell from the sky. The huge eagle claw was like a world-ending disaster. Then, a finger beam shot out like a jumping star. It was Ling Xiao and Ling Qing. As Lin Chen smiled confidently, Bai Yunsheng struck out with his sword at lightning speed. The sword energy swept across 3,000 miles, and its sharpness froze the world. His sword was a genuine 7th-tier famed sword. Blue light soared into the sky. When his ancient azure sword pierced toward Lin Chen, hundreds of thousands of feet of the void collapsed and shattered. Billions of stars shot out, and the sword beam pierced through the world like a dragon. Kai. The Shura spiritual virtual image above his head was instantly in rage. With a single thought from Lin Chen, the 2 spiritual illusionary figures began chanting and unleashed 2 spiritual sound waves that could shock the world. They crushed the eagle claw and the sky-reaching finger light into countless shards of light, as easily as crushing dry leaves. Golden calamity battle chi surrounded him, and more than 1 million dragon energy points erupted. Lin Chen struck out with his spear. Boom tilde. The spear swept away the clouds, and the azure sword beam was shattered into countless starlight fragments. Even the late-stage second-grade attack was shattered by Lin Chen. The many Yuan venerates who were still unwilling to accept reality gasped and their teeth chattered crazily when they saw this scene. Lin Chen alone blocked 4 war emperors. Chapter 465. The attacks of the 4 war emperors were destroyed by the class monitor. Is this really the class monitor? This is too scary. The class monitor is actually a war emperor. This is unbelievable. I don't even dare to think about it. Brother Lin Chen is indeed a god that can never be predicted with common sense. A 20-year-old war emperor, a 20-year-old Yuan venerate is already unprecedented. What does it mean to be a 20-year-old war emperor? The class monitor is really a god. The students of Class 66 gasped in amazement. They knew Lin Chen's heaven-defying abilities better than anyone else, but they had never expected him to reach such a height. This kid is really a god. Meng Qianmo was both shocked and overjoyed. The elders of the academy were so shocked that they felt dizzy. Lin Chen's trump card was actually so terrifying. He could actually fight against 4 war emperors. The only thing that puzzled them was why Lin Chen had to wait until the 4 war emperors were present before starting the battle. Couldn't he have made his move earlier? They would never have thought that Lin Chen would have the God Slayer talent even if they racked their brains. They would never have thought that the God Slayer talent would only be at its strongest when there were more enemies. Oh my god. Han Shuzi sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw that Lin Chen had destroyed the attacks of the late-stage second-level War Emperors and the other 3 War Emperors so easily. He immediately knew what choice he had to make. You guys like to fight, right? Lin Chen grabbed the void with one hand. The dark calamity battle aura that filled the sky surged and rushed into the space of the retreating Yuan Venerate. You want to touch our people? Not so easy. Bai Yu and Bai Yunxing's expressions changed slightly. Ling Xiao and Ling Qing moved abruptly and crossed thousands of miles in a flash. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened as he activated his purple-gold eyes. The moment he connected with Lin Chen's mind power, he saw a completely different scene. Purple runes swirled around his pupils, as if there were faint golden lotuses blooming within them. Lin Chen seemed to be able to see the rapidly changing space-overlapping runes in the void. The speed at which these space-overlapping runes changed allowed Lin Chen to determine the direction of his opponent. Almost instinctively, Lin Chen activated his Dark Calamity Battle Aura and 1 million dragon power points and slammed his palm forward. Between his 5 fingers, 9 coiling dragon-like dragon veins were swirling. Dark Dragon Palm, Soul-Devouring Eagle Claw, Deadly Wind Hand, Divine Shadow Wind Demon Kick. Lin Chen's palm print that tore through the void collided with the leg shadow divine light that swept across the land with a loud bang. The space within 10,000 miles was shattered into a vacuum. Ling Xiao and Ling Qing were both pushed back a few steps by Lin Chen at the same time. Lin Chen also took 2 steps back. How did this brat know the tiny flaws in our battle techniques? The 2 of them were bewildered. Lin Chen's previous attack was actually aimed at the flaw in their battle technique. It's the Golden Eyes Twin Realm. The highest realm of the Golden Eyes Purple Eyes. I didn't expect that after my spiritual energy broke through the limit of the Transcendence Realm, I would actually step into the Golden Eyes Twin Realm for a short period of time. Lin Chen's heart was enlightened. Then, his shoulders shook, and his battle intent soared to the sky. The illusory spiritual images above his head suddenly split into 3. Azura's Fury. At the moment when the 3 illusory spiritual images crushed out endless sound waves, Lin Chen wielded his spear with one hand and performed another demon spear rend. The spear light flashed across the sky for 10,000 miles and fiercely slammed into the space where the other 2 emperors were. This brat's strength is very strong. It doesn't look like his bluffing at all. This is the true strength of a battle emperor. Don't hold back, kill him. He has such strength at such a young age. If we let him escape, he will definitely be a disaster. The 4 battle emperors attacked again one after another, but Lin Chen's 8 types of tribulation battle chi were even faster. The wind calamity tornado enveloped all the Yuan Venerates. While they were panicking, streaks of lightning pierced through the void and killed many of the 5th level to 7th level Yuan Venerates. Attribute light balls and spirit storage rings rolled down. Lin Chen's fingers curled into a fist. The moment he clenched his fist, he spoke in a cold voice. Those below the 9th level Yuan Venerate, explode. No, don't. What the hell is this? Kai tilde tilde. Bang. 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 When Lin Chen's Dark Calamity Battle Chi entered the bodies of the Yuan Venerates, it was everywhere. All the Yuan Venerates screamed in pain. In just half a breath, the chaotic energy in their bodies exploded like fireworks, completely shattering their internal organs and scattering them into the void. Every Yuan Venerate dropped 3 to 8 attribute light balls. Because of the restrictions of the God Slayer innate skill, they only dropped 4 attribute light balls: Rune Energy, Cultivation Technique Essence, Heaven Path Points, and Talent Point. Some of the elders of the Han family, who were protecting the Han family members as they left, couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw this scene. Lin Chen's move had actually killed more than 220 mid-level and high-level Yuan Venerates on the spot. This was an extremely terrifying number in the entire spiritual state. Those high-level Yuan Venerates, who had once been respected by the ancient families, had died at the hands of Lin Chen as easily as slaughtering chicken. Lin Chen's figure was like a demon king descending into the world. The remaining 29 ninth-level Yuan venerates and a few half-step monarchs were terrified as they tried their best to escape. However, Lin Chen's 8 types of tribulation battle chi wreaked havoc as if they were constructing layers of hell. They simply didn't have a chance to escape. Countless young men and women stared at the young figure in the void before they left. They were so shocked that their hearts trembled in fear. He had killed hundreds of Yuan venerates with one palm. What kind of peerless elegance was this? What kind of heroic spirit was this? His back view was like that of a supreme god, holding up the universe and looking down on the chaotic world. After today, his name would resound throughout the 9 states for all eternity. It would surpass all the miracles in the history of the 9 states human race. Roar. A dragon's roar filled the sky as the 10,000-year profound green dragon used the green dragon vanishing shadow to sneak into the void and execute the startling dragon roaming technique. It used its fastest speed to swallow all the corpses of the Yuan venerates and their spirit-receiving rings. These spirit-receiving rings were a huge fortune. For Lin Chen, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen would have to go all out to kill an 8th-level Yuan venerate. Now, he could wipe out a group of Yuan venerates effortlessly. Perhaps he wouldn't have this opportunity again before he became a true war emperor. In addition to the spirit-receiving rings, the 10,000-year profound green dragon's body came into contact with many attribute light balls that turned into streams of light and entered the dragon's body. The system screen kept popping up. Host has received 90 points of rune energy, 25 points of cultivation technique essence, 150 points of heaven path, 100 points of talent value. These attribute values were limited by the God Slayer innate skill and weren't as high as Lin Chen's when he was in his normal state. However, there were so many of them that it was still very frightening to collect them all. Rumble. Sword chi divided heaven and earth as the cold ghostly aura condensed into the color of blood. A huge bloody skeleton appeared in the sky as 2 thunderous roars reverberated through the sky. Lin Chen, you will die today. How dare you kill so many of our Ling family's powerhouses? Even the heavens won't be able to save you. The 4 war emperors were enraged. Their battle chi swept across the sky and shattered many of Lin Chen's tribulation battle chi, causing chaos in the 9 heavens. Among them, only Bai Yu was at the mid-1st level, and the 2 war emperors were at the late 1st level. Only Bai Yunsheng was at the late 2nd level. Oh, is that so? I wonder what will happen next when the God Slayer innate skill is combined with the God Slayer innate skill. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled into a devilish, wild, and cold smile. Chapter 466. Because the power boost from the God Slayer was only a function of the system and not Lin Chen's own battle chi, he could not use the Shura 9 Brilliance transformation to trigger the 5 transformation. Also, Lin Chen did not use any of his special runes in his previous attacks because the charging and penetrating runes were based on the user's strength and combat skills. Activating the special runes in the God Slayer state would consume a lot of energy. Lin Chen's 2000 intermediate runes were not enough for him to use the charging runes in a few moves. Of course, the doppelganger was not compatible with the God Slayer. Otherwise, Lin Chen would be able to defeat everyone in his current state. However, there was no limit to the ultimate moment. We've already figured out your strength. You're only at the middle stage of Tier 1, plus some brute force and spiritual power. That's all there is to it. For the 4 of us, we don't even know who will win. Thanks to Bai Yunsheng's sneer, Lin Chen knew that he was only at the middle stage of Tier 1. Chen Yuan Sword Chi. Bai Yunsheng's sword struck 3,000 miles away. He swung his sword and slashed down. Like 7 constellations, the dazzling sword chi was tens of thousands of feet wide. The sword swung in all directions and destroyed everything in its path. Senluo Heavenly Star Hand. Bai Yu knocked his walking stick. His old and withered palm penetrated the void. Tens of thousands of skeletons circled around and turned into a giant hand that was shining with starlight. Sky Rock. Ling Xiao and Ling Qing joined forces. 2 terrifying waves of battle chi were condensed and pushed out, turning into a giant wind blade rock that was thousands of acres large. It furiously struck the heavens and pounced towards Lin Chen. The space in the Han family's territory was trembling. The 4 battle emperors had all used their own purple tier combat skills. A purple tier battle skill unleashed by a war emperor, that kind of power, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it could flatten mountains and rivers. Glancing at the 85,600 talent points and 73900 intermediate rune energy that he had accumulated, Lin Chen let out a chilling laugh. What if it's like this? System, activate the ultimate moment of 10,000 talent point. Boom. The heavenly tribulation battle chi that could shake the heavens and the earth erupted. As his silver robes fluttered, crimson clouds curled around him. Deep blue light emitted from his body like stars. Lin Chen had shockingly activated the ultimate moment option that could last for the longest time. 1,000 devils pierce the heart. Azura's fury. The vast and deep shadow spear aura was endless, like a peacock spreading its tail. It was imbued with 1 million dragon power points and pushed forward layer by layer. 3 strikes of Azura's wrath shattered the universe, raging against the heavens. At this moment, Lin Chen's rune energy had decreased by 9,500 point. Rumble. Activating the charging rune, this world-shaking attack brazenly collided with the 4 war emperors' purple rank battle skills. The entire Han clan was reduced to ashes in an instant. The spatial crystal walls within a radius of 200,000 miles were shattered into a vacuum zone. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shuzi and the other Yuan venerates had evacuated the Han clan's territory quickly, all of them would have died in this collision. Although the 4 war emperors wanted to protect the remaining 29 9th level Yuan venerates and 5 half-step war emperors, Lin Chen's Azura's fury, which had been boosted by the charging rune, pierced through the chaotic storm of battle chi and killed all the 9th level Yuan venerate. The remaining 5 half-step war emperors were all seriously injured and on the verge of death. Boom. The purple phoenix wings on Lin Chen's back flapped. This time, the purple phoenix wings had completely reached the limit of life genes. It was thousands of feet long and hundreds of feet wide. It had completely displayed the divine power of the true flame purple phoenix. Coupled with the purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen took a step forward and activated the astral treading teleportation technique to leap through the void. Using the divine movement technique, he traveled tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen unleashed a series of palm strikes and unleashed a few waves of psyche. After that, he had killed all 5 half-step combat emperors. Then, he unleashed the Azure Dragon and swallowed all the corpses and soul storage rings, taking away their elemental light balls. Whoosh! As the sword beam slashed down, Lin Chen spun in the air and smashed down with his 5 dragons' imperial spear, shattering the sword beam that came slashing down. Bai Yunsheng couldn't even protect the last half-step war emperor. At this moment, the manifold profound green dragon was almost saturated with energy. It was crazily devouring and refining the energy of the corpses. After the deaths of so many Yuan venerables, although their Yuan mansion battle chi was damaged and their blood chi couldn't compare to that of high-tier dire beasts, the quantity was still very terrifying. As a result, the pure power of Lin Chen's manifold profound green dragon soared rapidly. The dragon veins broke through 11,000, 12,000, 13,000, and the dragon veins opened wildly. Lin Chen couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. After this, his green dragon would definitely soar to a whole new level. Don't worry, the 4 of you will also accompany them. Lin Chen smiled coldly. The 5 dragons' imperial spear turned into a dragon light and disappeared into the spirit ring. Clang! 2 streams of light shot out. Lin Chen held the eternal night in his right hand and the extreme spirit illusion tower in his left. 1 sword and 1 saber, their sharpness shook the heavens. Although spear arts were Lin Chen's forte, Lin Chen, who was in the War Emperor realm, could perfectly unleash the might of the eternal night war blade. On the other hand, the quasi-7th rank 5 dragons' imperial spear was slightly inferior. After absorbing the attribute light balls dropped by 29 9th level Yuan venerables and 5 half-step martial emperors, Lin Chen's mid-grade rune energy exceeded 100,000 point. Soul-slaying, mysterious god slash. Dark calamity battle chi surged as the eternal night war saber turned around and slashed out fiercely. The space that the saber slashed through turned into endless darkness. All the light within a radius of 100,000 miles was absorbed and extinguished. It was as if everything would be reduced to eternal darkness. This terrifying battle technique made the four war emperor's hair stand on end. This had already exceeded the scope of a low-grade purple tier battle technique. It was at least a mid-grade purple tier battle technique. Extreme Spirit Illusion Tower. The Extreme Spirit Illusion Tower suddenly stabbed out. A light sword intent reflected in the darkness, illuminating the night and shattering the void for 3,000 miles. Sky reflecting mountains and rivers. Bai Yunsheng slashed out with his sword, trying to cut through the darkness. However, the saber light formed by the Dark Calamity Battle Chi slashed horizontally. The sword light that could shatter the universe followed closely behind and pierced through the space where the four war emperors were. Rumble tilde tilde. Bang. Bang. The four war emperors were sent flying thousands of miles away at the same time. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Even the late-stage second-level Yuan Venerate Bai Yunsheng was no exception. The four of them were filled with shock. Lin Chen held the saber in a reverse grip and the sword in his right hand. As the purple phoenix wings flapped, 1,000,000 dragon power points burst out. He used the astral treading teleportation technique and his body spun rapidly. Together with the Eternal Night War Saber and the Extreme Spirit Illusion Tower, he stirred up a vast storm. With Lin Chen as the center, a storm of saber and sword chi was formed. It spiraled down from the sky and swept up billions of stars. The four war emperors used their trump cards. Many palm prints, claw techniques, and ghostly sword lights appeared one after another and collided with the storm. The heaven and earth trembled, the sun and the moon dimmed. In the area where the five war emperors were fighting, sand and pebbles flew everywhere. Not even a blade of grass grew. The ground sank and the sky cracked. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. Wherever it went, mountains and rivers were flattened. Chapter 467. Lin Chen was alone. With a saber and a sword, the four combat emperors were forced to retreat. They couldn't believe that they would be defeated by a junior after living for such a long time. The more the four emperors fought, the more shocked they became. Each of Lin Chen's combat skills were practiced to perfection, even more perfect than these veteran combat emperors who had lived for tens of thousands of years. There were almost no flaws in each of his moves. What was even more frightening was that Lin Chen had temporarily reached the highest level of his purple golden pupils, the golden pupils twin. He could predict the movements of the four combat emperors by using the spatial ripples and the fluctuations of his battle chi. In addition to Lin Chen's terrifying speed when he activated the ultimate moment, the four combat emperors were completely defeated. Lin Chen was suppressing the four combat emperors. They couldn't even split up and adjust their formation. Lin Chen, who had activated the God Slayer, was able to fight the four combat emperors head-on. Now that he had entered the ultimate moment, the energy of the runes could support Lin Chen to increase the power of his combat skills by 4 times. No matter how the four combat emperors fought, Lin Chen, who had the innate talent of the God Slayer, had the runes to increase the power of their combat skills by 4 times. It was impossible for Lin Chen to maintain the ultimate moment. It was also impossible for the four combat emperors to attack by harassing them or relying on Bai Yunsheng's late-stage second-layer cultivation base. Because Lin Chen had millions of dragon power points, his mental strength had reached a level above the Transcendence realm. 8 Huang Palace, Spirit State. Many experts were in a chaotic battle. At this moment, the 8 Huang Palace was being suppressed by the army led by the Bai family. Damn it! These bastards from the 8 Huang Palace are really difficult to deal with. A half-step combat emperor of the Bai family was pushed back by an elder of the 8 Huang Palace and cursed. Suddenly, the sky rumbled. The half-step combat emperor of the Bai family raised his head and saw a few beams of light intertwining. He had found his elder, Bai Yu. Grand Elder Bai Yu. It's great that you are here. Thank you for helping us suppress the 8 Huang Palace. Bang. Boom tilde. A watery moon sword beam shot out like a shooting star. The half-step combat emperor saw with his own eyes that his emperor realm warrior, Elder Bai Yu, was sent flying several thousand miles away by the sword beam. The sword light's aftershocks pushed back the mountains in all directions, flattening thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. What? This sword strike startled the experts of the 8 Wind Palace, causing them to stop their battles and stare at the figures flying towards them from the east. A total of 5 War Emperor auras that could destroy the heavens and earth swept across the starry sky. The 5 of them intertwined with one another, and one of them was even fighting against the 5 of them alone, not falling into a disadvantage at all. He was even able to suppress the other 4. His silver robe was as white as snow, and the sword in his hand glowed with boundless sword light. Every sword strike illuminated the void for thousands of kilometers, and it contained an aura that could slay emperors and slaughter demons. His saber technique was like the descent of the night sky. When the saber was unleashed, the void of the heavens sank into darkness and absorbed the sharp light of the saber. The other 4 combat emperors surrounded him and attacked him madly, but they were forced to retreat again and again. Lin Chen pulled the Eternal Night War saber and slashed out furiously. The pitch-black saber mark slashed out furiously, absorbing and crushing the surrounding space. Bai Yun Sheng slashed back with his sword, and the azure blue sword light dispersed countless dark battle chi. The sword edge slashed down, and after the saber chi swept out, a water calamity sword light that could divide the heavens and the earth flashed across the horizon like a stream of light. Lin Chen's palms formed into claws and slammed forward. When his eagle claws forcefully blocked Lin Chen's sword light, Ling Qing flashed past and punched at Lin Chen's head. The fist light suppressed the world, and the chanting of 10,000 Buddha Sanskrit could be heard. At the moment when the charging rune was activated, Lin Chen's body spun in the air like lightning, and he performed the divine shadow wind demon kick. His dragon force exploded like 1,000 dragons in the sea, and his leg kicked out like a thunderbolt. The wind calamity battle chi that cut through the void rolled out like a tornado, and collided with Ling Qing's fist light. A golden light exploded, and Lin Qing was repelled. The gloomy and cold ghost hand transformed into a giant python that shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes were as sharp as lightning. A wave of raging spirit power that could destroy the universe fiercely rushed towards Lin Chen like the wrath of Azura. It shattered Bai Yu's sneak attack. The 5 figures crisscrossed. The 4 emperors couldn't attack, so they switched to delaying tactics. However, they were defeated by Lin Chen's soul-slaying slash combined with the purple phoenix wings and astral treading teleportation. 70 to 80,000 miles away, the 8-Wind Hall and Bai family's experts were stunned, and their scalps went numb. Hiss. 1 against 4. The Ling family's wind absolute dual emperors, Ling Qing and Ling Xiao, these 2 old monsters have also appeared. He actually suppressed Elder Bai Yun Sheng. What kind of god is this? That's not right. Isn't that Lin Chen, the 4-time champion of the Heavenly Spirit list? What kind of joke is this? That's 4 war emperors. Isn't that kid just a Yuan venerate? The 8-Wind Hall and Bai family's experts all sucked in cold breath. 1 against 4 emperors. This world must be crazy. A few months ago, Lin Chen had defeated 4 purple merit rankers from Ba Huang Hall. Now, they were running away as if they had gone crazy. Damn it, this kid is already overturning the heavens at the Yuan venerate level. If he can fight war emperors, the 8-Wind Hall will be flattened by him in no time. As the pupils of the Golden Eyes twin turned, Lin Chen noticed the many Yuan venerates above the 8-Wind Hall who were fleeing in all directions. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, his figure suddenly turned, and the Earth Tribulation battle chi surged out like a storm of yellow sand that swept through the desolate land. 1,000 Desert Soul Light. The Eternal Night War saber slashed through the void, and the Earth Tribulation saber chi shot out from the tip of the saber. It traversed thousands of miles and transformed into a sandstorm of saber chi. The terrifying sandstorm of saber chi swept across the land. Every speck of sand had the terrifying power to easily penetrate the defense of a peak 9th-level Yuan venerate. The sandstorm scattered and pierced through the Bai family's Yuan venerate powerhouses. Even the half-step martial emperors were sucked into the tornado and killed. Almost 90% of the allied forces that had attacked the 8-Wind Hall were annihilated by this move. Their bodies were burning with the light of the will of the Saint Flame, allowing Lin Chen to easily distinguish who was the enemy. Although the power of this saber strike was strong enough to flatten the entire 8 Huang Palace, it didn't hurt any of them. The Wanzai Xian Green Dragon, who had entered the Azure Dragon shadow state, swept through the battlefield once again. The sword chi forced Ling Qing back, and the saber chi forced Bai Yunsheng to retreat. However, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. You actually dared to divert your attention to the others when facing the four of us. You've finally exposed your weakness. The moment the Earth Tribulation battle chi condensed into the Wanzai Shen armor, Ling Xiao sneered and smashed his claw on Lin Chen's back. Kai! Bang! Crack! Crack! Lin Chen's Wanzai Shen armor was shattered on the spot. The claw wound Lin Chen's body, and the murderous aura seeped into his body, causing Lin Chen to bleed from the corner of his mouth. Before he fell to the ground, he spun his saber and sword in the air rapidly, turning into a whirlwind of saber light as he fell into the void. Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow up with another attack, his face suddenly turned extremely pale. His legs had already disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen, who had fallen to the ground, still had a faint sneer on his face. Damn it, what kind of freak is this kid? How can he predict to such an extent? Ling Xiao was about to retrieve his legs. For someone of his cultivation level, as long as he reconnected his wounds and circulated his battle chi, there was a higher chance that his legs would be reattached. Rumble. The gung metal sword chi could destroy the stars. As it shot towards Ling Xiao, it pierced through the void and destroyed Ling Xiao's legs into nothingness. This made his face even paler. I'm not that easy to deal with. Are four war emperors that strong? Today, I, Lin Chen, will kill an emperor. Chapter 468. Our Ba Huang Palace. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation turned into nothing just like that. But it seems like most of them are dead. It seems like that Lin Chen saved us. The Eight Wind Palace's experts who had successfully escaped said with fear in their hearts. From the saber strike just now, Lin Chen seemed to know which camp they belonged to. On the other side of the battlefield, high up in the sky, Ling Xiao, whose legs were cut off, looked pale as he quickly retreated. Lin Chen activated his Water Calamity, Wood Calamity Battle Chi, and Wood Calamity Battle Chi, as well as the Wood Spirit Essence technique and the Pure Water Scripture. He was healing his wounds at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a giant energy sword that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared above Lin Chen's head and fell from the sky. This giant energy sword was covered with countless ghost-shaped battle chi. It was like an ancient heavenly rock. Lin Chen, with your injured body, how are you going to withstand our combined attack? Today will be the day you die. Bai Yunsheng shouted coldly. This was the strongest attack of the three battle emperors. It could even shake a third-stage battle emperor. We don't know who will die yet. Lin Chen sneered. When the million points of dragon power were condensed, the rune's energy decreased by 18,000 points. Circulating the special meridians of the Soul Slayer Slash, he activated the most powerful attack. Soul Slayer Slash. A dazzling reddish-gold saber light flashed out from the eternal night saber's edge. The saber chi soared into the sky and all the space crystal walls were turned into nothingness by this saber light. All the living beings within 100,000 miles, no matter if they were humans or beast. They were all frightened by the aura of death emitted by this saber light. This saber light was sad and beautiful, like the fall of dusk. The reddish-gold saber light was tens of thousands of feet wide, releasing a suction force that could swallow the stars and the moon. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed, yin and yang were in chaos, and all the living beings were sucked dry by the saber light. Boom tilde tilde. The saber light broke the giant energy sword and destroyed all the battle chi. The four battle emperors were sucked into the saber light and didn't even have the chance to escape. Crack tilde crack tilde. The sky cracked open, the space crystal walls that were hundreds of miles long. The saber chi lingered in the air and broke open all the clouds in the sky. Then, a faint blood-red cloud condensed, and a blood-red rain fell from the sky. A chilly wind howled and wailed. This was the strange phenomenon of the heavens and earth. The elders of the Ba Huang Palace couldn't help but take a deep breath and their hearts were trembling. They had never thought that there would be a day where they would witness the fall of the battle emperor. Every war emperor was a top-notch figure that emerged from the countless geniuses in the world. Furthermore, they had to have the will and courage to face death and break through the bottleneck of the war emperor realm. One had to know that to become a battle emperor, one had to first destroy one's battle chi natal palace. If one failed, one would die. How many peerless geniuses and monstrous geniuses had stopped at this step? How many peerless geniuses had been overshadowed by the bottleneck of the Battle Emperor? One could imagine how difficult it was for a Battle Emperor to be born in this world. But today, they were lucky enough to witness the death of the legendary Heavens and Earth Heavens. Everyone stared blankly at the silver-robed young man in the sky. Killing the Heavens and Earth Heavens. Lin Chen couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He used almost all of his strength in this attack and even used the rune of penetration. After the rune of penetration shattered the combined attack of the three Battle Emperors, the rune of penetration pierced through their bodies. In the sky, countless elemental light balls filled the sky and a few dazzling treasure chests floated in the air. Other than that, there were two bodies floating peacefully in the sky. Their vitality was completely gone, which made Lin Chen excited. The bodies of the Heavens and Earth Heavens. Those were the bodies of the Heavens and Earth Heavens. If the Azure Dragon could devour the bodies of the Heavens and Earth Heavens, he might be able to reach the peak of the Sixth Order or even half of the Seventh Order. Furthermore, the spirit receiving rings on their bodies were treasures among treasures. Lin Chen instantly used the astral stepping teleportation technique and rushed toward the two bodies of the Heavens and Earth Heavens. Rip tilde. Unexpectedly, a space jade slip was torn open and a golden space tunnel appeared. Bai Yun Sheng grabbed the two bodies of the Heavens and Ling Xiao followed closely behind. They entered the golden space tunnel at lightning speed. Trying to escape. Lin Chen drew out his sword again in a flash. However, the meridians in his body were throbbing with pain. Before the blade chi was released, Lin Chen's expression showed that he was in pain. This moment of hesitation allowed the two to escape with the bodies. Before they left, Bai Yun Sheng cursed viciously. Damned brat, there will be a day when this emperor will personally come and take your dog life. When that time comes, you will know that in front of me, you are not even an ant. Just as he finished speaking, the golden space tunnel shrunk and disappeared. F***ck. Damn it, almost. Just a little bit more. My two bodies of the Heavens and Earth Heavens. Lin Chen was flustered and exasperated. He cursed loudly. He had used too much battle chi in the ultimate moment and had reached his limit. Because of that moment of hesitation, he had missed the opportunity to let Green Dragon break through. Killing the two Heavens and Earth Heavens meant that the opportunity to activate the God Slayer talent. Unless he stepped into the Heavens and Earth Heavens and Earth Heavens, it was almost impossible to replicate this achievement. One could only imagine how much Lin Chen regretted. In fact, Lin Chen was already proud of the fact that he could kill the two Heavens and Earth Heavens and Earth Heavens. Every Heavens and Earth Heavens and Earth Heavens had lived for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how many trump cards they had accumulated? If the four of them had not insisted on fighting Lin Chen head-on and were afraid that Lin Chen would become their biggest threat after he escaped, they would have had the ability to escape. At the very least, 3 of them would have been able to escape. They would not have ended up in such a miserable state. The God Slayer talent is about to end. Now is not the time to hesitate and regret. Feeling that the battle chi in his body was weakening, Lin Chen tossed aside all his emotions. If he returned to his normal state, even a 9th level Yuan Venerate would be able to make him suffer, let alone a Heavens and Earth Heaven. Lin Chen summoned the Green Dragon and collected all the elemental light balls in the air. These attribute light balls were all dropped by the 4 combat emperors. Most of them were dropped after the fall of the 2 combat emperors. All of them were combat technique soul essences, runic energy, heaven's path points, and talent points. It was the first time Lin Chen had seen something of such high quality. Ignoring the attribute light screen that was popping up crazily, he reached out and grabbed the many treasure chests that were floating in the void. Host has opened the purple crystal treasure chest and obtained the active talent, Ultimate Recovery. Specified Earth Heavens and Earth Heavens can be used to replenish the host's battle chi, mind power, and flesh shell state in an extremely short period of time. The required Earth Heavens and Earth Heavens will depend on the host's cultivation, state, battle chi consumption, and other factors. Host has opened the purple crystal treasure chest and obtained the passive talent, Emperor Slayer. If the host launches an attack with killing intent, There is a 0.1% chance of triggering an instant kill mechanism that allows the host to instantly kill the opponent. It is suitable for all living beings below the heavens and earth heavens. Chapter 469. In Lin Chen's heart, the regret and vexation from before were instantly drowned by a huge ecstasy. First, it was the ultimate origin convergence talent, which was the talent he lacked the most. After obtaining the ultimate moment, Lin Chen was always in a state of insufficient battle chi. As long as his attacks were slightly more aggressive, his battle chi would immediately be depleted. As for the passive talent, Emperor Slayer, it was a little vague. To Lin Chen, this talent could only be expected and not relied on. The 0.1% chance of Emperor Slayer was 1 in 1,000. According to the known probability, it should be 1 in 1,000 attacks that would trigger the instant kill mechanism. However, if Lin Chen was facing a battle emperor in a normal state, who would attack him 1,000 times? Not to mention 1,000 times, even one attack would be a problem. Even getting close would be a problem. Forget it, at least this talent will not let my life be completely hopeless. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. After the Godslayer was removed, this talent would be the only way for Lin Chen to threaten a battle emperor. Suddenly, Lin Chen's eyes focused. Not far away, a beautiful woman was staring at him with a painful and struggling expression. Hey, it's her? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. This woman was Murong Qingxue, whom Lin Chen had saved before. Her eyes were filled with pain, intense killing intent, and hatred. There was also a trace of despair in them. The will of the Saint Flame Seed is controlling her? Lin Chen was shocked. He moved slightly and flashed to Murong Qingxue's side. His palm pressed against the beautiful woman's snow-white forehead and released his battle chi to ease her pain. At the same time, Lin Chen's battle chi flew into her body rapidly. In her spirit sea, a wisp of red fire seed was burning. The fire seed spread out like a net, connecting Murong Qingxue's spirit seed and her will. Is this the damn thing? Break for me. Lin Chen circulated the 8 types of battle chi to form a ray of light and shot it out. The red fire seed made a squeaking sound and retreated like a mouse seeing a cat. 8 types of heavenly tribulation battle chi converged into a giant net, which suddenly pounced over and enveloped the crimson fire seed. Oh! Murong Qingxue's struggling and painful expression flashed past and was replaced by her usual quick-wittedness and puzzlement. You've recovered? How do you feel? Murong Qingxue was both shocked and puzzled when she saw the young man in front of her and recalled her previous memories. I think I'm being controlled. It seems like the entire Murong family is being controlled. Lin Chen, you're actually a war emperor. Lin Chen shrugged. Hihi, I'm not that heaven-defying. I'm only handsome once, and I'll change back later. But, you saved me again. Murong Qingxue gritted her teeth. The young man who had saved her time and time again was perhaps the most complicated existence in her life. When he quietly entered her heart, she realized that he was the person she hated. But he was so unique. Time and time again, for consecutive champions of the heavenly spirit list. Even the 4 war emperors who had been famous since ancient times were not his match. How many people had such a peerless demeanor since ancient times? Lin Chen wasn't a fool. He shook his head and smiled. Why do you have to wrong yourself? Isn't it good to live for yourself? Why must you let your family or other people's grudges bind you? Murong Qingxue was stunned when she heard this. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he felt the battle force in his body gradually weakening. Let's return to the academy first. The entire spiritual state is in chaos now. I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Perhaps it's just as those 4 fellows said. They have already caused a revolution in the spiritual state. Okay. The beauty nodded obediently, her beautiful eyes flickering. Lin Chen pulled Murong Qingxue and tore through the void. He stepped into the spatial crack and disappeared into the void, leaving behind the astonished powerhouses outside the 8-wind hall. Lin Chen, who had entered the void, moved forward while assisting the manifold profound Azure Dragon in refining the boundless energy within the Azure Dragon origin source. This time, it had devoured so many 9th and 8th level Yuan Venerates, half-step sovereigns, and hundreds of Yuan Venerates. Its dragon veins had already been connected to 20,000. 20,000 veins. That was 200,000 dragon power points. This number was more than double the previous number. However, its lethality was far more than double. In terms of pure strength, the manifold profound Azure Dragon already had the destructive power of a mid-6th level Yuan Venerate. Coupled with its many mystiques, it could even contend with a late 7th level Yuan Venerate. However, its dragon veins were still constantly being opened. Lin Chen couldn't imagine the end of the Azure Dragon's growth this time. According to Lin Chen's conjecture, the revolution in this war was most likely related to the Bai family. Furthermore, they could summon the remnant will of the sacred fire seed. The will of the sacred fire seed existed in the depths of one's spirit. After accumulating for a long time, it would definitely know the host's body like the back of its hand. Once it rebounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those powerhouses who had refined the sacred fire seed before might be controlled. Most importantly, those who had refined the sacred fire seed before didn't have the protection of mysterious techniques like the Genesis scripture and the 9 calamities of creation like Lin Chen. If that was really the case, then the spiritual state might have already started a war that had never happened before in history. Based on the hundreds of thousands of years of history of the spiritual state, there were simply too many powerhouses who had absorbed the sacred fire seed before. The sacred fire seed was one of the most important resources for nurturing the young prodigies, saints, and saintesses of the ancient families. From the upper echelons of the ancient families to the young saints, everyone would probably be controlled. The Heavenly Song Academy probably won't be able to escape this. I don't know if they can survive this calamity. It turns out that the heavenly secret I divined during the Heavenly Spirit List Diviner Conference was actually this calamity. According to the predicted timeline, it would take at least 20 years before it would erupt. What exactly caused this calamity to descend on the spiritual state so early? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Chen's mind as he moved forward rapidly. At that moment, his battle chi began to decrease abruptly. Startled, Lin Chen hurriedly withdrew from the void and entered stealth mode. Battle chi transformed into 9 battle chi natal palaces from his limbs and bones. His pure power began to decrease continuously, and his mind power also began to shrink continuously. It was as if time was flowing backwards. Finally, the number of battle chi natal palaces gradually decreased to 3, and Lin Chen returned to his original 3rd level Yuan Venerate cultivation. The God Slayer innate skill had come to an end. As expected of the current version of the system's strongest innate skill. Even after removing the innate skill, I don't feel any burden from being in a weakened state. Lin Chen exclaimed as he unfurled his purple phoenix wings. At that moment, he was already tens of thousands of miles away from the academy and was not far from it. At the Heavenly Song Academy, the entire academy had fallen into a state of panic. Of course, most of the elders were still in a calm state. Over 100,000 members of the Yang family had migrated here and avoided the calamity of being exterminated. At the same time, the members of the Yang family and the Han family had also migrated along with the students of the Heavenly Song Academy. The Yang family had also revealed the secret of the sacred fire seed to the Heavenly Song Academy, shocking the academy. At least half of the Grand Elders at the Heavenly Song Academy had refined the sacred fire seed. Once they started fighting, they would immediately be attacked by enemies from the outside. Chapter 470. Therefore, the Vice Principal personally oversaw the academy and gathered all the high-ranking elders who had absorbed the sacred fire seed. If they showed any abnormalities, the Vice Principal would immediately suppress them. They couldn't even self-destruct. However, if the Vice Principal wanted to suppress all the elders who had absorbed the sacred fire seed, she couldn't participate in the battle. Without her combat strength, it would be a fatal blow to the current situation. On the other hand, what was even more devastating was that Lin Chen's situation had been reported back to the academy. You guys came back on your own. Where's Lin Chen? Why didn't you bring him back? 4 battle emperors from the Bai and Ling families appeared in the Han family. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Chen covered your retreat. A Yuan Venerate like him covered your retreat. In the secret chamber of the academy's higher-ups, Those who hadn't absorbed the sacred fire seed were gathered. When they heard the report from the Han family patriarch and Meng Qianmo, they were completely shocked. Yang Qianyun and the other higher-ups of the Yang family were also present. When they heard the situation, the high-level fortune-tellers who had seen many monstrous geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. A Yuan Venerate stopped 4 battle emperors. A young Yuan Venerate was actually able to cover the escape of the Han family from 4 battle emperors and hundreds of Yuan Venerates. Even AF King novel wouldn't dare to write such a story. If the Han family patriarch hadn't been there personally, no one would have believed it. After obtaining evidence from many parties, the Han family's answer was the same. The higher-ups of the academy reluctantly accepted this fact. But I still can't figure out how a Yuan Venerate could fight against 4 battle emperors. A few of the academy's higher-ups' mouths trembled as they muttered to themselves unconsciously. There's no need to imagine. My strength is directly proportional to my looks. The door to the secret chamber was pushed open with a loud bang as Lin Chen walked in with a chuckle. Lin Chen? Damn. Are you really fine? Can you really fight against 4 battle emperors? Oh my god, this is too ridiculous. We've been cultivating for so many years, but it's like we've been cultivating in the belly of a dog. Big brother, what happened to the 4 battle emperors? Many of the higher-ups swarmed over when they saw Lin Chen return. Idiot. How can you be so reckless? Yang Qianyun was even more anxious as she pounced on Lin Chen's body. She inspected his body from head to toe to see if there were any flaws. However, when she realized that she had lost her composure, she immediately blushed and took a few steps back. Lin Chen scratched his head and said shyly, I killed 2, crippled 1, and heavily injured the other. It's a pity that we weren't able to take away their spirit-receiving rings and bodies in the end. Damn it, I feel like I've lost billions just talking about this. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Looking at his extremely regretful expression, it didn't seem like he was lying at all. He was just like the Lin Chen of the past, who wasn't even willing to suffer a small loss. Everyone present, from the elders to the academy's instructors, stared at Lin Chen as if they had seen a ghost. Killing and crippling 2 war emperors with a Yuan Venerate cultivation base? You even want to snatch away all of his belongings? Is he even human? How could he speak like a human? Seeing that everyone was completely dumbfounded, Lin Chen awkwardly laughed a couple of times before speaking in a serious manner. Elders, you don't have to care about these things. To be honest, I was able to challenge 4 war emperors because of some secrets of mine. This is the only chance in my life. I'm still a 3rd-level Yuan Venerate, so any 9th-level Yuan Venerate would be able to deal with me. Lin Chen removed the 10,000-layer fire web art and deliberately revealed his cultivation base to let everyone know his background. Otherwise, everyone would think that he was able to challenge war emperors and would turn their backs on him when he encountered a war emperor powerhouse. Even so, everyone couldn't calm down for a long time. Judging from Lin Chen's spirit, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries or paid the price of his lifespan. In other words, he had obtained the strength to challenge war emperors without paying any price. This is too ridiculous. Oh right, what should the academy do next? Where's the Vice Dean? Lin Chen stopped joking and asked seriously when he saw that the atmosphere was no longer as tense. Meng Qianmo replied solemnly, the Vice Dean is in the space near the entrance of the Purgatory Secret Realm. He is controlling all the elders who have absorbed the sacred flame seed. The Academy plans to completely move to Tianju and Mingju. The Academy has set up a branch in Tianju and can implement the move immediately. Controlling all the elders who have absorbed the sacred flame seed. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he recalled that his 9 Tribulations Genesis cultivation technique could remove the will of the sacred flame seed. However, he didn't know if it would still be useful to the elders. Lin Chen, now that you have returned, we can all be at ease. It's time to evacuate. The incident in the spiritual state is no small matter. The Vice Dean has already instructed the entire academy to evacuate. We will move to Tianju. The fate of those who remain here is unknown, all the higher-ups said in unison. Lin Chen nodded. I know, but I have something to do before I leave. At the entrance of the Purgatory Secret Realm, inside the Secret Realm, You're saying that this little guy killed 2 battle emperors and wounded by Yunxing and Ling Xiao of the Ling family? The vice dean was slightly moved when he heard the elder's report. Yes, although we didn't see it with our own eyes, it should be true from the reports from the elders of the Han family and the 3 elders. The elders shook their heads and exclaimed. The vice dean's eyes lit up. She looked back at Lin Chen, who was channeling the cultivation technique to the grand elders in the sealed space. The vice dean couldn't help but shake his head and exclaim. She had never thought that Lin Chen could kill battle emperors at the age of 20. Before the vice dean could finish her exclamation, waves of surprise came one after another. The grand elders who were controlled by the sacred flame seed gradually regained their consciousness. What happened to me before? I only wanted to attack the people of the academy. It's so scary. I seem to have received some kind of order. I only wanted to destroy the academy. Strange. I have cultivated for tens of thousands of years and I have never encountered something like this. More and more grand elders and higher-ups regained their consciousness. Lin Chen was sweating profusely. Every time he placed his palm on the grand elders' foreheads, he would secretly channel the 9 tribulations of Genesis. As the battle chi of the heavenly calamity entered their bodies, he found the will in the depths of their mind. As the battle chi fluctuated, he crushed the will in the depths of their mind. It's done. Lin Chen sat on the ground. The grand elders and higher-ups expressed their gratitude to him. The vice dean was even more amazed. What a miraculous cultivation technique. It is indeed a cultivation technique that can create multiple types of heavenly calamity battle bodies. I'm afraid that it has surpassed the high-level purple rank. Chapter 471. This kid is indeed amazing. Our Qianyun didn't misjudge him. He is indeed the hope of the spiritual state. At this moment, a gentle middle-aged man in white walked into the sealed space, followed by 2 smiling elders in linen robes. These 3 people were the head of the Yang family, the 2nd elder in charge of the Elder Council, and the 3rd elder. Although this catastrophe is 20 years in advance, a legend has appeared in our academy. We don't know who will win yet. The vice principal smiled faintly. She waved her sleeves, and a new gentle battle chi was injected into Lin Chen's body, replenishing all the battle chi he had consumed and even showing signs of surpassing his prime. Vice principal, should I stay and fight with the academy? Lin Chen licked his lips and said excitedly. The attribute points he gained from fighting the battle emperors made him want to stay. More importantly, he could help the battle emperors who were controlled by the seed of holy flame regain their sanity. This was a crucial opportunity. No. You must leave. As long as you are alive, we still have hope. Don't think that you can stay here just because you can get rid of the seed of holy flame. The scale of this war in the spiritual state is beyond your imagination. With our current combat strength, we don't even know who our enemies are. You can't stay here. The vice principal's expression was so serious that even some of the grand elders were moved. They had never seen the vice principal with such an expression. Lin Chen's mouth twitched, and he sighed in his mind. At this moment, the vice principal opened her white and delicate palm, and a faint orange light shone out. Boom .. The entire Heavenly Song Academy could clearly see an orange light pillar blooming in the sky above the academy. The elders, instructors, and students who were evacuating all turned their heads and stared at the orange light pillar. More than a year ago, the emergence of the purple merit warrior had caused a similar phenomenon. However, this orange light pillar was much brighter than the purple merit warrior. The light pillar shone millions of miles away. All the forces and cities that were once affiliated to the Heavenly Song Academy, as well as countless panicked citizens, stared at the orange light pillar in the direction of the Heavenly Song Academy. This is orange rank. It can't be wrong. This is the light of the birth of an orange rank in Heavenly Song Academy. This is the first time in the history of Heavenly Song Academy that an orange medal student has appeared. Who is it? Who has the qualifications to obtain the orange rank? It's definitely him. Lin Chen. No one is more qualified than him. I remember that the founder of the Heavenly Song Academy, Yun Tiange, said that if an orange merit warrior appeared in the Heavenly Song Academy one day, then that person would definitely shake the entire 9 prefectures and be an authoritative figure for eternity. The spiritual state is not in despair yet. With Heavenly Song Academy as the center, all the forces and people caught in the flames of war were ignited with fighting spirit and hope. In the southernmost area of the spiritual state, the emperors appeared. Thousands of Yuan venerates and dozens of battle emperors turned to look in the direction of the Heavenly Song Academy. Heavenly Song Academy's orange medal ranker has already appeared. It seems like there are a lot of unforeseen events this time. To be able to eliminate 2 of our battle emperors at such a young age, this orange medal ranker will cause us endless trouble in the future. Those old foxes from the Yang family actually hid in the Heavenly Song Academy. Who would have thought that they would be the first to predict our next step? No matter what, let's set out and destroy the Heavenly Song Academy. Clouds move in all directions as the emperors appear. Target, Heavenly Song Academy. Inside the mystic realm, Lin Chen stared dumbfoundedly at the vice principal's beautiful smiling face and said in disbelief, This is an orange medal. Yes. I originally intended to give it to you when you reached the 9th level Yuan Venerate. Although it is still a little early, it will belong to you sooner or later. Lin Chen, you will be the first and perhaps the last orange medal ranker in the history of the Heavenly Song Academy. I believe that no one will disagree with this decision, and no one is more suitable for it than you. As the vice principal smiled faintly, all the grand elders present stroked their beards and smiled. This kid was indeed worthy of this title. Seeing that the vice principal had made up her mind, Lin Chen took the orange medal. As it trembled slightly, it attached itself to his robes as if it had a mind of its own. When the orange medal recognized Lin Chen as its owner, a new memory emerged in his mind. My name is Yun Tiange, the founder of the Heavenly Song Academy. If you obtain this medal, it will prove that you have already reached the heights that I have been waiting for. I only remember that the Zhozhou continent was established by the 100 sages of the human race. Outside of the Zhozhou continent, there are countless realms of the human race similar to the Zhozhou continent. There is also the legendary sacred boundary, the divine realm. The sacred boundary is the space where the sages shine. It is the origin of the human race's martial path, and the peak of the sacred boundary is controlled by the gods. The divine realm is the chaotic spacetime controlled by the gods. In the past, hundreds of millions of years ago, a shocking change occurred in the sacred boundary. A being that shook the gods destroyed the most terrifying 19 levels of the sacred boundary in order to find an ally. In the sacred prison, there were all the most ferocious and evil people in the sacred boundary. After they escaped from the sacred prison, they sneaked into the territory of the human race and proclaimed themselves as gods. They enslaved the human race and provided nourishment for them to repair their sage bodies. Among them, a group of sage realm criminals from the 18th to 19th levels of the sacred prison had their eyes on the Zhozhou continent. After they failed to break in, they maliciously provoked a war between the demon tribe and the human race. They started a full-scale war in the Zhozhou continent and caused the 100 sages to fall. My descendant, your mission is to eliminate all the fake gods before they can repair their damaged sage bodies. Once they completely repair their sage bodies, the Zhozhou continent will become hell with their strength that is close to the peak of the sage realm. The ancient and heavy spiritual voice shocked Lin Chen so much that he couldn't calm down for a long time. It turned out that the memory he saw in the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower was the truth of this world. The Zhozhou continent was established by the 100 sages. Those who called themselves gods in the Zhozhou continent were all fake gods. They brought disaster and war to the Zhozhou continent and even claimed that they were the gods who created the Zhozhou continent. They wanted future generations to praise the great achievements of the gods. It turns out that Hun Morbai, who I killed, was only a descendant of a fake god. You actually want me to kill those evil people from the sacred boundary? You think too highly of me, don't you? Furthermore, you only left me a message and didn't even give me an inheritance. How am I supposed to do that? Lin Chen's mouth twitched when he understood the whole story. He was just a third-level Yuan Venerate who had nothing but good looks. You actually want me to kill those fake gods that even the sacred boundary feared? Isn't this unrealistic? Chapter 472. At the thought of this, Lin Fan did something that left everyone dumbfounded. He took off the orange medal on his chest and placed it back into the vice president's palm in a very polite and obedient manner. My apologies, Vice President. I, Lin Fan, am under pressure because of my looks. You should just give me a purple merit or not at all. Lin Chen smiled and scratched his head, causing the upper echelons and elders to be shocked. Was there something wrong with this kid's brain? How many top purple merits had tried so hard to become an orange merit? This kid actually didn't want it. And he even took the initiative to return it. Fart. Ha ha ha. The vice president was thoroughly amused by Lin Chen. She, who had always been otherworldly and aloof, actually burst into laughter when she saw Lin Chen's obedient and even slightly twitching face. To Lin Fan, how could he not return it? From the very beginning, he had never wanted to be a savior. He just wanted to be free and do whatever he liked. He wanted to flirt with girls when he had nothing to do. Who the hell wanted to save the world? He wasn't Ultraman. Furthermore, he was even given a lollipop and milk when he was trying to trick children and lollis. Just a lousy medal, and he had to get rid of those fake gods who coveted the 9 states. Was he being treated as a living bodhisattva or the Holy Mother of Salvation? At worst, the 9 states would be destroyed. He could just bring his beautiful sisters and everyone from Class 66 and run to other human continents. Wouldn't that be better? Why did he have to court death? The vice president laughed for a while before wiping the corners of her eyes and saying, "Don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We naturally won't let you do this without any preparations. However, you're only a Yuan Venerate now. What we've prepared for you won't even be able to control a slightly stronger Tier 7 weapon. I don't care. Anyway, I'm not some *T good person, and I don't want to be some savior. I'll just lay my cards on the table. I don't accept any empty promises. I choose to return it. I can't afford this orange medal. I choose to be a man who has nothing but good looks. Thank you." Lin Chen's serious showdown caused the upper echelons and elders to facepalm. This was really an oddity. You can even return the goods. This Lin Chen is really a strange person. Today, we've really broadened our horizons. The head of the Yang family shook his head and laughed. He exchanged glances with the 2 elders and couldn't help but smile. All right. I'll keep this orange medal for you for now. You can decide if you want to become an orange rank cadet the next time you return. That should be fine, right? Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, the vice president shook his head and put away the orange medal. This was probably the worst day in the history of Heavenly Song Academy. The first orange medal in history personally awarded by the vice principal was actually returned by this brat. Lin Chen, it's time for you to leave. All of a sudden, the expressions of the vice principal and the elders became grave. It was as if they had sensed something. A large number of powerhouses were heading towards Heavenly Song Academy. How's the evacuation of the academy going? The vice principal asked a combat emperor elder who had just entered the secret realm. All the students have been transferred. Apart from a few students who insisted on returning to their families, all of them have left. Only the inheritance of combat techniques and some items from the treasury haven't been transferred. Don't worry. The items from the treasury will be our resources for the upcoming battle. The changes in the spiritual state and its future can't be determined with just 1 or 2 battles. They will continue to gather people, and we will also be anxious for the return of the elders who have been traveling the 9 states. Then, the vice principal looked at Lin Chen and said with a serious expression, "Lin Chen, you're different from the others who have evacuated to Tianju. Your goal this time is the firmament tower of the divine land. The journey is long and difficult, and we don't have many weapons that can help you out of danger. A large amount of resources will be used for the upcoming battle. I only have 1 item, and it can help you out of danger 3 times. Remember, it will be destroyed after it's used up, so don't rely on it." Floating in the air, the green jade ring floated in front of Lin Chen. From its appearance, it looked like an ordinary ring, not even a spirit-receiving ring. This item is called the Aquamarine Aurora Ring. I spent thousands of years refining it. It can unleash 3 late-stage combat Emperor Realm attacks. It can help you get out of danger at a critical moment, but it's up to you to do it. Lin Chen took the Aquamarine Aurora Ring and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Vice Principal, for giving me this ring. Hehe, this reward is much more practical. I will be careful. Let's go, time waits for no one. The vice principal waved his sleeve and teleported Lin Chen and the other juniors away. All of the combat emperors immediately fled to the outside world. Sky Song Academy, Sky Island 97. Class 66 and Lin Chen were the last group to gather here. Other than the elders and instructors who stayed to fight, the rest were the instructors who were the last to leave. Lin Chen found Elder Yuan in the crowd. He immediately rushed over and handed a pill to Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, I've specially concocted this pill for you. It can restore your battle chi to its peak and also heal your old injuries. Lin Chen was especially serious when they parted. Elder Yuan sighed, good lad, I really didn't misjudge you in this lifetime. Elder Yuan naturally knew that restoring one's original cultivation base and healing old injuries was a difficult task even for a peak level 6 alchemy grandmaster. Elder Yuan's painstaking efforts were not in vain for this lad to be so considerate. Class monitor, are you going to Tianju with us? Everyone from class 66 gathered and Ying Liang was the first to ask. No, I'm going to the Firmament Tower in the Divine Prefecture. I can find the fastest way to grow there. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. He still had to find the sacred god Shenlong number 47 Sage's inheritance in the Divine Prefecture. He had to go to the Divine Prefecture. Lin Lang, are we going to separate again? Yun Manqing hugged Lin Chen reluctantly. He smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, this is only temporary. Furthermore, with the sacred flame seed I left for you, you will definitely be able to ascend to the Yuan Venerate realm in the shortest time possible. You have to take care of yourself too. Lung Yueqi held Lin Chen's hand, her cold and beautiful face faintly revealing a worried expression. She knew that although she had already ascended to the Yuan Venerate realm, she would only be a burden to Lin Chen if she stayed by his side. Otherwise, given her character, she would definitely choose to follow Lin Chen to Tianju. The female students of Class 66 and Han Ziyun gathered their courage and hugged Lin Chen goodbye. Murong Qingxue looked at them enviously and bewilderedly. The male students exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. Lin Chen, I have to go to Mingju to look for an old friend. After that, I will head to the Divine Prefecture. When the time comes, we will join forces and sweep through all the geniuses in the Divine Prefecture. Yang Qianyun smiled sweetly. Lin Chen felt a sense of pride rise in his heart. He smiled and said, of course. Chapter 473. Class 66 was from the Desolate Realm, so they didn't have to worry about the upheaval in the spiritual state. Unless the war in the spiritual state ended, the border regions of the 24 domains wouldn't be in danger. Ning Qingshuan's Ning family had the protection of the so-called god, which was one of the fake gods that coveted the 9 states. Even if the war in the spiritual state broke out, they didn't have to worry about it. Lin Chen's only concern was Bai Ruoyan. Ever since the battle between Lin Chen and Bai Tianqi, Sister Ruoyan had been missing. Now that such a terrifying war had broken out in the spiritual state, how could she protect herself alone? Let's go. We'll be the last group to leave the academy. A Battle Emperor elder who was responsible for escorting the instructors and students suddenly yelled. A spatial light rose from the center of the Sky Island and turned into a spatial tunnel. Everyone entered it together. The light reversed, and everyone disappeared. As soon as Lin Chen and the others left, many powerful emperors' auras swept across the sky and descended upon the world. The vice principal led many Battle Emperor level masters to hover 100,000 meters high in the sky and looked at the blurry figures in the distance. You guys touched the master's willpower? Heavenly Song Academy, I didn't expect you to be able to do something as ridiculous as removing the willpower. I should have eliminated you guys from the beginning. An unprecedented war between emperors started in the sky above the Heavenly Song Academy. Before Lin Chen left, he didn't know that it was his sister Ruoyan who led the emperors of the spiritual state to start the war. In the floating cloud pavilion in Tianju, several figures stood at the top of the pavilion, and their auras were as powerful as emperors. I didn't expect the catastrophe of the spiritual state to come early. It hasn't been long since the Heavenly Spirit List conference started, and the spiritual state is already in chaos. Should I get involved? No. The upheaval in the spiritual state is no small matter. One side has joined forces with many ancient families. Even with the power of the heavenly state, we have to join forces with most of the forces to deal with them. Do you think we have the power to do so? The best choice is to wait and see. The 5 figures talked heatedly. Only one of them, a white-haired elder, calmly stared in the direction of the spiritual state. 3 days later, the spatial tunnel teleported them to the edge of the spiritual state, which was tens of millions of miles away from the Heavenly Song Academy. This is the innumerable spirit sea of the heavenly mountain. It is the largest sea in the spiritual state, and at the end of the innumerable spirit sea is a spatial boundary point. It is said that the boundary point is an infinitely distorted space that will devour everything. However, we only need to cross the Tian Shan mountain range to reach the border between the Tianju and the spiritual state. The leading Battle Emperor elder sighed, which immediately attracted Lin Chen's attention. Yang Qianyun said goodbye here. She wanted to go to Ming Prefecture, but she had to take another path. You guys go first. I still have things to do. After I'm done, I'll leave. With that, Lin Chen dashed towards the innumerable spirit sea. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. No one could guess what Lin Chen was thinking. However, they didn't have to worry. They were already at the edge of the spiritual state, and the battle between the battle emperors wouldn't extend so far. Lin Chen dashed into the innumerable spirit sea. The sea was vast and boundless. Even if Lin Chen used his full speed, he could jump thousands of miles in an instant. After Lin Chen's battle aura was almost depleted, he saw a dark spatial black line. At the end of the sea was a strange spatial black line that went straight to the sky. It was only about 40 meters away from the sea. The starting point of the spatial black line was an extremely small vortex. The space at the starting point was completely distorted and collapsed. It couldn't repair itself and was in a state of perpetual distortion. Just as I thought. The spatial boundary point is just as I expected. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This spatial boundary point was similar to the black hole that he knew from Earth. It was the same principle. However, although it was much smaller than a black hole, its principle was similar to a black hole. It was an infinitely distorted space. Every time the spatial boundary point rotated, it would release powerful energy waves that spread out like ripples and set off raging waves in the sea. If one got too close, even the strength of a battle emperor would be sucked in, and it would be difficult for them to escape. However, at this moment, Lin Chen began to form a shocking plan in his mind. It seems that I have to prepare a big gift for those guys who started the war in the spiritual state before I leave. Lin Chen chuckled and turned around to leave. One day later, at the bottom of the world-viewing sea in the northern region, a young man repeatedly punched out, causing the waves on the sea to surge violently. He punched a hard tunnel through the cliff by the sea. 3 days later, at the Nether Earth Sea, a similar situation happened again. In just 10 days, Lin Chen destroyed more than 10 sea areas. These were the main sea areas of the spiritual state, and 80% of the water came from these sea areas. He changed the direction of the seawater so that all the seawater in these sea areas flowed towards the innumerable spirit sea. When the sea level began to rise and the seawater reached the starting point of the spatial boundary point, the space suddenly trembled. The seawater of the innumerable spirit sea was sucked into the spatial boundary point, forming a spatial vortex that sucked in all the seawater. With the influx of seawater, the spatial boundary point began to sink gradually. It sank even deeper into the sea than its original position. As a result, the entire sea was gradually drained and swallowed. However, the innumerable spirit sea was the largest sea area in the spiritual state, and its seawater was more than a few trillion tons. It was not something that could be seen in a short time. The most that could be seen was that there was a moderate-sized sea vortex in the innumerable spirit sea. And this vortex, given enough time, would become the first great gift that Lin Chen would give to his enemies when he returned. 1 month later, in Danzhou, one of the 9 states continent. Danzhou's rising sun city was a huge city with hundreds of millions of people. Over the next few days, Rising Sun City was going to hold a small elixir gathering. There was a hubbub of voices as many powerful figures and Yuan Venerate powerhouses gathered there. At the moment, Rising Sun City was also filled with high-level alchemists. There was no lack of level 6 alchemy grandmasters among them. Rising Sun City's Qingyun Street was a special area where many alchemists would exchange natural treasures, barter, elixir pills, and elixir recipes. A corner of Qingyun Street attracted the attention of many powerhouses. A silver-robed young man wearing black sunglasses was lying on a soft bench. Next to him was a jade bottle with the words 82 Fera engraved on it. He was very comfortable. With his hands behind his head, a faint wood attribute Battle Chi lifted a book titled Single Machine King's Pretentious Secret Manual and suspended it in front of him. He was carefully reading it. What was even more eye-catching was the signboard next to the silver-robed young man, which attracted the attention of many powerhouses passing by. King-grade substitute refinement, purchasing large amounts of natural treasures of level 6 and above. Accepting substitute refinement on the spot. Substitute refinement of all elixirs below level 7 is no problem. The more difficult the elixir refinement is, the more the required medicinal ingredients will be. This simple and straightforward sentence made all the powerhouses passing by stop in their track. Substitute refinement of all elixirs below level 7? How arrogant would one have to be to say such a thing? The success rate of a level 6 alchemy grandmaster refining a top-notch level 6 elixir was generally less than 50%. Could this kid be a level 6 alchemy grandmaster at such a young age? Chapter 474. This kid's aura is very young. Although he has concealed his cultivation base and age, I estimate that he is not more than 100 years old. TSK. Not even 100 years old. How can he be a peak level 6 alchemy grandmaster? There were only a handful of prodigies in Danju who could reach the peak of level 6 alchemy within 100 years of age. Even among the ancient families in Danju, there were no more than 5. This condition was too harsh. To reach this level with just 100 years of cultivation, one had to be at least 100 times more talented than many alchemy prodigies. Ch. Kid, you can help me refine pills? I, Xiao Qing, would like to see it for myself today. In the crowd of onlookers, a fat man in embroidered clothes with an arrogant face stepped out. With a flick of his thick and solid palm, he threw out a few spirit-receiving rings and a scroll of pill recipes. Oh, you have business so soon? The silver-robed youth put away the secrets of acting tough and took off his sunglasses with a smile. This youth was naturally Lin Chen in disguise. He had spent more than a month to finally cross the borders of Spirit State, Sky State, and Blood State and reach Danju. South of Danju was the Divine Land. The 9 states continent was so vast that even a war emperor would take many years to travel around the borders of the 9 states continent. Lin Chen had used the 9 Tribulations Eye to travel through many high-grade space passages and make friends with some forces before reaching Danju. Lin Chen's battle force had improved slightly over the past month, and he had defeated many high-level dire beasts to reach the mid-stage of the 3rd level. As for the manifold Black Azure Dragon, it had completed its transformation and reached the heavens in a single step. It had gone from 10,200 dragon veins to 68,000, and its pure strength had reached 680,000 dragon power point. After devouring a large number of Yuan Venerate powerhouses, Lin Chen's Azure Dragon had advanced from the mid-stage of level 6 to the early stage of level 6. In terms of pure strength, its destructive power was comparable to an early stage 8th level Yuan Venerate. Combined with many mystiques and the manifold Black Azure Dragon's dragon race characteristics, it could even wrestle with early stage 9th level powerhouses. Triple Fire Ring Pill? It's only a mid-grade 6th order pill. That's not challenging at all. Also, the herbs in your 3 spirit storage rings aren't enough. Add on 3 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, 2 mid-grade 6th order fire-attributed vicious beast cores, and 5 earthly soul essence lotuses. I'll help you refine them to the best quality. How about it? After reading Fatty Xiao's pill formula, Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. Xiao Qing sneered and said, "No problem. If you can really refine the best quality, then we'll do as you say. But if you fail, you will have to compensate me for all my losses." Xiao Qing was a veteran 6th level Yuan Venerate powerhouse in Danju. He simply didn't believe that Lin Chen would be able to refine it successfully. His actions this time were simply to extort Lin Chen. After all, only a 6th-level alchemist grandmaster would have enough confidence to refine a 6th-level mid-high grade medicinal pill. This kind of person was really too difficult to invite. Hee. That's what you said. Lin Chen waved his hand casually and a light blue, top-grade 6th-order pill furnace appeared on the ground. This was his spoils of war from killing a half-step combat emperor while he was in his god-slayer state. Without hesitation, Lin Chen opened the 3 spirit storage rings that Xiao Qing had thrown over and accurately selected the herbs he needed. Lin Chen circulated his mind power and slapped the pill furnace with both hands. All the herbs flew into the pill furnace instantly. What? His refining all these herbs at the same time? That's impossible. Could he really be a 6th-level alchemist? Before the surrounding powerhouses could react in shock, an even more shocking scene appeared one after another. The Thunder Calamity Battle Chi danced with his spiritual power, and his fingertips danced. When he formed a hand seal, lightning flashed. When his right hand's 5 fingers formed a seal, 8 layers of fire seals circled around the pill furnace. Were they 2 completely different alchemy hand seals? Damn. Am I seeing things? He's using 2 different alchemy hand seals at the same time, so fast. The 8 layers of fire seals made the temperature of each layer of the pill furnace different. The lightning-attributed alchemy hand seals made the formation of the herbs faster and faster. The division of labor is clear and smooth. Many powerhouses sucked in a cold breath. Fatty Xiao, who wanted to scam Lin Chen, was dumbstruck. Rumble tilde. In less than 15 minutes, the pill furnace emitted a red glow and condensed into a pill cloud. Then, the sound of rolling thunder came from the pill cloud. Pill lightning appeared. The clouds moved in all directions. All the powerhouses on the street looked in the direction where the pill cloud was condensing. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A mid-grade 6th-order pill had appeared. Which alchemist was refining this pill? You can take the pill lightning yourself. I don't have time. When the pill was about to appear, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at Xiao Qing. The latter was stunned for a moment, then immediately cupped his fists and said happily, "No problem." Xiao Qing stepped into the air and punched the pill lightning fiercely. After shattering the first pill lightning, he turned his fist into a claw and used all kinds of advanced battle technique. When the pill cloud dissipated and the pill was really out, the dazzling pill light illuminated the shocked faces of the crowd. 15 minutes. He managed to refine a high-grade 6th-order pill in less than a quarter of an hour? He's a real genius in alchemy. There's no doubt that he's a genius on par with the strongest alchemy geniuses in Danju. Master, may I know your name? Xiao Qing quickly put away the pill and handed over the agreed herbs with both hands. He looked at Lin Chen with admiration. My surname is Xiong, and my name is Chumo. Lin Chen said casually. The disguised face of the young man appeared cold and arrogant, unfathomable. Xiong Chumo. Good name. Master Xiong Chumo, me too. I want to refine it for you too. Me too. Many powerhouses swarmed forward, fighting madly to sign up for Lin Chen to refine pills for them. In the next 3 days, a rumor spread throughout the entire Sunrise City. A young alchemist at the peak of the 6th Order had appeared out of nowhere in the Green Cloud Street. He could refine all the pills below the 7th level, and he only needed a moment to refine them. His success rate was infinitely close to 100%, and he had never failed even once to this day. The pill cloud and pill lightning that appeared on the Green Cloud Street again and again proved the authenticity of the rumor. Some people even calculated that the highest number of times it appeared was 26 times in a day. Was he still human? 26 6th-order pills in a day? What kind of god was he? Even the city governor's mansion of Sunrise City was shocked. On the 4th day of the Green Cloud Street, Lin Chen's business was booming, allowing him to harvest an unknown number of 6th-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, filling up more than a dozen high-grade spirit storage rings. He had made a killing, and in addition to that, he had a photographic memory of pill recipes. Lin Chen had already obtained a large number of high-grade pill recipes. Chapter 475. Lin Chen had obtained a large number of spirit crystals and cultivation techniques from the hundreds of Yuan venerates he had killed in the spiritual state. However, he still lacked a large amount of cultivation resources. A battle chi natal palace that had condensed 8 types of heaven calamity battle bodies still required a lot of cultivation resources to break through to the 4th level of the Yuan venerate realm. I, Lin, no, Xiong, will not refine today. I have collected enough materials for the first 4 episodes. Everyone, please return to your homes and find your mothers. See you again. Lin Chen packed up his stall and got up. Countless powerhouses who were watching anxiously tried to persuade him. Don't. Master, please refine it again. I am relying on this elixir to break through to the 7th level of the Yuan venerate realm. Master, I am willing to provide 40 types of high-level level 6 medicinal herbs. I will get them for you as long as you name them. Please refine the 9 Phoenix Jade Royal Elixir again. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. I already said that I have packed up my stall. If you do this again, I will not be polite. I am Yang Qing'er from the City Lord's residence. Please refine the elixir for me again, Master. A graceful voice that was as light as a cloud of smoke was heard. Everyone was so shocked that they opened up a path for her. A beautiful woman with long hair that reached her waist walked over leisurely. She had an exquisite figure, a pure temperament, and a pair of delicate peach blossom eyes secretly sized up Lin Chen. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she smiled. Qing'er is willing to ask Master to refine the elixir for me again. Is that okay? Her voice was very graceful and pleasant to listen to. It was easy for people to become intoxicated by it. Men and old seniors who were as strong as Yuan venerates felt as if they had been bathed in a spring breeze. However, the first thing that caught Lin Chen's attention was not her voice, appearance, figure, and temperament, but the ray of light above her head. Yes, that was the light of an attribute light ball. It was a purple crystal treasure chest that was glowing with a golden light. This girl is a little interesting. The items in purple crystal treasure chests are generally not simple goods. I have to think of a way to touch her head and leave. Lin Chen was fiddling with his little idea when he suddenly squinted and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. So it turns out that they are from a big family. They even have 2 9th-level Yuan venerates protecting them in secret. This is going to be tricky. Lin Chen wasn't the only one who was surprised. Yang Qing'er was the same as well. This young man didn't even pay attention to her at first glance and wasn't subdued by her charm at all. Why does he keep staring at Qing'er's head? Is there something on Qing'er's head? What a strange fellow. Muttering in his heart, a certain Lin in front of him said seriously, I said I won't refine it, so I won't refine it. Miss, please leave. Seeing Lin Chen's rejection, Yang Qing'er smiled sweetly and said, Grandmaster, don't be anxious. Qing'er was born in the City Lord residence of Rising Sun City. As long as Grandmaster is able to concoct the elixir that Qing'er wants, Qing'er can provide any medicinal herbs that Grandmaster wants. Oh, the City Lord's mansion? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a playful smile, I don't want the herbs. If you insist that I do it, that's fine. I only have one condition, and that is to let me touch your head. Hearing this condition, not only the beautiful woman, but also many of the experts present were stunned. Why the F***ck did he want to touch her head? If he wanted to do something bad, shouldn't he be touching other parts of her body? Grandmaster, help me refine the elixir, I'll let you touch it. A fat Yuan venerate rushed out excitedly, but Lin Chen sent him flying with a kick. Who the F***ck wants to touch your head? How about it, little girl? Do you agree to my condition? If you don't, I'm leaving. How dare you? The young lady's body is priceless. How can she tolerate the blasphemy of a nameless junior like you? The 2 grey-robed elders scolded Lin Chen coldly before stepping forward. The space around them started to distort and many powerhouses retreated as their eyes narrowed. These 2 were actually 9th-level Yuan venerates. Powerful battle chi pressure surrounded Lin Chen. Your sincerity isn't enough, little girl. Lin Chen sneered indifferently. Yang Qing'er hurriedly waved her hands. Uncles, don't be rash. Young lady, if anything happens to you, we won't be able to answer to the city lord. The two old men advised and reduced the battle chi pressure on Lin Chen. Young Qing'er spoke very seriously. Qing'er is unable to fulfill Grandmaster's condition for the time being. If Grandmaster can fulfill our condition and complete another task for Qing'er, Qing'er can let you touch. At that moment, young Qing'er sent a secret voice transmission to Lin Chen. Her cheeks flushed as she finished speaking. The beautiful woman's enchanting voice tickled Lin Chen's ears. Then, Lin Chen replied without batting an eyelid. What condition? Represent Rising Sun City in the Small Elixir Association and get into the top 3. No problem. At night, at the City Lord's mansion. The entire City Lord's mansion was abuzz with discussion. Young Lady Qing'er, who had little contact with the opposite sex, had actually taken the initiative to bring a man of the same age back to the mansion. The guest room was filled with an ancient fragrance. It was simple yet elegant. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and opened the system interface. Heavenly Path Possession System version 4.0, host, Lin Chen Cultivation, mid-3rd level Yuan Venerate Limit Power, 69,000 Dragon Power Mid-grade Blood Energy, 218 700 Mid-grade Battle Chi Essence, 205 500 Mid-grade Mind Power, 17, Mid-Law Phase Realm, Mid-grade Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 53450 Mid-grade Rune Energy, 170 655 Heavenly Path Points, 245 550 Talent Points, 255 880 Mid-grade Elemental Energy, 59 for Fire, 50 for Earth, 54 for Wood, 55 for Metal, 46 for Water, 58 for Lightning, 64 for Wind, 5 for Light, 88 for Dark. Cultivation Technique Status Column, Open, Bloodline Status Column, Open, Passive Talents, 15% Reinforced Iron Bones, 50% Increase in Life, Emperor Slayer. Active Talents, Ultimate Moment, Ultimate Convergence. Special Runes, Level 4 Slowing Rune, Level 4 Penetration Rune, Level 4 Charging Rune, Level 4 Illusion Rune. Treasures in Possession, 18750 Tier 6 Medicinal Herbs, 13 Tier 6 Medicinal Pills, 89 Tier 7 Medicinal Herbs, 14 Tier 7 Rare Ores, 229 Intermediate Blue Rank Combat Skills, 582 Advanced Blue Rank Combat Skills, 190 Top Blue Rank Combat Skills, 59 High-Level Combat Weapons, 18 Top-Level Combat Weapons, 9 Half-Purple Rank Combat Skills, 17 Incomplete Purple Rank Combat Skills, 2 Low Purple Rank Combat Skills. Lin Chen's Cultivation Technique Soul Essences, Rune Energy, Talent Points, and Heavenly Path Points were all shockingly high. Although the God Slayer talent would reduce the drop rate of light balls, he had killed hundreds of Yuan Venerates, 7 to 8 half-step sovereigns, and 1 War Emperor, so the drop rate of light balls was still terrifying. These high attribute values were one of the reasons Lin Chen ventured into the Divine Continent. As long as he did not encounter a real War Emperor, Lin Chen would be able to suppress and cripple even a half-step sovereign with just a slowing rune with 1000 rune energy. No matter how strong the enemy was, Lin Chen would not be able to surpass these attribute values in a short period of time. Once he used them up, it would be impossible to replenish them in a short period of time. Unless he killed a War Emperor, he would not be able to do so. However, if Lin Chen had not had the life-saving Azure Sea Ring given to him by the Vice Dean, he would not have been able to take a single blow from a War Emperor, let alone kill one. System, I want to strengthen reinforced iron bones and life increase to the highest level. Chapter 476. An electrifying numbness spread through his limbs. His flesh shell's defense had increased by another level. With the addition of the Wood Spirit Essence technique and life force, as long as he didn't suffer a few waves of attacks from a 9th level Yuan Venerate, it wouldn't be enough to cause any fatal damage to him. Lin Chen hesitated over the fusion function again and again before choosing to give up. He had obtained a large number of high-level cultivation techniques from many Yuan Venerate spirit storage rings, but he still hadn't activated the fusion function. Lin Chen already knew from the last round of fusion that it was very difficult to advance a cultivation technique above the purple grade. It wasn't easy to fuse mid-level and high-level purple grade cultivation techniques. Even if he could fuse a mid-level purple grade cultivation technique now, he couldn't guarantee that it would be what he needed. Therefore, He had to accumulate a large number of cultivation techniques before fusing them in one go to ensure that he could obtain sufficient opportunities to increase his combat strength after consuming a large amount of Heaven Path Point. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. "Master Xiong, are you resting? Chinga has something to confirm with you." "Not yet. Please come in." The door was pushed open. Lin Chen closed the system window and saw young Chinga enter the room. "It's so late. Miss Chinga isn't here to talk about dreams and study the human body structure, right?" Lin Chen suddenly smiled. Behind young Chinga was a middle-aged woman in a palace robe. She was even stronger than the two old men from before. The young woman waved her hand and battle chi enveloped the room, blocking out all sounds. Seeing this, Mr. Lin crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face full of horror. "Huh? What were they trying to do? They were even silenced. I'm still a child. Please use more strength." "Oh, no, please be civilized. Master, have you heard about the recent upheavals in the spiritual state in the Jojo continent? And Lin Chen of the spiritual state?" Yang Chinga's gentle and charming face had a sly look. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched slightly as he laughed. "I've heard a little about him. I heard that Lin Chen is very handsome." "Why do you say that, Miss Chinga?" "Master, you must be Lin Chen." Suddenly, Yang Chinga's words shocked everyone. Even a 9th-level Yuan Venerate or a half-step monarch wouldn't be able to recognize Lin Chen's disguise. However, this little girl had actually seen through it. Lin Chen looked at her deeply. At this moment, the beautiful woman in palace attire was beside him. Even outside the room, there were experts standing guard. If Lin Chen were to forcefully make a move, it was unknown if he would be able to obtain the treasure chest and escape from the city lord's mansion. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and said with a faint smile, "I don't know what Miss Chinga means." "I don't understand." "Prince Lin Chen, stop pretending. I recognized you when you were refining pills for me." He can freely switch between multiple alchemy hand seals and use 2 alchemy hand seals at the same time. He's good at disguising himself and his alchemy style is not restricted to one pattern. Yang Chinga covered her mouth and chuckled. "Prince Lin Chen, after all, there are only a few alchemy grandmasters in the entire Jojo who have your alchemy skills and are so young." F***CK. Did I think that I was recognized because I didn't pull a long face like other alchemists? Sigh, in the end, my temper is still too good. I have to change this bad habit. Sigh, being handsome is really annoying. You've already been recognized in Danju. So, what do you want to do, little beauty? Lin Chen shrugged and simply admitted his identity. This little girl seemed to be hiding some craftiness under her pure and beautiful appearance. Seeing Lin Chen admit his identity, the beautiful woman in palace attire couldn't help but tremble. As one of the few large cities and alchemy families in Danju, they were very well informed. They had heard that this young man called Lin Chen had the strength to kill war emperors. After admitting his identity, it seemed that the experts outside also took action. They approached Lin Chen's room and silently surrounded him. However, Lin Chen was calm and composed. He had enough confidence to escape from the city lord's mansion. In addition to the original conditions, I would like to add another condition. Of course, we will have enough remuneration to pay Prince Lin Chen. However, I would like to ask Prince Lin Chen to become the champion of the minor alchemy gathering. This time, there will be another alchemy genius from an ancient family participating in the gathering. His alchemy skills can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Danju. If Prince Lin Chen can win, the City Lord's Mansion will provide 800 types of high-grade 6th-level medicinal herbs and 10 types of 7th-level medicinal herbs for Prince Lin Chen to choose from. Yang Chinga said sincerely. This generous reward had indeed moved Lin Chen's heart. Sure, no problem. Although this is not much different from what I originally wanted to do. Also, there is another favor. If Prince Lin Chen is willing to help us, then the reward that we promised Prince Lin Chen would be doubled. That is, when Yang Chinga mentioned the third condition, Lin Chen was instantly delighted. Sure. I'm good at bragging. This double reward is mine. At the scene of the minor alchemy gathering in Shuyang City. This was the preparation for the elixir gathering held by Danju to select top alchemists from all over the country. There were a total of 500 alchemists participating in the minor alchemy gathering. The top 50 alchemists would be qualified to participate in the elixir gathering. Today, many powerhouses specially came to the scene because the representative of the Yang family and the City Lord's mansion was the most mysterious Master Xiong Chumo on Qingyun Street. However, Master Xiong was representing the Yang family today and had changed his name. At the scene of the elixir gathering, in the vast number 233 alchemy arena, a young man in white with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stared at Lin Chen in front of him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "You are the representative of the Yang family? Why didn't Qing'e go to the arena herself? What kind of loser is this? These days, even some nobody can stand on the stage with Prince Lin Chen?" Ning Qiu sneered and shook his head. He looked at Lin Chen as if he was looking at some rare ferocious beast. "Oh my, ugly melon and cracked dates. You're looking down on me." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed mockingly. He was not surprised by this kind of thing. "Ha! A loser like you is not qualified to talk to me. I don't care whether you are Yang Chumo or a loser. After I win the championship, Miss Qing'e will agree to marry me. It doesn't matter who comes. I, Ning Qiu, will defeat all the alchemists." Looking at his heroic face, Lin Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, the whole venue was filled with messages. The small elixir gathering officially begins. You have to prepare your own elixirs. The time limit is 20 days. The one who can refine the elixir with the highest level will win. Bang! 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 Many alchemy furnaces landed on the stage. Alchemists from all over the world started to refine elixirs in a race against time. Ning Qiu took out an alchemy furnace at the peak of the 6th level, which shocked everyone. But the next moment, all the alchemists present, including the referees and the higher-ups of the City Lord's mansion, stood up abruptly. Their expressions were full of astonishment and disbelief. It was not because of Ning Qiu, but because of the young man in the silver robe, Yang Chumo. Each alchemist had only one alchemy furnace in front of them. Only Yang Chumo took out 9 alchemy furnaces at once. What was he doing? It was not like he was frying vegetables. What was the use of taking out so many alchemy furnaces? The young man in the silver robe brushed his bangs aside. A wild smile appeared on his ordinary and cold face. "Since I have made my move, let my legend begin from Danju." Chapter 477. Alchemy was popular in Danju, so it attracted countless powerhouses. Each alchemy competition was more exciting and intense than the previous one. Alchemy geniuses were as numerous as carps crossing the river. Many forces came to find alchemists and offer them to their own sects. The minor elixir gathering was an important screening segment before the elixir gathering was held. At the moment, millions of spectators had already gathered at the venue of the minor elixir gathering in Forsun City. There were heavenly dipper marshals, Yuan venerates, and some old monsters that had been living in seclusion. Thousands of demonic eye stones were carefully set up in the venue so that everyone could watch. It was a feast that almost everyone was paying attention to. This was supposed to be a grand banquet, yet an unprecedented and unheard of situation had occurred. Was there an alchemist who had taken out 9 alchemy furnaces? Some of the judges in the audience felt their scalps go numb as they cast doubtful glances at the Yang family. Some powerhouses even thought that the Yang family was here to cause trouble. What? Is the representative of the Yang family crazy? 9 alchemy furnaces? Is there something wrong with his head? Alchemy doesn't rely on the number of alchemy furnaces to win. Could he be here to cause trouble? The judges were unreasonable, and the various forces were doubtful. The senior members of the Yang family felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Even though the Yang family was powerful, they didn't dare to joke around in such an occasion. "Qing'e, who exactly did you find to represent the Yang family in the competition? If the higher-ups of the alchemy assembly punish this, the Yang family won't be able to bear the consequences. Why don't we get this guy to come down and replace him with someone else?" Some of the grand elders of the Yang family kept questioning young Qing'e. She was also a little flustered. She had never thought that Lin Chen would do such a thing to the Yang family. It doesn't matter. There's no need to replace him. We'll just wait and see. The head of the Yang family, Yang Fengyun, said. A middle-aged man in a white robe and a green crown smiled casually. When he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes glinted. Ning Qiu, who was holding his alchemy furnace with one hand, almost laughed himself to death. Ha 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 ha. 9 alchemy furnaces? Why don't you go into juggling? It's a pity that someone like you doesn't go into acting. Alchemy was an activity that required all one's mind, body, and mind. There were many steps in alchemy, such as battle qi, mind power, alchemy hand seals, and medicinal ingredients. Any mistake in any of these steps would lead to a complete failure. Controlling 9 pill furnaces to refine pills, that was something that even Tier 7 alchemists couldn't do. Sigh, others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at others for not being able to see through me. You won't understand the loneliness of being the most handsome and a genius. I put away the single Machine King's pretentious secret manual in my hand, silently lit a self-made cigarette, and looked up at the sky in loneliness and melancholy. Sigh, it's fine if you don't know. After all, I'm just here to participate in the competition. Yang Pincheng shook his head in disappointment. Ning Qiu glanced at him. Participate in the competition? Indeed, in terms of opening performances, you are indeed more stunning than me. You are a qualified clown. After that, Ning Qiu sat cross-legged in the air and waved his hand with the spirit-receiving ring. Hundreds of rare herbs floated in the void. When he operated the alchemy emblematic gesture, bright flames shone on his palms. It was dazzling, and he had become the main character of the entire venue. This is the blue-level top alchemy emblematic gesture of the Ning family in Danju, 1000 flaming emblematic gesture. What a mysterious emblematic gesture. This is the strength of the Ning family's strongest talent of this generation. It seems that he will be the champion this time. Judging from the herbs he refined, it should be a level 6 top elixir. Some young and beautiful women stared at Ning Qiu with eyes full of adoration. Just as everyone's attention was shifted to Ning Qiu, some of the reclusive grandmasters of alchemy gasped from the auditorium. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Pincheng in the middle of the venue. 2 silhouettes appeared out of thin air. 2 people who looked exactly the same as Yang Zhuanfeng appeared in the hall. The 3 of them stood in a row and spread out their hands. Their spiritual power gushed out like the ocean, and their momentum was like the sun and moon in the sky. The whole venue was filled with a vortex formed by their spiritual power. It's a doppelganger technique. A doppelganger technique that can turn something rotten into something magical. What is he trying to do? Does he really want to use 9 alchemy furnaces to refine elixirs at the same time? Impossible, this is not a battle. How can a doppelganger refine elixirs as accurately as the original? Just as the powerhouses were shocked and speechless, the 3 of them spread out their palms. 10 high-level soul-receiving rings appeared and were tossed into the air at the same time. Bang! 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 The soul-receiving rings exploded. Various energy waves appeared between heaven and earth. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and many other herbs with different attributes and the cause of fierce beasts floated and condensed into an energy river. It was more than 2,000 feet long and dazzling as it crossed the void. There were more than 10,000 level 6 heaven and earth treasures. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Boom tilde tilde. A terrifying spiritual wave accompanied the emblematic gesture of alchemy. The silver-robed young man's emblematic gesture was extremely fast. The 1000 soft water emblematic gesture in his left hand and the fire emblematic gesture in his right hand. A huge amount of heaven and earth treasures were poured into the 9 level 6 alchemy furnaces. The order of each herb entering the furnace could be said to be perfect and orderly. Within the alchemy furnaces, a mighty battle qi was rolling. The surging spiritual power controlled each herb to fuse into the furnace, removing the impurities, stripping the essence of the herbs, extracting the energy and turning it into spirit, refining it into liquid, and melting it into a solid crystal. There was no mistake in every step. It was so adept that it had reached the peak of perfection. This young Zhuanfeng was not bluffing at all. He could really use 9 alchemy furnaces to refine pills, and he could control it completely without any burden at all. This was no longer something that could be described with the word crazy. This was simply going to overturn the alchemy world. Using 2 types of emblematic gestures at the same time? Oh my God. And it's a single-handed emblematic gesture. His realm is too terrifying. What level of alchemy is this? Just as waves of heated discussions were set off in the venue, some of the alchemy grandmasters who had been famous for a long time trembled. They had discovered an even more terrifying anomaly. The combination of herbs in the 9 alchemy furnaces was completely different from each other. In other words, the pills in the 9 alchemy furnaces that this lad refined were different from each other. The rhythm, level of refinement, and degree of spiritual control of each alchemy furnace were completely different. It was equivalent to 9 alchemy grandmasters refining pills in the venue. Controlling 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time to refine pills. This kind of thing, not to mention seeing it, they did not even dare to think about it. Ning Qiu, who was at the side, looked at the dazzling array of herbs steadily falling into the alchemy furnaces in the sky. He suddenly froze on the spot, his throat emitting an owl-like sound. He can actually control 9 alchemy furnaces? Chapter 478. I really didn't misjudge him. At this moment, Yang Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with splendor as her heart trembled. The 3 young men standing in a triangular formation attracted everyone's attention, and they couldn't leave for a long time. The Sanqing spiritual water, 8 desolation mysterious flame, lightning flash 1,000 seals, 10,000 lightning hand, and several other alchemy hand seals were executed by Lin Chen and his 2 illusions. It was simply too much for the eyes to take in. High-level alchemy hand seals were undoubtedly more exquisite, but the consumption of mental strength was also exponentially higher. Moreover, different alchemy hand seals had different attributes, and the subtle differences they brought to the medicinal pills would also determine the final quality of the medicinal pills. Everyone was so immersed in Lin Chen's alchemy that they forgot to breathe. They forgot that they were watching a competition. Not only the audience, but the citizens of Shuyang City who were watching the competition through the demonic eye stone were also the same. They were all immersed in Lin Chen's alchemy. Under the control of the rapidly changing alchemy hand seals, the dazzling array of heavenly and earthly treasures fell into the 9 alchemy cauldrons like the autumn wind and rain. Everything was so smooth, perfect, and flawless. It was as if this wasn't alchemy, but an artistic performance. There were no flaws and no flaws. The audience watching the demonic eye stone, regardless of whether they were alchemists or laymen, they could all feel the extreme alchemy skills. This wasn't alchemy skills, but the art of alchemy. It was an artistic performance that belonged only to him. More than 10,000 medicinal ingredients and more than 9 different alchemy recipes mixed together. To achieve perfect differentiation and perfectly refine the pills from each recipe at the same time, even a 7th-tier alchemist couldn't do it. Without a doubt, this was the most historic and groundbreaking moment in the history of alchemy in the Dan province, and even in the 9 provinces. According to common sense, this was indeed impossible. However, Lin Chen's Genesis sacred scripture allowed him to split his mental energy and control it. This was because Lin Chen's mental energy had always been stronger than others of the same level, and because of his alchemy speed in the past. When this characteristic was used in alchemy, it could display a terrifying power. While others were preparing for the 2nd and 3rd steps, Lin Chen had already prepared for the 30th and 40th steps at the same time, so much so that controlling 2 or 3 pill furnaces at the same time wasn't a problem for Lin Chen at all. When combined with his phantom runes, he could perfectly reproduce the strength of his body. 9 pill furnaces wasn't Lin Ming's limit. However, controlling multiple pill furnaces at the same time meant that Lin Chen's concentration was completely used to control multiple pill furnaces. Thus, the speed of refining pills would be reduced to a normal level. The speed of refining pills would depend on the grade of the alchemy hand seals and experience. If mental strength was compared to arms, a normal person's mental strength would only have 2 arms, but Lin Fan's Genesis holy scripture allowed his mental strength to have 8 or even 10 arms. The efficiency of the 2 was on a completely different level. Ning Qiu clenched his teeth and said, "Damn it. Even if you can control 9 alchemy furnaces, so what? This time, the small elixir meeting is about the result of refining 1 elixir. Even if you can refine 9 elixirs, so what? 1 elixir of mine can beat all your elixirs. He began to refine pills crazily. All kinds of 6th level, top level, and even a few 7th level herbs were thrown into the furnace as if they didn't care about their lives. Time passed by minute by minute. However, to those who were immersed in Lin Chen's refining process, it felt like half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. On the 16th day, the pill cloud shook and the wind and clouds changed abruptly. The rich and colorful energy of the pill cloud rose continuously from the 9 pill furnaces of contestant Yang Xuanfeng. When the pills came out, many people came back to their senses. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Because his refining process was so exciting, almost 90% of the people were immersed in it and forgot the passage of time. When the audience stared at the 9 pill furnaces, they couldn't help but tremble at the corners of their mouths. He actually succeeded. 9 types of 6th level pills have been produced. And none of them failed. All the pills in the 9 pill furnaces were successfully refined. That's amazing. He's totally the new peerless genius of Danju. This is a historical moment. Since ancient times, how many people have been able to refine 9 6th level pills at the same time? No, don't be happy too early. The evaluation of this elixir association is based on the grade and quality of a single pill. It's a competition of quality, not quantity. Just as everyone was in awe, a few judges said in a deep voice. Their words woke everyone up. Yes, if Lin Chen's pills were of too low a level, it would be useless. At this time, the pill cloud condensed and surged, converging into countless pill cloud. The colorful pill cloud condensed to more than 1,000,000 feet in size and continued to condense. The pill cloud grew bigger and bigger, making some of the judges and alchemy grandmasters feel a sense of déjà vu. Rumble tilde tilde. The deafening sound of pill thunder shook heaven and earth, as if a large-scale disaster was about to befall. A sense of oppression hit them in the face. Something's not right. How can this pill cloud be so terrifying? This doesn't look like the pill cloud of a 6th level pill at all. SSS. Look at Yang Pincheng's 9 pill furnaces. There are more than 9 pills in them. When everyone focused their attention on the 9 pill furnaces, they saw that there were a total of 27 multicolored lights within them. In each pill furnace, there were 3 completed 6th level pills condensed. Furthermore, with a rough look at the quality of these medicinal pills, not a single one of them was lower than 6th tier high grade. In other words, this kid was controlling 9 pill furnaces at the same time to refine 27 pills that were at least 6th level. Even some alchemy grandmasters who had been refining pills for thousands or even thousands of years couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Was this still AF * King human? Refining pills was as simple as eating and drinking. That wasn't some tier 4 or tier 5 medicinal pill. It was a genuine tier 6 medicinal pill. And they were 6th level pills. Every single elixir pill was priceless. Even powerhouses at the 6th or 7th level of the Yuan Venerate realm would fight over it. While many alchemy grandmasters and judges were shocked by the number and grade of pills in the 9 pill furnaces, some sharp-eyed audience members exclaimed in shock. Look, what's that in the pill cloud? It looks like a single word. Everyone looked over and saw that in the vast and tumbling Dan cloud, there were colorful and dazzling Dan clouds. Each of the Dan clouds had a different color, and they were clear as day. In the end, they actually condensed into a huge show character that was thousands of feet long, floating in the sky. Show. Tian show. In the hall, young Master Yang's silver robe was fluttering. The clone beside him took out a soft chair and lay down leisurely. He put on his self-made sunglasses and rested his hands on the back of his head. He was talking to himself leisurely. Who's acting cool? It's so dazzling. Luckily, I made a pair of sunglasses. Otherwise, I would have gone blind. Chapter 479. Dozens of types of pill lightning condensed into one and its might increased sharply. The terrifying pill clouds shook the spatial crystal walls in the sky and cracked them like giant pythons. The might of this pill lightning shocked many elders so much that they had to reinforce the spatial boundary before they could relax. Ning Qiu, who was in the process of condensing the elixir, glanced at Lin Chen and sneered, "So what if you've created history? The number of elixirs condensed today is terrifying. You've refined so many high-level elixirs. This young master doesn't believe that you still have the energy to safely pass through this elixir tribulation." Indeed, many people were worried that Lin Chen wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying pill lightning. After the condensation of so many pill clouds, the might of this pill lightning wasn't something that an early-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerate would dare underestimate. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Chen had expended a lot of mind power and battle chi to refine so many high-grade elixirs. It would be very difficult for him to face this pill lightning in this state. The pill lightning wouldn't give him time to recover. It would only take a moment for a terrifying attack to come. In the past, this would have been quite troublesome, but now, Lin Chen smiled faintly. In an instant, he had expended 1,000 talent point. Host has activated the ultimate origin convergence innate skill. Restoring the host. When the system's screen appeared, Lin Chen's entire body began to emit a faint orange glow. It was like a firefly's glow. The spiritual energy and battle chi that he had expended were completely replenished in a single breath. It was as if he had been reborn and was in his peak state. With a wave of his hand, boundless battle chi was injected into his two doppelgangers. The doppelgangers' hand seals changed abruptly as they executed the fivefold transformation of the Azura 9 Brilliance transformation. Battle chi natal palaces condensed rapidly and a fifth battle chi natal palace appeared. Early stage 5th level. Lin Chen's two doppelgangers had both transformed to early stage 5th level. The two doppelgangers each held a side of the Myriad Wind Abyss and the Extreme Spirit Illusion Sword. With a flash of green light, a 10,000-year profound green dragon appeared. The profound green dragon, which had shrunk to a length of 10,000 feet, roared angrily. Seeing a living Tier 6 10,000-year profound azure dragon actually emerge from Lin Chen's body, many of the spectators were shocked to the point that their jaws drop. Kai tilde tilde. Boom tilde. The thick thunderbolt mixed with red and blue light was over 100 feet in size. Its momentum was unstoppable, causing the space in the venue to tremble violently. Clang. Roar tilde. Blade lights and sword shadows flashed across the air, and the cyan dragon-shaped aura condensed into a cyan dragon domain, instantly weakening the power of the pill thunder by half. The pill thunder, which had almost lost all its power after being minced by the sword lights and blade lights, was finally shattered into tiny sparks by the cyan dragon with a swing of its tail. No matter how the sky was bombarded by the pill lightning, Lin Chen's two avatars and the azure dragon took it all in without any fear. The pill lightning, which was enough to strike fear into an early-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerate, only lasted for less than an hour before it dissipated. What caused many people's jaws to twitch was that during this period of time, young Master Yang Dingfeng had even taken a nap. "You're here for a competition, not a vacation." When the pill lightning dissipated, the pills in the 9 pill furnaces all floated up into the air. It was as if the 27 balls of light had transformed into the sun and moon, radiating a myriad of colors. It was a pleasing sight to the eye, and it was breathtaking. What an honor it was to be able to witness 27 high-level level 6 pills at the same time. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was witnessing history. These 27 pills included Lin Chen's battle chi cultivation resources, some extremely effective life-saving pills, and the body-strengthening pills that he needed to refine his fleshly shell and pure strength. The highest grade of pill is actually a top-notch level 6 low-grade pill. This lad was able to refine so many high-grade pills in such a short period of time, and he was even able to refine 3 top-notch level 6 low-grade pills. This is really shocking. Some of the referees exclaimed in surprise. The young family of the City Lord Manor was both surprised and worried. They were happy because the young family had actually been able to befriend such a powerful alchemist. Even though they were a family of alchemists, this lad was clearly superior. However, they were worried because Lin Chen's highest grade pill was only a top-notch level 6 low-grade pill. This pill was already very powerful on normal days. Even young Qing'er, the most outstanding alchemist in the Yang family, found it difficult to refine. The success rate of refining such a pill was less than 20%. However, Facing Ning Q, this level of pill was still not enough to guarantee victory. There are only 4.5 days left. There isn't enough time to refine another pill. Ning Q's embryonic pill has already taken shape. It is impossible for him to fail. With his strength, he will definitely show his true strength in the small elixir meeting. I'm afraid that his pill will also be a top-notch level 6 low-grade pill. What a pity. If this lad focused on refining one pill, he would definitely be able to beat Ning Q. Who knows, this lad's 3 pills might be of better quality than Ning Q's. After all, Ning Q's success rate of refining pills above the top-notch level 6 low-grade pill is extremely low. The highest he has refined is only a top-notch middle-grade pill. I just hope that he doesn't perform perfectly this time. Just as the higher-ups of the Yang family finished speaking, the Yang family head's eyes suddenly became serious. Ning Q's alchemy furnace suddenly emitted a purple glow. The qi rushed to the sky and illuminated the 9 heavens. The purple glow began to converge into a light purple pill cloud. The wind and clouds suddenly changed and the pill thunder surged. This wave of energy, could it be? The higher-ups of the Yang family all changed their expressions. There was no mistake. This was an energy wave that only a top-notch middle-grade pill of level 6 could have. Ning Q had overtaken. The pill thunder moved together and the wind raged. Ning Q looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He looked arrogantly at Yang Peak on the other side. He flicked his fingernails and sneered proudly. See, the real champion is still me, Ning Q. Cats and dogs should stand aside. This proud Ning Q attracted the disgust of many of the older generation of alchemy grandmasters. The more skilled alchemists could tell that if Yang Peak focused on refining one elixir, then there was a high possibility that Ning Q's elixir would be more outstanding. This Ning Q was obviously not as skilled as others, but he still wanted to show off in front of others. He was really a narrow-minded person. However, in terms of the requirements and rules of the competition, he was indeed the champion of this elixir meeting. This was a fact and no one refuted it. Ning Q turned to look at young Qing'e of the Yang family and smiled proudly. Qing'e, as agreed between our families, I am the champion of this small elixir meeting. 1 month later, I will send my Ning family to the Yang family to pick you up. Young Qing'e's pretty face was a little pale. She did not expect that she would still be defeated even after inviting a legendary alchemist like Lin Chen. At this time, young Xiaofeng, who was beside her, picked his ears and smiled casually. Isn't there still 4.5 days before the competition ends? What's the hurry? Lin Chen stood up and kept the 27 level 6 elixirs. Then, he walked towards the first elixir furnace. I'm just taking part in the competition, so don't think too much. I don't treat you as an opponent. Of course, winning against you is just a very boring and convenient thing. A smile appeared on the young man's ordinary face. With a wave of his hand, thousands of herbs appeared again, including 10 different level 7 herb. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 480. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Chen's large amount of herbs. What was he trying to do? There were only 4.5 days left in the competition. Was he trying to refine another batch of elixirs? But there wasn't enough time to surpass Ning Q. Rumble. But this time, it was different. Lin Chen's 2 illusionary avatars stood on his left and right respectively. His alchemy hand gestures were activated, and as his psyche power surged, a large amount of herbs poured into the furnace. What? He's an assistant alchemist. His avatar is the assistant alchemist, and he's the main alchemist. This way, he can double the refining speed. But, isn't this against the rules? How is this considered against the rules? He's not asking others to help him refine the elixir. He can use his avatar technique to help him refine the elixir. That's his own ability. The difficulty and pressure are the same. If this is considered against the rules, then what do you think we are? Lin Chen's original body was in the position of the main alchemist, and his 2 avatars were assisting. His refining speed was terrifying. His 2 middle fingers were bent and his thumbs were joined together. His psyche power surged out and turned into flashes of lightning and pure water battle chi, which were absorbed into the herbs. The herbs in the furnace transformed along with the changes of the hand gestures. The herbs that had just entered the elixir were being refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the hand gestures changed again. Layers of fire seals were compressed and crushed hundreds of herbs to extract their essence. Like lightning, it shot into the nucleus of a fierce beast. Bolts of lightning flashed as they struck the pill furnace, removing the impurities within the vicious beast cores. This refining speed was simply monstrous. 100 steps could be divided into 3 parts in an instant. Moreover, Lin Chen's refining speed and experience were at an unrivaled level within the same realm. Thousands of herbs could be seen condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not to mention the layman, even the alchemy masters and referees in the venue were dazzled. They couldn't even tell which step had been completed, because Lin Chen's refining speed was simply too fast. Usually, when many people were refining, the main alchemist and assistant alchemists would need some time to communicate and cooperate. However, Lin Chen and his 2 avatars didn't need to communicate at all. He maintained a state of perfect comprehension at all times. Which step Lin Chen's main body needed to enter in advance, which medicinal herb to fuse, which alchemy hand seal to use in order to perfectly display the medicinal herb's characteristics or the following combination, and so on. These steps did not need to be communicated at all. The 3 of them were refining as one, as smooth as flowing water. What kind of joke is this? Does he really intend to refine a pill that surpasses mine in such a short time? Ning Qiu's pupils trembled with fear. He could feel that if this speed was maintained perfectly, it was entirely possible for Yang Xuanfeng to refine an elixir above the lower grade of the 6th level in the next few days. Ning Qiu didn't dare to have any other thoughts. He turned to face his own pill thunder first. He had to face the power of this pill thunder with all his strength. If he couldn't withstand it, his elixir would be destroyed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, many contestants produced pills one after another, but none of them were able to reach the peak of the 6th rank. The highest was the high grade of the 6th rank, and the lowest was the high grade of the 5th rank. However, almost everyone's attention was focused on the 3 young figures standing together in the middle of the venue. He was the highlight of this small elixir meeting. Before the 4th day was over, Lin Chen's elixir furnace was full of strong energy fluctuations. All the experienced alchemy grandmasters were shocked. The embryonic elixir was successfully condensed. This meant that the success rate of refining the elixir was almost 80%. He really succeeded. No. Ning Qiu gritted his teeth and secretly transmitted a message to Lin Chen through the air. My friend, please do me a favor and give up on condensing the elixir. After this, the Ning family can compensate you with 2 top grade of the 6th rank elixir. This competition is very important to me, so I hope you can do me a favor. Lin Chen, who was condensing the elixir, was slightly surprised. Ning Qiu realized that he couldn't beat Ning Qiu in a head-on fight, so he actually wanted to bribe Ning Qiu. Yang Xuanfeng laughed mockingly without any restraint. He didn't use his battle chi to cover his voice, and laughed openly. What kind of dog shit are you, Ning Qiu? Do the Ning family a favor? I don't care about your elixir. I've said before that this competition is just in passing. Lin Chen's words shocked many powerhouses. The experienced ones naturally knew what had happened between the 2 of them. Damned thing. You don't want face. Ning Qiu's face turned the color of pig liver as he gritted his teeth. Then, Lin Chen suddenly slammed his palm on the elixir furnace. The overwhelming red energy of the elixir glow shot up into the sky and lingered in the void for thousands of feet. The wind danced and the silver robe fluttered loudly. As it flipped, the corners of the young man's mouth curled into a devilish smile. Of course, defeating you and becoming the champion are just in passing. Boom tilde. The elixir lightning rumbled as Lin Chen punched out violently. He brought along his 2 avatars to deal with the elixir lightning personally. The elixir lightning, which even the early stage 9th level Yuan venerables feared, was shattered by the young man's fist time and time again. When the elixir cloud was finally repelled, the clouds dispersed and the sky cleared up. Sunlight shone on the silver-robed young man in the arena. That slightly ordinary face was reflected under the sunlight. Other than that pair of eyes that were full of spirituality, there was nothing special about it. However, he was very attractive at the moment. He was like a peerless divine sword that was hidden in its scabbard. When the sword was unsheathed, it would definitely shake the world. He smiled faintly as he took the crimson glow elixir pill from the elixir furnace. This is a top-notch grade 610 tribulation tempering flame elixir. It uses the energy of the fire tribulation to temper one's body and allow a body-tempering martialist to break through a realm. If a fire-based battle chi user consumes it, the fire tribulation energy can be absorbed to break through a realm. Those below the 8th level Yuan Venerate have an 80% chance of breaking through a realm. Those below the 9th level Yuan Venerate have a 50% chance of breaking through. His casual words caused everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. A top-notch grade 6 elixir pill? A 50% chance of breaking through a realm? This was already a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill. If a grade 7 elixir pill or a grade 7 elixir pill didn't appear, no one would be a match for it. The difference between a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill and a top-notch grade 6 elixir pill might sound like a small gap, but there was actually an extremely obvious gap. It was just like the difference between a late-stage 8th level Yuan Venerate and a late-stage 9th level Yuan Venerate. 4 late-stage 8th level Yuan Venerates weren't a match for 1 late-stage 9th level Yuan Venerate. The gap between the two could be seen at a glance. A 9th level Yuan Venerate's cultivation could take hundreds or even thousands of years to break through a small realm. A single elixir pill could save thousands or even thousands of years of cultivation effort. This was something that many people dreamed of. Chapter 481. One had to know that the lifespan of a 9th level Yuan Venerate was only around 15,000 years, and the limit was 20,000 years. Advancing to a higher realm earlier meant that one had more time to accumulate the foundation to break through to the War Emperor realm. This elixir pill was enough to make all 9th level Yuan Venerates who cultivated fire-based cultivation techniques go crazy. It would even be normal for them to kneel down and beg for it. At this moment, the Ning family's elders and powerhouses who were watching the competition were extremely pale. Their mouths were trembling and their eyes were trembling with fear. It was as if they had lost some precious treasure. This result had completely exceeded the Ning family's expectations. Because they were also one of the sponsoring families of this competition, the Ning family had also sponsored the treasures awarded for the competition. Everyone stood up one after another, and the entire audience cheered wildly. Yang Zhuanfeng! Yang Zhuanfeng! Yang Zhuanfeng is the champion of this small pill gathering. Yang Zhuanfeng is the strongest. Too strong. He refined a peak 6th level elixir pill in 4 days and even refined 27 superior 6th level elixir pills before the competition. I seriously suspect that this kid is a 7th level alchemist. Ha ha ha. The student has surpassed the master. I'm afraid a new page of Danzhou's alchemy history is about to be recorded. Many alchemy grandmasters smiled and stroked their beards. He won. He really won. Yang Qing'er cried tears of joy and covered her red lips with her jade-like hands. This small pill gathering could be said to determine her lifelong happiness. The Yang family and the Ning family's ancestors had once been engaged. However, Yang Qing'er didn't want to marry Ning Q at all. Due to the relationship between the two families, the Yang family didn't dare to fall out with the Ning family and could only agree to determine the winner through alchemy. Although Yang Qing'er was talented in alchemy, she was still young and couldn't compare to Ning Q. Therefore, she had bet her lifelong happiness on Lin Chen during this pill gathering. At this moment, Lin Chuan turned to look at Ning Q, who was gritting his teeth in anger, and shrugged his shoulders. Don't be so handsome. Although you aren't as handsome as me, you still have a chance. After all, winning the competition was just a matter of convenience. Don't worry, you won't meet me again in the future. Fat. Many powerhouses in the audience were both amused and angry when they heard this. Winning the championship was just a convenience. Listen, is this something a human would say? Isn't it good to be a human? However, the most infuriating thing was that he really did it in passing. From the way he refined 27 Tier 6 pills at the start of the competition, it could be seen that he had easily won the championship. He wasn't bragging after the competition, he was just stating the fact. It just sounded like he was asking for a beating. This sentence almost made Ning Q seethe with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he had to check the elixirs and his ranking later, he even wanted to leave directly. Hearing the cheers of the audience, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand. All the voices slowly quieted down as they stared at him. It seemed that he had something to say. Yang Xuanfeng waved his robe and pointed at the audience and the demonic eye stones in a dashing manner as he said in a serious tone. Champion. The strongest. No. What you saw was only my handsomeness when I was shining, but you didn't see the hardships I went through 7 times a night. You have the Dan province's legacy of alchemy, but I can only insist on my own choice. An alchemist is lonely and proud. This road will be full of hardships, but there is one choice that will always be by your side. The champion's choice is the Yang family's pharmacy. I, Yang Xuanfeng, will be the spokesperson of the Yang family's pharmacy. Do you want to know why I'm so awesome? Then go to the Yang family's pharmacy. I've put everything in the world there. Go to the Yang family's pharmacy and start the era of great alchemist. At this moment, the audience was silent. The demon eye stones transmitted Lin Chen's words to the outside world and to the hearts of everyone who was watching the small elixir assembly. Countless alpacas ran through everyone's hearts as the corners of their mouths twitched violently. The unfathomable and unapproachable image of Yang Xuanfeng in their hearts suddenly collapsed. Crazy. The higher-ups of the Yang family were surprised and happy. This publicity effect was not just for show. From today onwards, the reputation of the Yang family's pharmacy would skyrocket. Everyone would know about it. Many of the audience were laughing so hard that they almost stopped breathing. Fat. Yang Qing's tears turned into laughter. Her beautiful eyebrows curved like 100 flowers in full bloom. She was extremely charming and charming. The last condition she had agreed on with Lin Chen was to promote the Yang family's pharmacy a little after winning the championship. She didn't expect it to be so successful. It was far beyond her expectations. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lin Chen took out a mirror, touched his chin, and looked at his slightly ordinary face in the mirror. He clicked his tongue in wonder and muttered to himself. Why? You covered up your handsome face and threw away your vulgar appearance, but you still look so handsome. Perhaps this is the charm of the most handsome guy in the Jojo continent. Just like that, the most exciting, most outrageous, and most unbelievable small elixir assembly in history came to an end with Yang Xuanfeng's words of starting the era of great alchemists. Those 6-stage alchemists who were famous in many places in Danju almost didn't exist in the small elixir assembly this time because everyone was focused on Yang Xuanfeng. Towards this, those participants were helpless. Just by relying on his ability to produce 27 high-grade Tier 6 medicinal pills at the same time, it could be said that he had instantly defeated everyone present. There was simply no way to compete. He had completely convinced them with his strength. After winning the championship, the prize for first place was actually a top-tier blue-rank purple-gold mystic seal alchemy handprint. Lin Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. A top-grade blue-rank alchemy seal. This was at the level of an ancient family's treasure. Even if this was Danju, where alchemy was the most popular, using this thing as a prize was too wasteful, wasn't it? The elder who gave the prize to Lin Chen gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yang Xuanfeng winning the championship was completely out of their expectations. In this regard, many higher-ups of the Yang family snickered secretly. They were secretly happy to see the Ning family suffer. They knew that this was a trick specially arranged by the Ning family, who sponsored the small elixir assembly. This top-grade blue-rank alchemy seal was originally prepared for Ning Q, who was supposed to win the championship, to show the strength of the Ning family. Except for Yang Xuanfeng, none of the alchemists present could refine a top-grade 6-stage pill. In the original plan, the small elixir assembly in Shuyang City would have no alchemist who could match Ning Q. However, no one had expected that Yang Xuanfeng would appear out of nowhere and suppress Ning Q to such an extent that he lost all of his brilliance. They were completely incomparable. However, the registration handprint was like spilled water. It was impossible to take it back. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Ning clan for courting death. Their skills were inferior. Chapter 482. At night, a banquet was held in the Castellan's mansion to celebrate the victory. Unfortunately, the main character, Yang Xuanfeng, didn't appear at the banquet, which made people feel sorry for him. In the Castellan's mansion, a young man leaned against the window and looked into the distance with hope in his eyes. He was drinking alone. "I wonder how Sister Ruoyon is doing," Lin Chen muttered to himself. When he was in Danju, he was struggling to return to the spirit state to find Bai Ruoyon. Countless forces were involved in the war of the spirit state. If Bai Ruoyon was involved in any of the battles, she wouldn't be able to stay out of it. However, Lin Chen knew that he had lost his powerful trump card, the Godslayer talent. Even if he went back to the spirit state, it would be useless. He even had to rely on the trump card left by the vice principal to fight against a battle emperor. "When I have the strength of a battle emperor, I will find a chance to return to the spirit state. Sister Ruoyon, you must be safe." Lin Chen sighed in his heart. The beautiful woman's voice, which was as gentle as smoke, came from behind him. "What's wrong? As the main character of the banquet, why are you here in the cold wind?" Yang Qing'er smiled and sat beside Lin Chen. He took a sip of wine and smiled. "What's wrong? You came to find me alone. Aren't you afraid that I will do something bad to you?" "I'm not afraid. Thank you, young Master Lin. You are not such a person." A gentle breeze blew. Yang Qing'er stroked her fine black hair and smiled charmingly. "That's not necessarily true. Who knows what is in a person's heart? I am not a good person. At least, Qing'er has never seen an alchemy grandmaster like you who doesn't put on airs. The price for making elixirs is so low. When you sneaked back to the Castellan's mansion, you even gave 2 level 5 elixirs to an old man passing by." Yang Qing'er smiled. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He had to hide the next time he helped the old and young. "What if people think I am a good person? I am going to be the most handsome man in the 9 states. Young Master Lin, can you let Qing'er see your true face?" Suddenly, Yang Qing'er said as she stared at Lin Chen with her jade-green eyes. "Don't be infatuated with me. I'm just a legend." Lin Chen blinked, but as soon as he finished speaking, his spirit illusion cloak removed its camouflage function and slowly revealed his true appearance. As the stars shone on the youth's face, Yang Qing'er was stunned. The night breeze blew past, revealing a very young and fair face. His eyes, which were slightly covered by his fringe, were deep and serene. His pupils were like the rotating moon, extremely spiritual. His eyebrows were sharp, and his sharpness was restrained. Just by looking at his forehead, one could tell that he was a young man who had just formed his tyrannical essence. However, the corners of his mouth were faintly raised from the beginning to the end. There was a confident smile on his face. His handsome nose, intelligent eyes, and confident smile made him look extremely charming and arrogant. While Yang Qing'er was in a daze, Lin Chen raised his hand and touched the tip of the beautiful woman's hair. The purple crystal chest that was floating above her head turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Chen's palm. Host has opened the purple crystal treasure chest. Received passive talent, divine power 0%. This talent can increase the host's pure strength to a maximum of 100%. Divine power can be strengthened through talent points. The maximum increase is 10 million dragon power. It is ineffective if the dragon power exceeds 10 million. Note: the divine power talent is only applicable to the host's body. This brand new talent immediately caused Lin Chen's eyes to light up. This was a passive strengthening talent similar to reinforced iron bones and life force growth. Furthermore, it could be strengthened to a maximum of 100%. In other words, it could double Lin Chen's strength. If the host Lin Chen had 100,000 dragon power, it could be strengthened to a maximum of 200,000 dragon power. "So this is your true appearance." Yang Qing'er recovered from her daze. Her face was flushed red. Together with her pure face and enchanting voice, she looked like a flower that was about to bloom, delicate and alluring. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties, and beauties loved heroes. Not to mention whether Lin Chen's many legends were true or not, just his performance at the small pill gathering was enough to capture the hearts of countless beauties. Yang Qing'er was no exception, not to mention such a unique and mysterious person who was full of attractive charm. "Yes, it's the real deal. Lin Chen slammed his hand on the jade pillar and did a standard cabodan. He was extremely close to young Qing'er. His fingers lifted her delicate chin as he smiled evilly. I just happened to pass by Danju and met you along the way. I won the championship along the way and won your heart along the way. Lin Chen blew into her ear. For the first time, young Qing'er, who had always rejected men, was not repulsed. She even had a faint feeling of anticipation. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she closed her eyes. However, the next moment, the young man stopped. The camouflage function of the spirit illusion cloak was activated again. He returned to his ordinary appearance and chuckled. Right, does your young family have the fastest way to the divine lands? Lin Chen stopped. Young Qing'er felt a sense of loss. She glanced at him bitterly and replied softly, yes, we have a space tunnel that is specially used to head to the divine lands. That's just nice. I was just about to head to the divine lands. Lin Chen smiled in surprise and left with the wine flask. Young Qing'er wanted to say something, but he raised his hand. I have already received your payment. Thank you. With that, Lin Chen leaped and left the balcony, leaving behind the empty-hearted beauty. Seeing that Lin Chen actually left without doing anything, the man with the surname Shan, who was hiding at the side, pulled up his pants angrily. In the secret room of the guest room, Lin Chen opened the system. System, I want to use 50,000 talent points to strengthen divine force. System received. The host's divine force talent has been strengthened to 25%. This result made Lin Chen a little surprised. 50,000 talent points only strengthened 25%. Life growth and reinforced iron bones from 50% to 100% only cost 25,000 talent points. For divine force, 50,000 talent points only strengthened 25%. It seemed that strengthening this powerful talent was even more difficult than the other two talents. A brand new energy surged into Lin Chen's body. The pure energy in his limbs and bones became even stronger. It was as if it had grown naturally. There was no discomfort or gap. Lin Chen currently had 69,000 dragon power. After the divine forces enhancement, it had reached 86,250 dragon power. It was a full quarter more. The strengthening of passive talents is harder in the later stages. It is already so expensive in the early stages. It seems that it is not that easy to strengthen it to 100%. Glancing at the remaining 209880 talent points, Lin Chen took a deep breath. He did not dare to use too much in case he needed it. With the two trump cards Ultimate Recovery and Ultimate Moment, he could use up tens of thousands of talent points at any time. If he did not use the 200,000 talent points sparingly, he would soon run out. Moreover, Lin Chen also discovered a problem. The Divine Forces enhancement could only be used on himself and his doppelganger. It did not apply to the 10,000-year green dragon. In other words, he still had to rely on the pure energy of the green dragon's possession during the extreme battle. Unless his pure energy could surpass the green dragon under the Divine Forces enhancement. It seems that no matter how many talents I have, it is just icing on the cake. The most important thing now is to increase my strength as fast as possible. Chapter 483. With a single grab, 2 blue level 6 elixir pills appeared in his spirit receiving ring. Lin Chen swallowed it in one go and quickly formed a cultivation hand seal. The energy of the elixir pills turned into majestic, pure battle chi that entered his battle chi natal palace. Not only did it increase the purity of Lin Chen's battle chi, but it also increased his mid-grade water-type energy. Lin Chen had previously refined 28 level 6 and above elixir pills for cultivation. These high-quality elixir pills had consumed 80% of his level 6 herbs and half of his level 7 herbs. He intended to improve his cultivation base, the strength of his 8 heavenly tribulation battle bodies, and his body-tempering domain. After a night, the young family took out the high-grade herbs they had promised Lin Chen according to the agreement and prepared them according to the list of herbs that Lin Chen had listed in advance. Because Lin Chen's publicity had been very effective, the young family's medicinal square had provided double the original amount. A total of 2,400 level 6 herbs and 30 level 7 herbs, all of which were low-grade level 7 herbs. After receiving the payment, Lin Chen set off immediately. No one could stop him. In the end, Yang Qing'er, who had mixed feelings, personally brought Lin Chen to the spatial passage of the Yang family to the Divine Prefecture. Flying to the interior of the spatial passage required the use of a special spatial artifact. In order to create a spatial artifact, one had to be at least at the 7th level Yuan Venerate realm, and the production process was very complicated. There were a total of 50 people traveling to the Divine Prefecture on the spatial artifact. Every time they used the spatial passage, there would be a special Yang family member accompanying them. Everyone who entered the spatial passage had to pay a large amount of tax, as this item was not something that ordinary powerhouses could afford. Lin Chen, who had helped the Yang family, was exempted from paying a large amount of usage fee for the spatial passage. Before leaving, Yang Qing'er reminded Lin Chen that the Yang family had been promoted to the Peak Elixir meeting because he had won the championship of the Minor Elixir meeting. The Yang family hoped that Lin Chen would be able to return to Danju to participate in the Peak Elixir meeting when the Peak Elixir meeting was held. Given his alchemy skills, he would definitely be able to achieve a rather dazzling result. The Peak Elixir meeting was a grand event at the pinnacle of alchemy in Danju. It was equivalent to the gathering of all the alchemists with status in Danju to put on the most exciting alchemy duel. This was the highest standard alchemy competition in Danju. Many famous alchemy grandmasters from all over the 9 prefectures were gathered here. There was no age limit, and it was also the highest standard alchemy competition in the 9 prefectures. Compared to the rewards of the Small Pill Association, Lin Chen knew that if he had the chance, he would definitely participate in such an event. Inside the spatial tunnel, a spaceship shimmering with silver-white spatial light was gliding at an extremely fast speed, resisting the spatial turbulence as it sped towards the other end of the spatial tunnel. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the designated secret room of the spaceship, suddenly opened his eyes. His purple-gold pupils flashed as he revealed an inexplicable smile. It seems that someone is following this handsome guy and even wants to kill me. Hehe, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I won't be polite. Lin Chen could roughly guess who was following him, but he wasn't afraid. He would deal with whatever came his way. In this spatial tunnel, if the other party dared to make a move, they would fall into the spatial crack. Without the strength of a combat emperor, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Chen concluded that the other party wouldn't dare to make a move here. Lin Chen took out 2 fiery red elixirs and swallowed them. As his mid-grade fire-based energy increased, the embryonic form of the 4th Battle Chi Natal Palace started to condense slowly within his body. The spatial tunnel was created by 2 combat emperors and maintained daily by a 9th level Yuan Venerate. It led to another region over a long distance and could cross millions of miles in a short period of time. Lin Chen cultivated in seclusion in the spaceship for less than 4 days. When his battle chi finally broke through to the late stage of the 3rd level, his pure power rose to 80,000 dragon point. Coupled with the enhancement of the divine force, it was exactly 100,000 dragon point. On the 4th day, an aurora shone in. The spaceship flew out of the spatial tunnel and arrived in a desolate city. Lin Chen could feel an obvious difference the moment he left the spaceship. The space here was several grades stronger than the space in Danju, the spiritual state, and the other large continents. His weight had also increased slightly. The space is very stable. This is the divine land. After leaving the spaceship, the desolate city was a primordial wasteland with no obstructions at all. This was the stronghold of the Yang family. The Yang family wasn't responsible for life or death outside the desolate city. 80,000 miles away from the desolate city, Lin Chen suddenly stopped flying high in the sky above the Rift Abyss Valley. Everyone, although I know that I'm handsome, you don't have to follow me. I'm not interested in the same sex. Lin Chen suddenly laughed at the void behind him. As the space distorted, 5 figures appeared. This lineup made Lin Chen frown. 3 early stage 9th level and 2 mid-stage 9th level. This was a top-notch lineup even among the ancient families. The 5 figures flashed and surrounded Lin Chen. The leader of the group, a mid-stage 9th level old man in green robes, spoke in a hoarse voice. Kid, hand over your alchemy seals and cripple your own arms. Then, we'll spare your life. Otherwise, You'll die. Crippling his own arms was the price Lin Chen had to pay to never become an alchemist. In order to get back the alchemy seals that Lin Chen had obtained when he won the championship, the Ning family had put in a lot of effort. Haha, kid, the Yang family doesn't care about this area. Even if you shout for help, don't think that others will come and save you. The other mid-stage 9th level man in red robes sneered, his killing intent strong. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. You probably don't know, but the ones who should be shouting for help now are you. Boom tilde tilde. Dragon light broke through the sky, and the deep azure dragon domain enveloped the 3 early stage 9th level expert. Streaks of tribulation battle chi exploded in Lin Chen's body. His entire body flashed with a dark green brilliance. The ultimate moment plus 9 brilliance transformations, 5 layered transformations were instantly displayed. His late-stage 3rd level cultivation rose to the peak of early-stage 5th level. The rune energy decreased by 2,000 points, and the 4 great runes were activated together. A grayish-white rune appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the 2 mid-stage 9th level expert. Rip tilde tilde. Tens of thousands of manifold mysterious light blades that contained 680,000 points of dragon power rotated, sharp and heavy enough to cut through a meteor. They transformed into a violent storm that rained down on the 3 early-stage 9th level expert. The 3 figures suddenly flashed, and the terrifying Water Palace swordlight and dark blade aura burst forth. The 3 clones focused all their attacks on the mid-stage 9th level expert. Brilliant demon rights to the heavens, Azura's fury. Lin Chen's main body held the 5 dragons' imperial spear. His shoulders trembled as he was enraged. The moment the spiritual attack that could destroy mountains and rivers swept over, his dragon power surged and condensed. He transformed into the brilliant demon and pierced the sky with a shocking spear light that intertwined with dark and fire dragons. This kind of attack that looked down on the world made the expressions of the Ning family's 5 9th level Yuan venerates change instantly, from the 5 layered transformations to the ultimate moment, to the activation of the charge, penetration, slow, and phantom runes. The manifold mysterious azure dragon's surprise attack had all happened in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the position of the prey and the hunter had reverse. Chapter 484. Heavenly Star Demonic Armor. 10,000 Mammoths Wailing Palm. Great Incinerating Sound Palm. As the crowd unleashed their attacks one after another, they collided with the attack that Lin Chen had been preparing for. The 3 early-stage 9th tier cultivators were able to block the manifold Black Azure Dragon's attack, but the same could not be said for the 2 mid-stage 9th tier cultivators. The 1,400-point deceleration rune had frozen the space around them. This was the first time they had seen such a strange technique. The peerless spear of the brilliant demon worshipping the heavens had a terrifying mental impact that had the penetrative property. 20% of the mental impact crashed into their minds, causing them to fall into a state of mental breakdown before they could break free from the restraints of the delaying rune. What kind of attack is this? Not only can it freeze space, but it can also penetrate my battle aura defense and mental power. The green-robed elder was in disbelief as he felt a piercing pain and dizziness in his head. An energy storm swept out for thousands of miles. As he teleported, the 5 dragons' imperial spear stabbed forward and activated the 1,000 demons piercing the heart. The deceleration rune and charge rune were activated consecutively. When he unleashed his 100,000 dragon power points, his spear technique was endless. Like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, it pierced through the green-robed elder on the spot. Even though he was in the middle stage of the 9th tier, he still had a look of disbelief in his eyes before he died. He did not even know how he died. This youth's techniques were far beyond their imagination. The green-robed elder dropped a dazzling array of attribute light balls and 2 purple crystal treasure chests. The situation has changed. This kid is a monster. Retreat. The other mid-stage 9th tier cultivator in a blood-red robe reacted in a flash. He ignited 2 battle aura natal palaces and released an extraordinary power to break free from the deceleration rune. This kid was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. From the strength he had displayed at the Small Pill Association, they had estimated that this kid was at most a match for 3 early-stage 9th tier cultivators. With the 5 of them, They had a 90% chance of taking him down, but they did not expect him to be completely different from when he was refining pills in real battle. You think you can come and go as you please? With a thought, 2,000 talent points disappeared from Lin Chen's mind. He activated ultimate convergence and the second ultimate moment. Clang! One of Lin Chen's 3 clones let out a dragon's roar, and a pitch-black saber jumped out. The saber was held in his hand, and the saber's body was like the Dark Night, containing endless darkness. The other 2 clones also entered the void and assisted the manifold profound Azure Dragon in stopping the 3 early-stage Ninth Heaven cultivators. A 7th-order saber. When he saw the Eternal Night saber, the blood-red-robed man cried out involuntarily with shock, and then he gritted his teeth fiercely and suddenly drew his skull blood saber before slashing it down. Blood chi overflowed, and a waterfall stretched across the sky. The blood chi saber light swallowed everything in its path and furiously slashed out. As the blood energy surged, a terrifying crack appeared in the space of several thousand miles. Soul-slaying slash. Lin Chen's phantom doppelganger touched the blade of his saber. His pupils flashed with a silent saber light, and he slashed out with his pitch-black saber. The Eternal Night saber turned into a silent dusk, obliterating all life in the surroundings and sucking out all the energy of the blood chi saber light before slashing at the blood-red-robed man. The remaining power of the soul-slaying slash burst forth, crushing the blood-red-robed man's defenses and severing one of his arms. What a terrifying attack! He can actually execute such a terrifying attack with a cultivation base that isn't even at the mid-stage of the 5th-level Yuan Venerate. The blood-red-robed man was shocked. Just as he was about to escape into the void, a dragon's spear pierced through and pierced out. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was only a clone. The blood saber blocked the attack, and a deep twisting force and 8 types of heavenly tribulation battle chi penetrated his body. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and before he could escape, the blood-red-robed man's heart suddenly shattered. What? What is going on? The blood-red-robed man glared at Lin Chen before he died, and a large number of attribute light balls and a few treasure chests rolled out of his body. Even Lin Chen himself was stunned. Although he had killed a mid-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerate in an instant, he had relied on the restraints of the slowing rune and the element of surprise. Although Lin Chen and his clone had used the ultimate moment to break the restraints of the slowing rune, it would still take a few more killing moves to take down this mid-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerate. How had he died with a single strike? Host has activated the Emperor Slayer innate skill. Target enemy has been insta-killed. When the system screen popped up, Lin Chen shook his head and chuckled. He had activated the 0.1% chance of insta-killing the Emperor Slayer innate skill. Wasn't this a little too lucky? Seeing that the 2 mid-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerates had been insta-killed by Lin Chen, the 3 early-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerates instantly lost their will to fight and used all their abilities in an attempt to escape. Lin Chen and the other clone, who had reacted quickly, formed hand seals and unleashed 2 moves of Azura's Fury, shaking the mind power of the 3 people and breaking their consciousness. Rumble. The other 2 clones and the manifold profound green dragon swarmed forward. Lin Chen took advantage of the last 30 seconds before the ultimate moment ended to use all his strength to besiege the 3 early-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerate. With 3 clones, Lin Chen's main body, the manifold profound green dragon, and 2 of them in the ultimate moment state, the 3 early-stage 9th-level Yuan Venerates simply couldn't hold on for long. They were defeated and killed within a few rounds. The combination of the ultimate moment and the ultimate moment has increased my strength by several times. Lin Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. Before he had the ultimate moment innate skill, his battle chi recovery was completely insufficient to support his main body and the other clone to perfectly activate the ultimate moment. Now, however, as long as he had enough talent points, he could add the ultimate moment to all 3 clones. His combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Host has received 300 talent points, 450 Heaven's Path points, 190 Cultivation Technique Soul Essences, 2800 Blood Essence, 41 Water-type Energy, 34 Wood-type Energy, 39 Thunder-type Energy, 3500 Battle Chi Essences. Host has received a Cultivation Technique Attribute Light Orb, a low purple battle skill, Fallen Wind Sword Technique, Host has opened a purple crystal treasure chest and received God Slayer talent fragment, 1/3. Host has opened a purple crystal treasure chest and received 10,000 talent points. Lin Chen's eyes lit up with ecstasy when he collected the attribute light orb and all the treasure chest. It's coming, it's coming. It's starting again. The God Slayer talent fragment. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Let's quickly gather the other two and have a group fight. Big brother Chen will hammer 10,000 of them. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh maniacally at the sky as he transformed into a stream of light and swept across the horizon. 2 days later, in Luoyang City. Luoyang City was one of the main cities under the control of the ancient Luo family. Today, Luoyang City was bustling with activity. There was no other reason than that today was the day the Luo Manor would select the members to participate in the Firmament Tower team selection competition. Most of the upper echelons of the Luo Manor had their own duties. This time, the Luo Manor would be bringing in 2 prodigies from the Luo family, hence the announcement. In the Divine Continent, only the most powerful forces had the qualifications to participate in the Firmament Tower team selection competition. Only those who passed the selection could enter the Firmament Tower. Chapter 485. At the entrance of Luoyang City's Luo Mansion. A beautiful lady in a one-piece dress stood in front of the Luo Mansion. She had short black hair and a sword strapped to her waist. She looked like a rose blooming on a cliff as she waved her hand and shouted at the crowd. The Luo Mansion has 3 spots left to enter the Firmament Pagoda. The minimum cultivation requirement is to be an 8th level Yuan Venerate. This cultivation requirement calmed the restless crowd down gradually. An 8th level Yuan Venerate was an extremely powerful elder in an ancient family. This requirement was too high. I'll go. A streak of light shot over as the silver-robed young man cupped his fists. He's so young. Nonsense. How can he have the strength of an 8th level Yuan Venerate at such a young age? The dozens of Yuan Venerates in front of the Luo Mansion looked at him doubtfully. Even the short-haired lady couldn't help sizing up the silver-robed young man. You've hidden your cultivation base. Release your cultivation base. The silver-robed young man removed the intertwining energy fire net in his body and released his true cultivation. Many Yuan Venerates sneered at him. 3rd level Yuan Venerate? No matter how arrogant he is, he should at least have some self-awareness. This young man must be out of his mind. He should find an alchemist to treat him. Many Yuan Venerates were convulsing with laughter. The weakest among them was at the intermediate 4th level. How could a late-stage 3rd level Yuan Venerate compete for these 3 spots? Could a late-stage 3rd level Yuan Venerate have the strength of an 8th level Yuan Venerate? This was simply a fantasy. Humph. What is your name? The short-haired lady scolded. This person was clearly here to cause trouble. The silver-robed young man shrugged and smiled. I am Gao Shou. What? Expert? 2 6th-level Yuan Venerates couldn't help but laugh. Expert? How shameless can you be? How dare a 3rd-level Yuan Venerate call himself an expert? This is the divine region. Do you think you are in a barren place? The Yuan Venerates in the crowd sneered. This Gao Shou was naturally Lin Chen in disguise. Just as Lin Chen was about to release his 10,000-year profound azure dragon to display its strength, an elegant and pleasant neutral voice slowly came from the Luo Manor. He passed, and our numbers are already full. There's no need to recruit anymore. His casual words immediately stunned everyone present. The upper echelons of the Luo Manor actually allowed this kid to pass. What was going on? Most importantly, he suddenly added the words Man Ren. Could it be that they didn't need to recruit anyone else now that they had this kid? Even Lin Chen and the short-haired beauty in front of the Luo Manor were stunned. The former didn't expect this at all, while the latter was astonished by her sister's absurd decision. Elder sister, what are you thinking? Seriously, grumbling in her heart, the beauty waved her hand and coldly scolded. As I said earlier, the Luo Manor has recruited enough people this time. Everyone, please look for a team elsewhere. Lin Chen squinted as his purple-gold eyes flashed. He discovered that the Luo Manor not only had the aura of the War Emperor, but there was also a familiar scent. However, He couldn't recall it at all. That's strange. I don't know anyone in the divine continent. Why was I inexplicably allowed to pass? Could someone have seen through my strength? However, under normal circumstances, even the War Emperor wouldn't be able to see through Lin Chen's true combat strength. On the surface, he only had a late-stage third-level cultivation base and 100,000 dragon power points. This was far from enough in the realm of an 8th-level Yuan Venerate. Furthermore, to Lin Chen's surprise, this short-haired beauty gave him a feeling of familiarity. However, he was very certain that this was the first time he had seen this woman. How did this kid pass? Isn't this cheating? What are you shouting for? If he passed, he passed. Hurry up and look for the next one. Damn it. I don't accept this. How did you pass the selection requirements, kid? A few Yuan Venerates scolded Lin Chen in dissatisfaction. That slightly ordinary face flashed an obnoxious smile. I can't help it. Who asked me to be so handsome? Handsome and strong people are so popular f***ck. This GAO show is really shameless. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that battles couldn't take place in Luoyang City, I would have cut him into pieces. In a secret room in a restaurant, Lin Chen tapped on the system. System, I want to activate the fusion function and fuse all the cultivation techniques. The host possesses 229 intermediate blue rank combat skills, 589 advanced blue rank combat skills, 205 top blue rank combat skills, 19 half purple rank combat skills, 21 incomplete purple rank combat skills, and 5 low purple rank combat skills. Fusing all of them will cost 89,400 heaven path points. Host, do you wish to fuse them? 5 purple battle techniques. In the past, Lin Chen wouldn't have been able to imagine this. However, after killing the 5 9th-level Yuan Venerates of the Ning family, he had first picked up a purple-grade cultivation technique light ball and then found 2 purple-grade battle skills in his spirit storage ring. Lin Chen's eyebrows twitched as he excitedly said, I'm sure. Lin Chen's heaven path points decreased by 89,400, which consumed 1/3 of his heaven path point. 2 days later, he would participate in the selection competition with the powerhouses recruited by the Luo family. Before entering the Firmament Tower, it was naturally better to have as many trump cards as possible. Boom. Ding. Bang. Congratulations to host for triggering the ultimate special reward. The fusion result comes with an alchemy handprint scroll. A scroll with a strong purple glow and a blue-purple jade scroll floated out of the fusion furnace. Purple Intermediate Battle Technique, 8 Desolate Finger. Mobilizes battle chi and condenses desolate energy. The more desolate energy condenses, the stronger the power. When 8 types of desolate energy are gathered, the power will be close to that of a purple advanced battle technique. Half-purple alchemy handprint, mysterious heavenly hand. The handprint is mysterious and can shock the heavens. Requires mid-level transcendence realm and above to cultivate. Lin Chen's expression was filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. He had finally obtained a purple intermediate battle technique after fusing so many cultivation techniques at the same time. This half-purple rank alchemy handprint is a complete surprise, but I have to keep it. If I can collect 1 or 2 more top-grade blue rank alchemy handprints and fuse them together, I might be able to fuse them into a low-grade purple rank alchemy handprint. Purple alchemy handprint. This thing was completely priceless. It was the same in Danju, as no one would take out such a valuable treasure to sell, unless it was of unknown origin or a handprint that could not be cultivated normally. To put it bluntly, if an ordinary alchemist did not encounter a purple alchemy handprint, it would be difficult for them to come into contact with it. With Lin Chen's current alchemy skills, he was not in a hurry to obtain a high-grade alchemy handprint. He might as well keep it and fuse it together in the future to achieve a purple alchemy handprint. I'll cultivate the 8 Desolate Finger first. This finger technique was created for my 9 calamities of creation. Inheriting the 8 Desolate Finger requires 9,900 cultivation technique soul essences. Host, do you wish to inherit it? Robbery? Lin Chen was speechless. He had killed hundreds of Yuan Venerates and 2 War Emperors to collect more than 50,000 cultivation technique soul essences. Now, it was asking for 10,000. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.